Chapter 851, Heavenly Leaderboard. On the way to Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, Oro suddenly said, to see into a person's brain region, you can use the resonance technique, but seeing their cultivation isn't as easy. Normally, you will have to analyze a warrior's aura and make an educated guess. The key here is that you are currently not very different from an ordinary person, so it's not even possible to guess. Xia Fei was surprised. Only after Oro's reminder did he come to realize that his aura had become very weak. It was as if that mysterious drop of blood had made him even more well concealed. Shrugging, Xia Fei said, "Isn't this good? An enemy easily overlooked is the most terrifying kind." Two giant golden dragons flanked the road, each 1,000 meters long, their heads raised as they angrily glared at the sky. Between these two dragons were the two large words Dragon Ascension. "This is the main gate of Dragon Ascension Martial Hall." Xia Fei raised a hand. He proudly asked, "What do you think? Pretty impressive, right?" Xia Fei nodded and earnestly said, "It is indeed very imposing, and the carving of the dragons is exquisite." The work was intentionally crude and rough, ignoring the details on the dragons. This makes it so that they're not very lifelike yet lets them express the aura of a legendary creature more vividly. Before someone even goes in, they first have to face this enormous pressure. I'm thinking that the front gate of Dragon Ascension Martial Hall was made this way to remind the common people that outside of these gates is the world of the common folk, but inside these gates is a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Those without the daring of tigers and might of dragons shan't even think about going through. Xia Fei's eyes gleamed as he excitedly said, "Correct. Dragon Ascension Martial Hall placed these two giant dragons here as a mark of its extraordinary status." Xia Fei smiled. "Still, I feel like this gate is just a little too intimidating, so much so that it's hard to breathe. Warriors who pass through can't help but grow tense, making them more likely to be hostile to others." Xia Fei frowned, seemingly unhappy with Xia Fei's review. At this moment, the thoughtless Wolf Xinyi said with a big laugh, "I know, right? With these two aggressive fellows, I was given a big fright when I first came here. I've even heard of people fainting. Your Skywing clan's people have always been carefree and relaxed, so it's normal for you not to like this sort of intimidating aura. It would have been great if I had been born in the Skywing clan. Young or old, you guys can do whatever you like. It really makes a person envious. Instead, I'm constantly being pushed to train every day, and if I try and slack off, I get a good beating." Xia Fei patted Wolf Xinyi on the shoulder and chuckled. "In truth, the clan isn't what you think it is. The greater the ability, the greater your responsibility. As long as your rank breaks to the Law Emperor tier, you have to stay in the Wind Garden and follow the clan's orders, doing all the tough work. As for the rest of the clan, they truly live carefree lives. True relaxation comes from being an ordinary person in the Skywing clan." Wolf Xinyi pouted and whispered, "Enough with the lies already. How could the Skywing clan have ordinary people? You're all lunatics." All three of them laughed. Xia Fei did not care about being called a madman, even treating it as a form of praise. Only the most stubborn people were the most insane, and the Skywings were all people who were hopelessly stubborn. As they traveled farther down the road, more and more buildings started to appear. Like the rest of the White Horse constellation, the buildings of Dragon Ascension were built in a pseudo-ancient and somewhat tacky style. The Law Realm seemed to have a special fondness for the traditional. They refused to use the awesome technology at their disposal and, instead, liked acting as if they were living in ancient times. However, old-fashioned exteriors did not mean that the interiors were also old-fashioned. Dragon Ascension was the Law Realm's #1 martial hall, and it had all the advanced equipment that one could imagine. After all, this was the elite training base that the god race had spared no expense to construct, so every part of it exuded pride and extravagance. Xia Fei led Xia Fei up to a golden stele. This stele was 100 meters tall and 100 meters wide, a large square indeed. It was covered with names, and in front of each name was a number. Xia Fei glanced at it and saw that there were exactly 100 names. This is the heavenly leaderboard. On it are the top 100 warriors of the martial hall. All of them are law overlords without exception, said Xia Fei excitedly. All of them are law overlords? Xia Fei asked in shock. Their ranks are so high, but they're still studying at Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. Xia Fei replied, "It's not about the studying. After all, these clans all have their special inheritances, and the only thing Dragon Ascension can do is give them a few pointers and tips. Just like you, the vast majority of them have just registered their name at Dragon Ascension and occasionally come by for a spar so that they can get the attention of those above and get summoned up there a little earlier. Xia Fei nodded. I didn't think that the Law Realm would have this many Law Overlords. Why don't I see Patriarch Xia Baiyun and Law Overlord Xia Tian here? Are they not strong enough to get on the heavenly leaderboard? Wolf Shenyi and Zanian Feng both stuck out their tongues. After which, Wolf Shenyi carefully explained, who do you think Xia Baiyun and Xia Tian are? They have no need to register at Dragon Ascension. Those on the leaderboard are all young geniuses of the circle, none of them older than 30. Xia Fei was truly stunned this time. The average lifespan in the Law Realm was extremely long, easily reaching several thousand years. 30-year-olds were middle-aged back on Earth, but it did not even count as a teenager here. Xia Fei was amazed that the Law Realm would have so many young Law Overlords. This way. Zanian Feng waved Xia Fei behind the heavenly leaderboard. There were even more names and numbers here, probably 1,000 plus, but these names were all written in a much smaller font. This is the full list of all the genius Law Overlords of the Law Realm. All the geniuses below 30 years old who are already Law Overlords are in Dragon Ascension. It won't be an exaggeration to say that Dragon Ascension is a world of geniuses. All of the top-class young talents of the Law Realm are gathered here. Pride was written all over Zanian Feng's face. In the past, Xia Fei had only a fuzzy impression of Dragon Ascension, but only today did he understand just how formidable of a place it really was. A total of 1,067. The Law Realm has 1,067 Law Overlords below the age of 30. Xia Fei looked at the last number on the ranking board and exclaimed. Zanian Feng laughed. There were even some top-class geniuses who had gone up there at a very young age. There are also Law Overlords like Xia Tian and Xia Baiyun who have to inherit heavy responsibilities from their clan, so they won't come through Dragon Ascension no matter how young they are. In White Horse Constellation alone, there are more than 100 major clans, each one having at least one Law Overlords, and your clan has 5. If you put them all together, there will at least be 1,000, and that's only considering humankind. In the Law Realm, the scale of the human population can be considered average. There are species with far greater numbers, those above take a few Law Overlords from them every once in a while. There are probably no fewer than 100,000 Law Overlords in total. For 1% of these to be geniuses who are below 30 years old, it is really quite normal. After hearing Zanian Feng's explanation, Xia Fei nodded. After all, the Law Realm was big and had an immense population. It was normal for it to have this many talents. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, how many genius Law Overlords do the humans have on this leaderboard? Wolf Shenyi sighed. Only one. Dongwu of the Shatterwu clan. So few. Wolf Shenyi helplessly replied, there's nothing to be done. We humans have this thing where we mature rather late. Our bones don't fully develop until our teens or in our 20s, but most sapient life forms are fully mature at the age of 10. Xia Fei thought about Oro's clan. Even children of the Lionheart species who were only a few years old were taller and stronger than a full-grown human. There was simply no comparison. It was clear that there was no such thing as fairness among the sapient species. Zanian was so anxious to get you to Dragon Ascension primarily because your progress in cultivation is so fast. In the blink of an eye, you've already reached the Great Law Emperor. Once you become a Law Overlord and enter the heavenly leaderboard, you'll raise the dignity of mankind, said Wolf Shenyi excitedly. Xia Fei said nothing. He was actually already a Law Overlord, though Wolf Shenyi and Zanian Feng did not know about this yet. The heavenly leaderboard had let Xia Fei understand the true power of the Law Realm. It was clear that the Law Realm was a powerful place, and even humans and their massive population base was nothing in its eyes. As the three of them made their way deeper into the martial hall, Oro said, the advantage of your species is in the later stages. Although its younger generation isn't that remarkable in the Law Realm, those old fellows are all formidable. Great talent matures slowly. This is a saying that perfectly fits your kind. When you get to the God race, you'll understand. The strongest of those old fellows, those undying old wretches, include many human experts. Particularly that one from your Skywing clan, he's too powerful. Oro spoke of the upper plains experts as someone with great experience, and he could not help but grumble a little. As for that heavenly leaderboard, you don't need to worry about it. Just how many days have you been in the Law Realm? You've actually squeezed your way into the God race's leaderboard of geniuses already. I've never seen anyone advance as quickly as you do. Zanian Feng led Xia Fei to the registration desk, where he could fill in the proper forms, and then he gave him an insignia made of silver. On it was the symbol of Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, 2 dragons emerging from the sea. Ordinary members of the Martial Hall have insignia made from silver or bronze. When you reach Law Overlord, you can get a gold insignia, Zanian Feng explained. Xia Fei threw the insignia into his spatial ring, not paying it too much attention. He was just here to register his name and had no plans to cultivate in this place. He had a full curriculum plan back home, so Xia Fei really did not have enough time. He wanted nothing more than to pack 2 days into one. Zanian Feng could already tell that Xia Fei had no interest in Dragon Ascension and was absent-minded, so he led Xia Fei to a very mysterious 4-cornered building. In front of it, the words Wind, Rain, Thunder, Lightning were written. Upon walking in, Xia Fei saw many law overlords with golden insignia, all of them sparring with others. This is where law overlords test their skills against one another. At Dragon Ascension, you can easily find different kinds of warriors to spar against. Cultivation is important when it comes to laws, but you can't underestimate the power of actual combat experience, said Zanian Feng in a soft voice. Although he was the young lord of Dragon Ascension, this place was full of law overlords, and none of them showed him respect. Thus, he was very nervous inside this hall. The greatest function of Dragon Ascension was that all the geniuses of the law realm were gathered here, so they could test their abilities against one another. Finding so many geniuses outside of Dragon Ascension, all of them with different specialties, was simply impossible. The hall was so large it was impossible to see the end of it. All sorts of law powers were being unleashed, creating a dazzling display of colors and lights. This was Xia Fei's first time seeing so many kinds of law powers being used in one place, and he felt a sudden urge to test his mettle. Bang! Suddenly, a figure flew through the air and landed in front of Xia Fei. Xia Fei looked down and saw that the one who had been struck was a girl. Zing! When Xia Fei saw that pink face, his entire body shuddered. The most updated novels are published on fruitnovel.com. Hot blood rushed up to the top of his head, his eyes instantly turning red. Chapter 852, Turmoil in Dragon Ascension. Whoosh! Xia Fei instantly shot out like a bolt of lightning and helped the girl up. The girl had a pink little face like a ripened red apple. Just a small pinch would be enough to draw water, and it was as adorable as could be. However, this girl's complexion was not that good right now. Her forehead was drawn into forming faint wrinkles. When she saw Xia Fei, the girl smiled, trying her best to suppress the pain in her abdomen. A trickle of blood slowly flowed from one corner of her lips. It was clear that she had suffered an internal injury. Even though she eked out a smile, the sight was so tragic it even made Xia Fei's heart leap to his throat. The flames of rage began to erupt in him. Xiao Yu! Xia Fei was stunned. As he used his sleeve to wipe the blood at the corner of the girl's mouth, he asked, "Why are you here?" The hall was called Wind, Rain, Thunder, Lightning, and it was divided into 4. This was the Thunder Hall, where law overlords sparred against one another. Xiao Yu had only just become a law emperor, so she should not have had the right to enter this place. Xia Fei was angry and confused. Why had Xiao Yu appeared where she should not have? Xiao Yu said nothing, apprehensively looking to a place nearby. The space suddenly opened, revealing 4 women who were standing inside. The one who was cold as ice was Autumn Cicada, whom Xia Fei had met before. He was seeing the other 3 for the first time. The concealment system, also known as the stealth system, could prevent other people from observing a battle in progress. Perhaps Xiao Yu and the other 4 women had wanted to avoid men, and so they had activated the concealment system to practice in a corner of the hall secretly. If Xiao Yu had not been struck out of the concealment, Xia Fei would have never realized their existence. Who are you? Don't touch her. An alien girl wearing red armor came over and spoke to Xia Fei. She had a fox-like charm, and even when she was angry, she still had a smile on her face. Bang! Xia Fei was abnormally angry and did not have time for this girl. He swung his right arm, and peacock blue emerged. Like a spring, it sent the red-armored girl hurtling back. Rumble! Peacock blue was a plant. If Xia Fei was regarded as someone who did not cherish beauties, then Peacock Blue had treated this girl as roughly as if she was an enemy, slamming her against the wall and aiming the edges of its 5-leaf blades at her face. With one order from Xia Fei, she would still be made into a corpse even with her beautiful face. Immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue? You're the Skywing clan's Xia Fei. The only one among these 4 girls who wore a golden insignia on her neck, clearly a law overlord, furrowed her brows. She was evidently quite fearful of the skywings. Actually, when she said these words, everyone in the hall stopped sparring and ran over to see what was going on. Only Autumn Cicada remained cold and detached. She knew of Xia Fei's relationship to Xiao Yu and was not surprised. Xiao Yu called out Xia Fei's name, and Xia Fei gave a slight nod and passed her to Zanian Feng and Wolf Shenyi. Take good care of her. As Xia Fei stood up, his face twisted in savagery, a fiendish energy soaring to the heavens. He swept his gaze over the four women, including Autumn Cicada, his eyes making them shiver. A misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Zanian Feng rushed up to try and stop Xia Fei from going crazy. Xia Fei lightly extended his arm to stop him, and Zanian Feng felt like he had run into a steel wall and could not move another step. Zanian Feng was flabbergasted. Xia Fei's rank probably far exceeded his now, such that he could stop him with just one arm like an adult holding back a child. You injured Xiao Yu. Xia Fei pointed a hand at the only law overlord among the women. Be it Autumn Cicada or Red Oriole, both were of lower rank than Xiao Yu. Besides, Xiao Yu was a rare user of the law of guardian. There was no way they could be strong enough to break Xiao Yu's amethyst guard. He could see without thinking that this was the work of that law overlord woman. Yes, that woman was rather straightforward, stepping forward and sternly saying, I wanted to test the legendary amethyst guard, so I had Red Oriole and Autumn Cicada of the Snowdrift clan bring her over. I didn't expect the strongest law of the defense type would be so weak, though. She can only blame herself for lacking the skills. As this is sparring, injuries are unavoidable. This woman had an ugly and coarse face, with wide and thick lips and a raspy voice. If not for the two bulges on her chest, she might be mistaken for a man. The facts were rather simple. The woman belonged to the Kalan species and was called Water Hung. Every month, she would come with other geniuses to Dragon Ascension and look for people to spar with. Today was a day like any other. Water Hung had encountered Autumn Cicada and Red Oriole of the Snowdrift clan outside Thunder Hall and discovered that their attendant, Xiao Yu, possessed a rare law power, the Amethyst Guard. Thus, Water Hung insisted on fighting with Xiao Yu. Red Oriole was not Xiao Yu's master, so she naturally did not care. As for Autumn Cicada, she felt like it was just a spar and nothing major would happen, thus, she did not object. However, she had never expected Water Hung to be so vicious, sending Xiao Yu flying with just one strike. Xia Fei had witnessed this scene, which had stoked his flames of rage into an uncontrollable blaze. The women of the Snowdrift clan rarely interacted with men, so when Xia Fei helped up Xiao Yu, Red Oriole immediately ran over to reprimand him, ending up being pinned to the wall by him. Xia Fei's breathing started to get heavy, his eyes turning sharp. It was clear that he wanted to kill someone. Whoosh! A male law overlord immediately appeared before Xia Fei, using his body to protect Water Hung. This was Mountain Hung. Mountain Hung was this ugly woman's older brother, and both were level 1 law overlords. When he saw Xia Fei erupt with murderous intent, he naturally came out to save his younger sister. A cold sneer on his face, Xia Fei said, "Kneel and apologize." Say that again. The Hung siblings were enraged. Meanwhile, Zanian Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Xiao Yu tried to tug on Xia Fei's sleeve so that she could persuade him into not causing trouble, but brother Jigawolf grabbed the girl and pulled her some distance away, shaking his head. It's too late. Given Xia Fei's personality, he won't rest today until he sees blood. Nobody can think about stopping this stubborn bull now. Kneel and apologize, Xia Fei coldly repeated. Mountain Hung was furious at first, but then he laughed and pointed at Xia Fei's nose. Arrogant Skywing, what will happen if I apologize, or if I don't? If you apologize, one will die. If you don't apologize, two will die. Xia Fei spoke in a cold and indifferent tone of voice, as if he was just stating the facts to the Hung siblings. This was an outrageous stance. It was as if he had no regard for the two law overlords in front of him. Murderous intent. Bone-chilling murderous intent pervaded the air. Shouting could only prove that one had a loud voice. True murderous intent could make the enemy shiver even if one said nothing. The Hung siblings were startled. Xia Fei's disregard for others was extremely frustrating. Mountain Hung pointed at the large thunder word carved into the ceiling and said, "Kid, take a close look. This is the Thunder Hall, a place where law overlords spar. You want to challenge the two of us? Wait till you have the right qualifications, okay?" Mountain Hung smugly smiled. Using rank to suppress others, these were very provoking words. Even Brother Gigawolf felt his face growing hot. Unexpectedly, Xia Fei suddenly eerily smiled as he extended 2 fingers. 1. I'm not challenging you to a spar, I'm killing the 2 of you. 2. I am a law overlord. Rumble. Xia Fei held nothing back, fully unleashing his cultivation. An intimidating aura erupted from him, and even those in the corners could clearly sense that this was a law overlord's aura. Zanian Feng and Wolf Shenyi were both dumbstruck. It turned out that person who had crossed the law overlord heavenly threshold this morning was really Xia Fei. Bang! Xia Fei's foot stomped down, and he shot forward. The blood crystal flashed as it shot toward Mountain Heng's face. At the law overlord level, everyone had a rather fast reaction speed. Mountain Heng did not have Xia Fei's agility, but he had a strange law power subsidiary to the law of matter, shadow wind. Army wrecking gale. He thrust his hands out. Powerful winds rushed at Xia Fei like a storm of blades. This was a large-scale law attack that relied on the berserk power of wind to annihilate an army. Even an army of millions would have no choice but to get down. Pa pa pa. The monohorn ogre armor changed forms, focusing all of its defensive power on the front. Xia Fei ignored the wind and continued lunging forward. Retreating in the face of difficulty? Xia Fei did not even understand what that meant. Rumble. The furious wind that should have blocked the attack was torn apart by Xia Fei. It was not because Mountain Heng's army wrecking gale was not fierce enough but because Xia Fei's attack was crazier than anyone else's. Plush! The dark red blade plunged into Mountain Heng's stomach, and then Xia Fei pulled, cutting upward along the middle line. Not only did he turn Mountain Heng into a shriveled corpse, he also sliced him in half. Too fast! What a cruel attack! The spectating law overlords all felt their blood pumping. Xia Fei had not cared about the wounds inflicted by the shadow wind law force, pushing through and tearing Mountain Heng into 2. This required extraordinary courage and an extremely keen grasp of the situation on the battlefield. They were law overlords of the same rank, but Xia Fei had needed only one move to kill his opponent. The Skywings had always been stronger than opponents of the same rank, and that was not mentioning Xia Tian, who was a heaven-defying monster of that clan. The Heng siblings had been too naive if they thought that the push of the Shadow Wind Law would be enough to stop Xia Fei. Thin and small marks had appeared all over Monohorn Ogre. This was the damage done by the wind. Yes, Mountain Heng's law power had not been weak. It had damaged Xia Fei's armor, but Xia Fei had taken his life in exchange. Brother! Water Heng paled as she screamed. Alas, Xia Fei did not care for the pain of his enemies. Their pain was, in fact, his happiness. Rumble! Peacock Blue had been waiting for this moment. Seeing that Water Heng was distracted, it moved to sweep her up. Immemorial mystical armaments were abnormally tenacious. Since Peacock Blue had wrapped around Water Heng, her death was certain. The 5 blades of blue grass were already in front of Water Heng when bang! A dazzling white light shot out and pushed Peacock Blue back. Everyone, stop at once! Who dares to cause a scene in Dragon Ascension? A dark silhouette appeared at the scene, interposing themselves between Water Heng and Xia Fei, separating the two. It's Salem. One of the peak law overlords of Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. Someone shouted this upon seeing the newcomer's face. Yes, this was none other than one of the 4 heavenly kings of Dragon Ascension, Salem. A peak law overlord. Anyone who gets in my way dies, shouted Xia Fei, once more swinging his dark red dagger. This chapter is updated by fruitnovel.com. Chapter 853, Forced Double Kill. Salem was ranked second out of the 4 heavenly kings of Dragon Ascension. He was only weaker than Karani, who had already advanced to the superior law overlord tier. He was an expert in position adjustment using the law of space and had a cultivation at the cusp of level 5 law overlord, only 1 step away from superior law overlord. In terms of reputation and cultivation, Salem was not an existence that Xia Fei could ignore. After all, Dragon Ascension was backed by the God race, and no one wanted to make an enemy of the 2 supreme races, not even the Lore Realm, which was only subordinate to them. Salem confidently stood between the 2 combatants, glaring lividly at Xia Fei. Everyone, stop, said Salem loudly, unleashing all of his majesty. Alas, what awaited him was a fiendish red blade. Whoosh! Xia Fei delivered a stab to Salem without the slightest hesitation. Anyone who gets in my way dies. Those who helped him were friends, and those who opposed him were enemies. No matter who it was, he would kill anyone who stood in front of him first before talking. Salem had no idea that Xia Fei's reason was to be unreasonable. He had also not predicted that Xia Fei would be so unreasonable as to even attack him. A rebel. He's truly a rebel, said Salem, his face going pale. Xia Fei's dagger moved quickly, almost reaching Salem in less time than it took to blink an eye. The fiendish aura he exuded instantly made Salem break out in a cold sweat. There was no doubt that Xia Fei was going for the killing blow with this one attack. Had Salem failed to dodge it, Xia Fei's dagger would plunge into his body without any reservations. Whoosh! At that instant, Salem still chose to dodge. One of the mighty heavenly kings of Dragon Ascension had actually backed down in the face of Xia Fei's intimidating aura. Oh! Such a domineering attack! No way! Salem actually dodged. Only the geniuses of the Law Realm were present, and Salem's instinctive dodge had triggered a huge chain reaction from the crowd. As one of the 4 chief instructors of Dragon Ascension and the second-ranked Heavenly King, how could Salem dodge? It must be understood that Water Hung was behind Salem, and the emblem of Dragon Ascension hung around her neck. If Salem dodged, where would Water Hung dodge? With mounting frustration in his eyes, after backing up, Salem brought his hands together and then thrust out his index fingers like a Buddhist monk in meditation. 3000 Chaos! Salem chanted. At the same time, he turned his head and shot Xia Fei an unfriendly look. Xia Fei had already shot past Salem, his knife thrusting at Law Overlord Water Hung. Boom! Suddenly, space fell into disarray. The Water Hung in front of Xia Fei became countless. It was as if a mirror had shattered, and the person reflected on it had broken apart. This was the skill that Salem had made his name on, the law of spatial transformation. Moonsong's illusions were a skill that could confuse the minds of sapient life forms, but Salem's law of spatial transformation truly divided space into several overlapping parallel spaces. While the 4 heavenly kings of Dragon Ascensions did not have cultivations that were too outrageous, they all had their own unique skills. Many of the students were Law Overlord experts, and there was no way one would be able to suppress them without some ability. The 4 heavenly kings and Hall Master Feng were able to control the students not because of their cultivation but because of their amazing law martial techniques. The sinister Salem had intentionally yielded to Xia Fei, allowing him to jump into the transformed space that had been created. His eyebrows shot up. An extremely powerful energy gathered on Xia Fei's right index finger, the power of the law of primal chaos that could subvert everything. No matter how strong or mysterious the law of spatial transformation was, it was still negligible before the law of primal chaos, for this law specialized in the destruction of other laws. Although Sai had warned Xia Fei to use this law sparingly, a sentiment shared by the gods of black and white, Xia Fei was so enraged that he no longer cared about all that. Rumble! With the use of the law of primal chaos, all other law powers were wiped out. Defying the heavens. Subverting black and white. Plush! Before anyone could understand what was happening, Xia Fei had penetrated through Salem's spatial transformation, and then he pierced through Water Hang's forehead. Bang! Her large and ugly head instantly splattered apart. Like an exploding watermelon, red and white viscera flew everywhere. A second later, the blood crystal plunged into her chest, and a Law Overlord was turned into a shriveled corpse. This is the price for having the gall to hurt my people, said Xia Fei viciously with all the sound and fury of a thunderclap. Shock! Incomparable shock! Xia Fei had killed the Hung siblings in front of Salem. It was simply unbelievable. This fighting hall, which was known as Wind Rain Thunder Lightning, represented the 4 different attributes of attack. Be as omnipresent as the wind, unceasing as the rain, as shocking as thunder, and as swift as lightning. Xia Fei had made this oppressive chain of attacks in less than a second, achieving exactly what was desired from Wind Rain Thunder Lightning. Astonished eyes stared at Xia Fei, the entire Thunder Hall silenced. Beautifully done, excitedly shouted the thoughtless brother Jiga Wolf, oblivious to the prevailing mood. After which, countless resentful gazes instantly forced him to back down. Zanian Feng patted Wolf Shenyi on the shoulder, a bitter look on his face, as if to say, "Brother, just who are you with? Xia Fei just humiliated Dragon Ascension, so why are you praising him for a job well done? Good. You Sky Wings. Not even showing any face to Dragon Ascension." Salem was so furious that his face had turned green. He had probably never been so humiliated in his life. As one of the 4 heavenly kings of Dragon Ascension and the second-ranked chief instructor, he had to just watch as Xia Fei killed one of his students. He might as well have killed Salem himself. Xia Fei put away the blood crystal and glanced at Salem, coldly saying, "Face? If someone touches one of my people, not even a heavenly king can save them. Not killing you is already the face I'm giving to Dragon Ascension." Zing! Salem's ashen complexion gradually turned purple, and his body began to shudder more and more. He pointed a finger at Xia Fei, but he was unable to say a word. "That being the case, I will properly instruct you today." Salem was unwilling to back down, killing intent surging out as he faced off against him. Xia Fei had just as much killing intent. Moreover, the Skywings had a fiendish nature that could leave everyone shaken. Strong. Too strong. Xia Fei is on par with Salem? How is that possible? That's the demon sealing fiendish blade for you. Their inner demon is just too strong. The law overlords all glanced at one another. It was actually quite the coincidence. Dragon Ascension normally did not have these many law overlords present. Almost half of them were gathered here today precisely because today was the exchange day. These experts were the pride of the law realm and were support pillars of their various clans, so they were normally very busy. However, every month, there were always 3 days when the various experts would gather to spar and exchange pointers. Dragon Ascension had such a draw to law overlord geniuses because one could see a rare gathering of experts within its hall. Warriors placed a heavy emphasis on cultivation and an even greater emphasis on sparring. Today, these law overlords had not come in vain. They were able to witness a blood-pumping battle. Though all 3 were level 1 law overlords, Xia Fei had challenged 2 from the Hung clan and instantly killed them. This was with Heavenly King Salem trying to stop him, too. Now, Xia Fei was not even letting Salem go, causing all of the law overlords to hoop and cheer. Many of them were hoping to see Xia Fei fight with Salem. After all, dealing with a super speed warrior was a problem that everyone in the law realm had had trouble with. Xiao Yu clenched her fists, appearing greatly concerned. Before, Xia Fei had insisted on taking her with him, but Xiao Yu had not wanted to leave Snowdrift for fear of adding to his troubles. Unfortunately, she had not imagined that trouble was something that clung onto one like a shadow. She turned to look at Wolf Shenyi. Although she did not know him, she felt that this person was Xia Fei's friend, or else he would not have cheered for Xia Fei and earned looks of disdain from everyone else. Most up-to-date novels are published on audiobook.com. Go and talk brother Xia Fei out of it. I'm fine. Actually, I could have just endured it all and everything will just pass. Doing all that will just make mother angry, said Xiao Yu anxiously. Wolf Shenyi was startled, and he scowled. What do you mean endure it all and let everything pass? Tisk. Are you actually bullied so often? Those hags from the Snowdrift clan, how could they bully a single girl? An icy woman's voice came from the distance. Who's a hag? Whoosh. The crowd parted, allowing Xia and a veiled woman to enter. Mother! Mother! Red Oriole, Autumn Cicada and Xiao Yu immediately got on their knees, calling the old woman mother. In the Snowdrift clan, this elderly woman was the clan head. While the form of address was different, the status she held was the same. The veiled woman, Mei Ting, was the current matriarch of the Snowdrift clan. She was a rather mysterious expert. Salem glanced at Xia, and his face reddened as he bowed. Hall Master. Xia and Mei Ting coldly walked into the center of Thunder Hall, flanking Xia Fei and Salem. Behind them were several Snowdrift warriors and another one of the Heavenly Kings, Busey. Mei Ting paid little attention to Xia Fei, instead staring at Brother Jiga Wolf. Although she was wearing a veil, her sharp gaze still frightened Brother Jiga Wolf. After all, Old Wretch Mei was a figure on par with the old wretch of his clan and was perhaps even older than the Skywing clan's Xia Baiun. Truly, a loose tongue causes a lot of trouble. Brother Jigawolf looked away, regretting his reckless words. Zanian Feng came out of the crowd, his head lowered as he greeted his father. Humph! Xia Feng's face chilled as he coldly said, You truly have gotten older. You've learned how to bring people to your home so that they could mess up your household. These were serious words, and Zanian Feng trembled, his eyes dimming. Xia Fei did not care. He strode over to Xiao Yu and immediately pulled her up. The girl panicked, for a Snowdrift who did not kneel before the matriarch would be harshly punished. Starting from today, you won't be kneeling to anyone, said Xia Fei gently yet firmly, seemingly talking to Mei Ting. Sure enough, Mei Ting frowned and harshly rebuked, Kneel. Xiao Yu shuddered and hastily tried to kneel again, but Xia Fei's arm held her up and prevented her from doing so. Kneel. Can you not hear my words? Mei Ting spoke in shrilly. Since when have the Skywings gained the privilege to interfere in the business of my Snowdrift clan? Xia Fei loudly laughed, arrogance written all over his face. He pointed at Mei Ting's nose and said, "You hag, listen up. Xiao Yu is mine." Chapter 854, A Dangerous Situation. You hag, listen up. Xiao Yu is mine. Xia Fei's attitude was very unreasonable, and he pointed at Mei Ting's nose as he spoke. The Thunder Hall instantly fell silent, with everyone's jaw going slack. Mei Ting was the matriarch of the Snowdrifts, representing the interests of the entire clan. Xia Fei's words were not just aimed at Mei Ting but also at all of the Snowdrifts. Wolf Shenyi grabbed Xia Fei and whispered into his ear, "Don't go too far. If you can't do what you say, then when Xiao Yu goes back, she won't have a good time. From what I can tell, Xiao Yu doesn't seem to be treated very well in the Snowdrift clan." Xia Fei glanced at Xiao Yu in surprise and nodded. It was not a big action, but it was one made with incomparable resolve. Today's incident had explained everything. If the Snowdrift clan had truly cared about Xiao Yu, they would not have let her fight against a law overlord, who was many times more powerful than her. Though it was just a mock battle, the blood coming from the corner of Xiao Yu's mouth and her internal injuries were not fake. This small matter had exposed everything. The Skywings were a clan that protected their own, but the Snowdrifts were not. No matter what, Xia Fei had made up his mind. Even if he had to make an enemy of the entire Law realm, he would take Xiao Yu from this place. At this thought, Xia Fei suddenly relaxed. His characteristic crafty smile appeared on his lips, and his inner demon condensed further. Mei Ting was furious. This old wretch had always believed herself to be elegant and graceful, but after being insulted by Xia Fei, all of that elegance and grace disappeared, revealing the poison underneath. Gritting her teeth, Mei Ting coldly remarked, "Who do you think you are? You don't have the right to speak here. If you have something to say, then go and find Xia Baiun. I'd like to see how he handles this matter." It was an excellent use of status. This was enough to stomp Xia Fei to the ground. After all, Mei Ting was the Snowdrift matriarch, while Xia Fei was just an ordinary member of the Skywing clan. Although he had a special status in his clan, the Godwing of his generation and the lone wolf of the wolf pack formation, Xia Fei still did not have the right to represent the Skywings in a talk with another clan head. Quzhen Feng coldly snorted and said, "Xia Fei, I appreciate your talent, but this girl clearly is a member of the Snowdrift clan and not someone you can take away on a whim. Are you going to cause another war over this?" An old ginger was spicier than new ginger, and Quzhen Feng's words directly attacked Xia Fei's weak point. Dragging the Skywings into war seemed to be Xia Fei's illness. Last time, because of him, the Skywings had gone crazy and declared war on the Moonwards, and it ultimately led to the entire clan going to war against the old god cult and the primordial sect. This incident had made Xia Fei feel extremely grateful but also made him determined to avoid trouble so as not to drag in the other 50,000 Skywing members. In the past, Xia Fei had always borne the consequences of his actions alone. At worst, he would have just started again. Now, his status had changed, and all of the Skywings had to bear the consequences with him. If things today went wrong, that old monster up there might just declare that he would exterminate the Snowdrifts. This was something he was completely capable of doing, but Xia Fei did not hope to see this. He had no reason to drag in his clan because of his personal affairs. Ha 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 ha. To everyone's surprise, Xia Fei loudly laughed. He stroked his hand across his spatial ring and took out the demonic wing token, which bore his clan's insignia. The demonic wing token. No way. Is it another war? Everyone was stunned, and even Quzhen Feng and Mei Ting felt their blood chilling. The demonic wing token was far too frightening. Once it was used, only one side could live. The Skywings were all crazy, and there was nothing in this universe that they would not be willing to do. To their surprise, Xia Fei gave the demonic wing token to brother Jiga Wolf, who shuddered in fright but still managed to keep his grip on it. He held onto it as if the thing were a baby, not even daring to breathe too hard. Everyone was confused and wondered what Xia Fei was doing, but in the spatial ring, Oro had a helpless expression. It was clear to him that Xia Fei was about to have another one of his bouts of insanity, probably the worst one to date. This chapter is updated by readnovel.com. Turning his head, Xia Fei sternly said, "Starting from today, I, Xia Fei, voluntarily withdraw from the Skywings. All my actions have nothing to do with the clan. Zing. Everyone now understood. Xia Fei was taking on this problem all by himself, placing the burden of responsibility entirely upon his shoulders. Whoosh! Hot tears ran down Xiao Yu's face. Having a man who took responsibility was incredibly moving for a woman. Xia Fei was willing to withdraw from the sky wings for her sake. This affection was heavy, heavier than the heavens. On the side, sorrow suddenly appeared on Autumn Cicada's aloof and transcendent face. She was at the age where she would start to think about love, and Xia Fei was where Autumn Cicada's seeds of emotion had first started to sprout. Though she was unwilling to admit it, Xia Fei truly did have a place in her heart. The minds of women were difficult to fathom. At this moment, Autumn Cicada felt like life was boring, for there was no other man in the universe who could be like Xia Fei and treat his woman with such resolution. Not just Autumn Cicada, all the women present were affected by Xia Fei's action and felt a hint of passion in their hearts, surreptitiously paying attention to him. This seemingly ordinary man seemed to have suddenly grown taller compared to everyone else present. Farther off was a girl with a dazzled and blank expression. It was none other than Mu Fuping. Exchange Day was when all the scions of the great clans came to Dragon Ascension, and Mu Fuping was no exception. Together with her was the old master of the Mu clan, Mu Qiun. Mu Qiun did not like Xia Fei that much. He had long ago learned that Xia Fei would be coming to report to Dragon Ascension today, so he had decided to accompany Mu Fuping, afraid that his beloved granddaughter would run into Xia Fei. His face paled as he patted Mu Fuping on the shoulder, not saying a word. In truth, Mu Qiun had already understood his mistake. He thought that Xia Fei was some madman of an unknown background who had muddled his way into the Skywings, but reality had proven that even if Xia Fei did manage to muddle his way into the Skywings, he fit right in among those lunatics. In order not to drag down his clan, Xia Fei had verbally renounced them, preferring to stand alone against the powerful snowdrifts. In this dangerous low realm, numerous people were racking their minds for a way to get into the Skywings, but Xia Fei left it so easily. How many people in the universe were capable of doing this? Mu Qiun believed that the future husband for his granddaughter needed to be a genius, at least a law overlord, so that they could quickly reach the god race. Mu Qiun himself did not go to the god race because he could not stop being anxious about Mu Fuping and was worried that he would no longer be able to see his granddaughter. However, in this aspect, he was wrong again. Xia Fei was not just a genius but one that other geniuses envied, too. The one who had advanced to Law Overlord this morning was not Xia Yu, Xia Xing or Xia Moran but the Black Horse, Xia Fei. This advancement speed was even faster than the Law of Speed. Lastly, Mu Qiun felt like any candidate for the marriage of his precious granddaughter had to be a righteous person. In this aspect, he had been incredibly off the mark. Xia Fei had resolutely thrown away everything for the sake of Xiao Yu, a girl he had come across by chance. Xia Fei had promised to protect two women. The first was Avril, and he had done it. Heedless of the costs, he had absurdly pulled it off, and he promised to do the same for Xiao Yu. Xia Fei was normally loath to make promises, but when he did make promises, he would carry them out even if he ended up dead. There was nothing to be done. The unreasonable Xia Fei was just infuriatingly stubborn about some things. HAAA. Mu Qiun sighed. Today, he had seen that Xia Fei met all the conditions to be the groom for his granddaughter, and he had met all the conditions perfectly, too. Alas, there was one thing that Mu Qiun had not expected. Xia Fei, this perfect groom, simply did not have much affection for his own granddaughter. All these girls were fantasizing and admiring Xia Fei for being a dutiful and responsible man, but Mei Ting in her abnormal mind refused to accept this. Mei Ting had never loved anyone, and she refused to marry, too. In her eyes, all men reeked, even though Xia Fei had taken a bath this morning and did not smell at all. With a mirthless laugh, Mei Ting shook her head. If you were with the Skywings, I would be a little afraid, but now that you've left the Skywings, I'm even more unwilling to let you take away Xiao Yu. That's because you don't have the privilege to negotiate. What a vicious woman, you talk about status and then you turn around and talk about privilege. No wonder you're never able to get married. Brother Jigawolf mentally grumbled. I will take my people away no matter what. Xia Fei gravely said. If it's about privilege, will I get the privilege once I kill you? Ha 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 ha. Mei Ting's laugh made one's hair stand on end. With a sinister smile on her face, she said, Idiot. You can't kill me. Plus, even if you do succeed in killing me, you'll just make yourself an enemy of the entire Lore realm. Who made you withdraw from the Skywings on your own? Without the big tree of the Skywing clan, you're a nobody. Mei Ting rubbed her hands as if she were squashing an ant. Suddenly, she frowned, for she had found that Xia Fei was completely unmoved by her words. He grabbed Xiao Yu with one hand and made to leave. Anyone who gets in my way dies. Xia Fei's words were as simple as they could be. Whoosh! These words had an intimidating effect, and the crowd parted to let him and Xiao Yu through. Mei Ting's face became icy cold. She absolutely abhorred Xia Fei's arrogant attitude. Qu Feng was also angry over how Xia Fei had wounded the dignity of Dragon Ascension. As for Salem, he was even more positively livid. Xia Fei, you're making an enemy of the entire Lore realm, you know. Qu Feng shouted. I don't care. Xia Fei crisply replied. Qu Feng, Mei Ting, and Salem exchanged glances and then the three of them attacked the young man at the same time. Qu Feng was the master of Dragon Ascension, a level 7 Law Overlord, and Mei Ting was the Snowdrift Matriarch, a level 5 Law Overlord. As for Heavenly King Salem, he was also a level 5 Law Overlord. The situation was dangerous. The Wind Garden. Xia Zonghai was pulled out of his training chamber by Xia Wei. Wei, I'm training. Why did you drag me out? Xia Zonghai grumbled. Xia Zonghai, who had been feeling frustrated over Xia Fei's lightning-fast advancement to Law Overlord, was determined to focus all his strength on cultivation. He was determined not to lose to Xia Fei. Your older brother is here, said Wei with a smile. Xia Guanghai, didn't he go up? Asked Xia Zonghai in shock. He did not sound too happy to see his older brother. While all the Skywings were unreasonable to some extent, some were particularly unreasonable. Xia Fei was one, and Xia Zonghai's older brother was another. It was only when Xia Guanghai had gone off to the god race that Xia Zonghai was able to escape the sea of suffering and no longer needed to be bullied by his older brother. Thus, Xia Zonghai shivered when he heard that his brother was back from the god race. Going to the front courtyard, Xia Zonghai grimaced as he looked at the scarred man before him. He asked, Brother, why are you here? Bang! Xia Guanghai kicked Xia Zonghai in the butt and laughed. Take that! I can't believe you'd be unhappy meeting your big brother. Looking around the Wind Garden, Xia Guanghai sighed. The Wind Garden is still the best. Unfortunately, I can't stay too long. Hurry up and call over both Xia Tian and Xia Fei. I'm going to take them up. To where? Asked Xia Zonghai in confusion. What are you even saying? To the god race, of course. They're both pretty lucky. The old Undying had personally selected the two of them. Not even Xia Baiyun gets this treatment. Xia Guanghai spread apart his arms. I came down here precisely to pick them up. Chapter 855, A member of the god race. What are you even saying? To the god race, of course. They're both pretty lucky. The old Undying had personally selected the two of them. Not even Xia Baiyun gets this treatment. Xia Guanghai spread apart his arms. I came down here precisely to pick them up. Wei appeared very excited, animatedly blurting out, That's wonderful. Masters Tian and Fei are going up early. This is a great opportunity. So many people have dreamed of reaching the highest plane on this part of the universe but have been unable to. Masters Fei and Tian are still very young and have limitless potential. It's particularly true for Master Fei. He's only just returned to the Skywing clan recently, yet he's already a Law Overlord. Now, he has a chance to get close to the highest level. His speed is even faster than a rocket. Wei normally did not talk a lot, so it was clear that he was sincerely happy for Xia Fei and Xia Tian, praising them endlessly. Xia Zonghai was startled at first, but then he slapped his thighs, a look of disappointment on his face. Xia Fei surpassing him and passing through the Law Overlord heavenly threshold already made him sad enough. Who knew that he would also be selected by the Grand Ancestor to enter the God race early? In one go, he had stepped into the highest level on this side of the universe. Truly, comparison could kill a man from anger. Xia Zonghai felt more and more frustrated and could not help but repeatedly sigh. Xia Guanghai smiled naughtily. Walking up to Xia Zonghai, slap slap. He gave his brother's head 2 slaps and chuckled. My good brother, you don't need to be too disappointed. As long as you diligently practice, you'll be able to be as strong as Xia Fei one day. At which point, your entry to the God race will be a given. Zing! It would have been fine if Xia Guanghai had not said anything. Now that Xia Zonghai had heard his older brother's consolation, he became so angry that his face turned green. It must be understood that Xia Zonghai was the one who had dragged Xia Fei into the Skywing clan, and now he had to learn from Xia Fei? Emulate him? How absurd was this? Laughter resounded throughout the Wind Garden. While Xia Guanghai was unreasonable, he was known for being quite the clan comedian. In just a short while, he had Wei laughing with him. Wei was beloved by everyone in the clan, and Xia Guanghai also treated him with a lot of respect. Let alone amusing the old man, he had even brought him a lot of gifts. New novel chapters are published on audiobook.com. Alas, just like before, no matter how many gifts there was none for Xia Zonghai, making this younger brother very depressed. All right. Young Master Guanghai, please wait here. I will have someone call back Masters Fei and Tian, said Wei while squinting his eyes. At this moment, one of the Skywing spies rushed into the Wind Garden, heedless of the rules. Panic was written all over his face. Bad news. Master Fei is being attacked by Superior Law Overlord Feng, Snowdrift Matriarch Meiting, and Dragon Ascension Heavenly King Salem inside Dragon Ascension, the spy urgently reported. Zing! The Wind Garden practically exploded, and Xia Guanghai's eyes instantly turned red. Say that again, demanded Xia Guanghai, his black hair standing on end. He was clearly furious. So furious that he was about to explode. Master Fei is being attacked by Superior Law Overlord Feng, Snowdrift Matriarch Meiting, and Dragon Ascension Heavenly King Salem inside Dragon Ascension. Arg! Xia Guanghai let out a furious bellow, exploding with killing intent. He was one of the most unreasonable members of the Skywings, and not even the God race had been able to correct him. Next to him, Wei and Xia Zonghai also exploded with rage. What was the supreme rule of the Skywings? Protect their own. Even if they must die. Meiting, Salem, Feng, Xia Guanghai coldly muttered, his eyes erupting with sharp light. Clenching his teeth, he declared, I'll kill them. Rumble. The roof of the Thunder Hall came off. 4 people flew out. Fiercely clashing, they ascended into the clouds. Oh! Furbal's little eyes turned red as he spat out an energy beam. Like a heaven-soaring pillar, it pursued Salem. Ever since he got promoted to level 5, Furbal had been able to use this sort of continuous attack to destroy his enemies. It was akin to a never-ending laser, while lasers had to stop to cool down after reaching high temperatures, Furbal's attacks never needed to stop. Exotic beasts loyally protected their masters to the death. Furbal knew that Xia Fei was facing a difficult trial, so he liberally released his energy, using 120% of his power to fight with Salem. Salem was a practitioner of the law of spatial transformation, and his greatest skill was to throw his enemies into bizarre multiplanar spaces and making them get lost. While Furbal had small eyes, they were extremely sharp. No matter how Salem transformed space, he could not escape Furbal's attacks and was being endlessly pursued. Rumble. On the other end, Xia Fei and Peacock Blue worked together to hold off Feng and Meiting. Feng and Meiting had been planning to use numerical advantage to defeat Xia Fei, but only when they actually started fighting did they realize that Xia Fei had an absurd level of power for a level 1 law overlord. Even though the two of them were working together, they had no means of ending this battle quickly. This was especially the case due to Xia Fei's bizarre physical agility. In the secluded springs, he had learned the 800 night steps of the extinct Nighthawk clan, making his movements even more bizarre. Coupled with his incredibly rule-defying crafty approach, his movements were simply unfathomable. However, Feng and Meiting still had their superior cultivation. Xia Fei was able to avoid all their attacks, but he found it hard to make an effective counterattack, so he was in a rather passive position. Furbal was very smart. He knew that Salem's spatial transformation would disrupt Xia Fei's concentration and prevent him from fully focusing on the enemy, so he put his all into chasing down Salem doggedly. Salem was not a berserk fighter like Busey. He was a specialist in the law of spatial transformation and was good at encircling the enemy first and then striking, but Furbal's endless attacks gave him no chance to counter, so for the moment, Salem was suppressed. However, Xia Fei knew that while Furbal's continuous attacks were powerful, they consumed an incredible amount of energy. The moment Furbal's energy ran out, Salem would be able to find his chance. Would Furbal care about such things when protecting his master, though? Even if he exhausted his life, Furbal would not complain. This was an exotic beast, loyal to the end. Everyone was dumbfounded at this sight. Even the most optimistic person had not imagined that Xia Fei would be able to last against 3 law overlords. Not only had he not died, he was even able to counterattack. What sort of heaven-defying ability was this? Is this what a skywing is? Asked a warrior in absolute shock. If all of the skywings are like this, then I'll never want to make an enemy of those madmen. Wolf Shenyi's eyes flashed. He can fight like this not merely because he's a skywing, but also because he's Xia Fei of that clan of lunatics. Wolf Shenyi seemed very proud that Xia Fei was his friend. Xiao Yu was not that optimistic. She was grateful that Xia Fei had become so angry because of her, but she did not feel good seeing him facing such difficult opponents. Suddenly, high in the sky, there was a new development. Xia Fei's speed slowed abruptly, his body no longer moving as agilely and his face pale. It seemed like he had reached the limits of his body. Xia Fei had to keep moving around in this clash of experts. Movement and more movement. Constant movement at more than 500,000 meters per second. This was naturally a very taxing endeavor. It was already amazing enough that Xia Fei could last against 3 law overlords for this long. For his speed to plunge from 500,000 to 200,000 made sense. A chance. Quzhen Feng and Mei Ting were startled at first. They were just wondering what to do about Xia Fei's incredible speed when his speed suddenly dropped. This was exactly the moment they had been waiting for. The two waved their hands, sending out a dense barrage of law attacks. The two of them used their strongest attacks. He's dead for sure. The dignity of Dragon Ascension can't be blasphemed. Mei Ting and Quzhen Feng mentally remarked as they clenched their teeth. However, on the other side, Xia Fei coldly laughed, and his dropping speed suddenly rose again. Without any warning, his speed instantly reached 1 million. At the same time, the rainbow energy ball in his 7th brain region was completely unleashed. A massive amount of energy was released. It restored Xia Fei's dried-up reserves and brought his speed to an absurd level. Ah! Mei Ting and Quzhen Feng paled in shock. They knew nothing about the secret in Xia Fei's brain region and had no idea about his hidden trump card. His crazy trump card. Bang! Xia Fei made a curved arc of light in the sky, avoiding the attacks of Mei Ting and Quzhen Feng and approaching them at the crazy speed of 1 million meters per second. Falling leaves of twin decimation. The law of primal chaos was unleashed. Xia Fei thrust out his palms at Mei Ting and Quzhen Feng. His speed was simply too fast. Even with their impressive ability, Mei Ting and Quzhen Feng could not dodge this attack. All they could do at that point was to rely on their supreme techniques to try and block Xia Fei's attack. Rumble. A massive explosion rang like a thunderclap. Enough to shatter the stars and moon. Everyone covered their ears to protect them, their faces turning ghastly pale as they looked up. This was an absurd and fantastical sight. Xia Fei's counterattack had succeeded. The three figures shot in 3 different directions. Xia Fei had single-handedly heavily injured 2 law overlords. Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. At this moment, there was another bizarre development. A dark silhouette shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, moving even faster than Xia Fei when he had been empowered by his rainbow energy ball. Bang! 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 3 punches. Only 3. Quzhen Feng, Mei Ting, and Salem were all sent flying by Xia Guanghai. No one could tell how he had attacked, only that the 3 law overlords vomited blood and fell to the ground. These were 3 brutal punches that left each of the 3 law overlords half dead. You're a member of the god race. Why are you interfering in law realm affairs? Mei Ting was the first to realize who this newcomer was. She clambered to her feet and pointed at Xia Guanghai. Plush! As she spoke, she vomited another large mouthful of blood. Salem and Quzhen Feng also viciously glared at Xia Guanghai. According to the rules, the god race could not interfere in the affairs of the law realm. They were waiting for Xia Guanghai to give a reason. Xia Fei has already received the transfer order to head to the god race. Xia Guanghai waved his fist in front of the 3 and coldly said, he's already a member of the god race. Let alone hitting you, I could even kill you today if I wanted to. Salem, Quzhen Feng, and Mei Ting had never expected that Xia Fei would already no longer be part of the law realm, that an exception had been made for him, and that he had already been promoted to the god race. Attacking the god race? Even a fool knew the consequences of that. Zing! The 3 law overlords instantly turned deathly pale. Chapter 856, God King's Transfer Order. The God Race? Xia Fei needs to go up now. It couldn't be. He's only just become a law overlord. According to the rules, unless he possesses extraordinary abilities, he has to wait until he reaches Super Law Overlord. Hey, the Sky Wings are the demon sealing fiendish blade. Those above might be giving face by letting Xia Fei go up. Maybe the war really is about to start. I heard that a lot of people have been going up recently. Dragon Ascension erupted in a hubbub, everyone chattering about what might be going on. Criticism occupied the mainstream, the vast majority of the crowd believing the Xia Fei had been able to enter the god race mostly because of the Skywings. After all, the reputation of the demon sealing fiendish blade had been too powerful as of late, and everyone wanted to avoid its edge. Salem, Xia Fei, and Mei Ting felt their brains buzzing. Attacking the god race was no ordinary crime. In the worst case, they would lose their heads. They truly did not understand how Xia Fei could have been the one to break through the Law Overlord heavenly threshold last night. The one picked today to enter the god race had also been Xia Fei. It was as if Xia Fei had taken all the good things for himself. I don't believe it, said Xia Fei in frustration. Xia Fei has just become a Law Overlord. How can he have the qualifications to enter the god race already? Mei Ting concurred. Right. This might be another trick played by you, Skywings. If I ever find out that you fabricated the will of those above, I won't spare you. They were unwilling to take this lying down, so they cast doubts on Xia Guanghai. As Xia Fei listened, he was utterly confused. He truly wanted to get into the god race as quickly as possible so that he could get closer to the mysterious cosmic gate, the Ark, Fig Corporation, Hall of Valor, and other such things, but this promotion was a little too fast. Cha! Xia Guanghai glared and then rolled up his sleeves. As one of the famously unreasonable members of the Skywings, Xia Guanghai had gone to the god race long ago. He cared little about the likes of Xia Fei and Mei Ting. At this moment, a deep voice thundered out of the heavens. Just a bunch of idiots who won't shed tears till they see their coffins. That was when three elders walked through the air, anger apparent on their faces. Dragon Ascension Martial Hall had descended into turmoil once more. Xia Guanghai was from the god race, as were these three elders. In the space of a few minutes, 4 experts of the god race had come one after another. There had been that soul-stirring battle before this, too. Everyone had suffered an immense shock today. The 3 elders came to Xia Guanghai's side and slightly nodded at him. Xia Guanghai's mouth twisted in anger as he pointed at the 3 law overlords on the ground. His meaning was obvious: these scoundrels attacked the god race. Deal with them as you will. These 3 were from the god race's Hall of Ultimate Law, the equivalent to the White Horse Constellation's Law Enforcement Board. Of course, while the Hall of Ultimate Law was concerned with law and discipline, it was like the Law Enforcement Board in the White Horse Constellation to ordinary warriors. While the Law Enforcement Board existed, it did not dare to concern itself with the matters of powerful clans like the Skywings or the Withered Muse. The leader of these 3 elders was a thin and shriveled-up old man. He stroked his black beard, his eyes gleaming as he exuded majesty. Even daring to touch the god race, you've got guts. The old man coldly snorted. He did not speak too loudly, but his voice stabbed through the hearts of Xia Fei and the others like a sword, the 3 of them turning even paler. You understand the rules, so I won't explain them to you, said the old man in a sinister voice. Xia Fei is immediately removed from his post as Dragon Ascension's Hall Master. With his subordinate Salem, he is to go to the Hall of Ultimate Law immediately so that he can receive judgment. Dragon Ascension Martial Hall shall be temporarily in the hands of Chief Instructor Busey. Snowdrift Matriarch Mei Ting has proven herself to be lacking in fairness when it comes to managing the clan. As she lacks the strength to support the clan, the god race doesn't recognize her as matriarch. She is to head to the Hall of Ultimate Law immediately so that she can receive judgment. The next matriarch is to be decided by the Snowdrift clan. Xia Fei, Salem, and Mei Ting were dumbfounded. No one had expected for the god race to levy such a heavy punishment. Besides being removed from their posts, they needed to head over to the Hall of Ultimate Law so that they could receive judgment. There was little chance of a good outcome from this. Mei Ting suddenly bellowed, "This isn't fair. Xia Fei has only reached Law Overlord recently. What right does he have to become a member of the god race? I demand a ruling." Xia Guanghai smirked. "What's wrong with being a level 1 Law Overlord? The 3 of you have rather high cultivation, but put together, you still can't beat Xia Fei. He's part of the Skywings. You ants can't compare to him." Xia Guanghai's words made Mei Ting and the others instantly redden in the face. To tell the truth, Xia Guanghai was making a baseless claim. Xia Fei had barely been able to maintain a stalemate with the three, but in Xia Guanghai's mouth, it sounded like he would have had an easy victory over the three law overlords. Alas, Mei Ting and the other two did not have the face to reply. That the three of them had been unable to take down Xia Fei was in itself an extremely humiliating affair. Good, good, good. You want a ruling, so I'll give you a ruling. The elder from the Hall of Ultimate Law said good 3 times in a row, appearing extremely enraged. He had already explained everything very clearly, yet Mei Ting still insisted on her unreasonable insistence. She clearly did not have faith in the Hall of Ultimate Law. Whoosh! The elder took out a paper that shone with a golden light and waved it in front of the woman, loudly declaring, "This is a transfer order personally signed and issued by the Hall of God Kings. If you don't believe me, open this letter and read its content yourself." The elder offered it, but Mei Ting, Salem, and Xia Fei did not dare to take it. Hall of God King's transfer order. Aren't transfer orders normally issued by the Hall of Ultimate Grandeur? What do you know? This is understood as the God King's special endorsement. Meaning, Xia Fei's transfer order didn't pass through the Hall of Ultimate Grandeur, so it was sent to the Palace of Gods, where their majesties, the God Kings that personally approved it. You're saying that those old wretches of the Palace of Gods have already acknowledged Xia Fei? This was an immensely shocking piece of news. The moment they realized that Xia Fei's transfer order had not been handled by the usual Hall of Ultimate Grandeur, but by the higher Palace of Gods instead, all of Dragon Ascension Martial Hall erupted in shock and awe. Hall of God Kings was where the law gods worked. It was acknowledged to be the center of supreme authority in the god race. Only the strongest old monsters in the entire universe had the privilege to enter it. Everyone intensely looked at Xia Fei with eyes full of admiration and envy. Xia Fei bitterly smiled and shook his head, indicating that he did not need to see the transfer order. He had lost this round without question. Xia Fei and Salem were both men, and while they had their complaints, they did not openly voice them. In contrast, the petty Mei Ting was truly a shrew. She suddenly recalled that Xia Fei had voluntarily withdrawn from the Sky Wings. Gritting her teeth, she prepared to make trouble for Xia Fei. However, at this moment, an icy voice suddenly sounded in Mei Ting's head. "Shut your mouth. This content is taken from freehuanovel.cm. Sacred Mother." Mei Ting was stunned. She had heard this voice before. It was from the founder of the Snowdrift clan, the legendary woman known as the Sacred Mother. "I won't stop you if you want to kill yourself, but don't drag down the Snowdrift clan with you. Smarten up. By attacking the god race, you've already offended those old monsters. If you keep talking, no one will be able to save you," the Sacred Mother harshly rebuked. Her eyes dimmed, and Mei Ting finally lowered her proud head, saying no more. The three of them were like roosters that had lost a cockfight, all in a miserable state. The elder from the Hall of Ultimate Law turned to Xia Guanghai and sternly said, "I trust that you have no objections to this." Xia Guanghai cunningly shrugged, replying with disdain in his voice, "What's the point of asking me? Just ask the old undying of my clan directly." The elder put on a helpless expression. Whenever the old monster of the Sky Wings was mentioned, everyone in the god race would get a headache. He made up his mind to handle this matter beautifully, or else that old monster would start raising a fuss, for which he was bound to suffer. Xia Fei went up to Xia Guanghai and tried to say as softly as possible, "Since animosity has already fomented, so why don't?" Xia Guanghai was startled, and he looked at the young Xia Fei in surprise and laughed. "Kid, it seems that you're even fiercer than I am." Xia Fei said nothing. In his mind, anyone who was an enemy must be killed, particularly those who still bore resentment. Xia Guanghai pulled Xia Fei to the side and whispered, "You think that I don't want to kill them? This is all the will of the old undying. These fellows are no different from ants. We can kill them whenever we want, but keeping them around makes them available as bargaining chips. The old undying is still counting on extracting a fortune out of them. Kid, don't say that I didn't warn you about the severe consequences foiling our ancestors' plan." Xia Fei was immediately rendered speechless. It turned out that the old monster of the Skywing clan was going to use this matter for extortion. Xia Fei had always regarded that grand ancestor, whom he had yet to meet, as a hallowed existence, and he had never taken him to be someone so sinister. The incident came to a close with the toppling of 3 law overlords, but rumors quickly began to spread. It was only a few minutes later that all of the Law realm knew. After traveling through countless mouths, Xia Fei's image as a monster was magnified once more. These various rumors made Xia Fei an enigmatic figure, and the fury he had felt over a beautiful woman made the hearts of countless girls rapidly thump. While Xia Fei had come to the Law realm in a very inconspicuous manner, he would be leaving it an eternal legend with this departure of his. It probably would not be surpassed for many, many years. The Wind Garden. Wu was delighted to see Xiao Yu and served her countless snacks and fruit. Even Furball tried his best to cozy up to Xiao Yu, refusing to leave her side. Xiao Yu was just this sort of likable person. While Avril was a little unruly, Xiao Yu was a purely obedient young lady. Xia Guanghai called Xia Fei into the study. The bespectacled Xia Tian was already there. He was not too surprised that he would be departing from the Law realm, as he had already guessed that this would happen sooner or later, but he had not expected that Xia Fei would be the one leaving with him. In addition, he was rather shocked that Xia Fei had reached Law Overlord in one night. The two of you, get ready, we'll be leaving soon, Xia Guanghai calmly said. So soon? Xia Fei was startled. He still had a lot of business he needed to attend to. He had an agreement with Oro, the time to kill him had come. In addition, he still had the ultimate inheritance at Rock Private Bank to take care of. He also wanted to check in on Avril and the robots within the Hidden Realm. After all, in the God Race, he would get a chance to visit the Fig Corporation, where Radix, the king of mechs, might be. Xia Guanghai glanced at Xia Fei and smiled. The old Undying has a special plan for you. If you have matters to settle, you can come a few days later, but Xia Tian must go today. Xia Tian firmly nodded, excitement in his eyes. Xia Fei pursed his lips and pondered on what awaited him. Xia Guanghai had had a sly smile on his face when he said special. This did not seem to be a good omen. After a brief pause, Xia Guanghai whispered, "Do you know why you are being transferred up in such a rush?" Xia Fei and Xia Tian shook their heads to indicate that they did not understand. A war might be starting soon, Xia Guanghai softly said, a cold glint in his eyes. Chapter 857, Heritage and the Turbulence. In the past, Oro had always been urging Xia Fei to kill him, but now that the transfer order had come down and Xia Fei was really going off to the God Race, Oro had suddenly grown very quiet. "How do you want to die?" asked Xia Fei with a smile. All of his previous melancholia had been swept away. The news that he had been promoted to the God Race instantly made him feel much lighter. Oro pursed his lips. "Anything is fine as long as you don't use the blood crystal. That thing is far too heaven-defying. I can't take it." Xia Fei feigned difficulty, shaking his head as he sinisterly said, "That won't do. It's not like you can use this body of yours again. Wasting all that cultivation will be such a pity. Why don't I use the blood crystal to half-kill you and then finish you off with a palm?" Oro had initially been very calm, but when he heard this, he almost jumped out of his ice coffin. "Kid, aren't you too cruel? What cultivation do I still have? If I had any cultivation, do you think I would still be imprisoned by the law of ternary spectrum? In light of our relationship of more than 2 years, you should at least grant me a swift death." Xia Fei chuckled. "Don't be nervous. I was just joking with you. I'm truly reluctant to let you go. How about this? Why don't you accompany me to the Pan-Human Alliance first, as well as to Rock Private Bank to get the Atlantean inheritance, and then I'll kill you." Finally, Oro's eyes flashed. Doing all this stuff would take just a few days. The day he had been waiting for was so close, and the old demon could not help but be excited. Whoosh! The spatial gate activated, and Xia Fei brought Xiao Yu to the Half Moon Hill Villa. Avril was startled by the sight of Xiao Yu, but then she squinted and naughtily smiled. Pinching Xia Fei's arm, she said, "I always wondered why you weren't that happy whenever I mentioned Nicole. Turns out that you're already hiding such a pretty little girl." Xiao Yu had left the earth at a very young age and had lived in a pure female-only environment, so her face instantly reddened. Dropping her head, she shot a glance at Xia Fei. Xia Fei frowned. Getting close to Avril, he said, "Don't speak nonsense. She's Xiao Yu, our little sister." Avril was shocked. Xia Fei had mentioned the matter of Xiao Yu to Avril more than once. It was one of his major concerns. "Sister Xiao Yu, I'm sorry." Avril immediately grabbed the other girl's hand as she repeatedly apologized. Xiao Yu had been kidnapped at a very young age, so the kind-hearted Avril would never let her suffer the slightest injustice. She immediately became incredibly affectionate, pulling her along and beginning to talk about family life. "We will all be family in the future, but let's go back to Earth first. It has been a long time since you saw your family, so you must dearly miss them, said Xia Fei, lighting a cigarette. Avril hastily said, right. Let's first take Sister Xiao Yu home. Earth was not just Xiao Yu's home, it was also Xia Fei's. Although Xia Fei was now a member of the Skywings, in his heart, he had only one real home, this planet Earth where he grew up. He had Avril go to Earth with them both to bring Xiao Yu home and also because Xia Fei badly missed this home planet of his. There was nothing to be done. The Chinese always had a strange attachment to home and would start missing it no matter where they went. Spatial gates were truly fast. In a flash, the three of them had arrived on Earth. Xiao Yu did not seem very comfortable. Earth had gone through large-scale reconstruction and was no longer what it used to be. The streets were wide and open, shaded by green trees, and there was not even one speck of pollution. Xia Fei's quantum holdings was supreme within the Pan-Human Alliance, and reconstructing Earth was child's play for it. In the past, the people of the other systems within the Alliance would laugh at Earth for being backward, but now, the prosperity of Earth had those short-sighted people exploding with envy. Even the capital of Venal was far inferior to the beauty of Earth, which was now the undisputed #1 planet in the Pan-Human Alliance. Earth was beautiful, and Xiao Yu's home was simply gorgeous. On the outskirts of Hangzhou was a massive garden, the entirety of which was home to her family. It was so beautiful that it looked like it was out of a fairy tale. Xiao Yu was grateful to Xia Fei for taking care of her family all these years. She said that, after living with them for a while, she would go to Half Moon Hill Villa and accompany Avril. Xia Fei knew that she wanted to fulfill the role of bodyguard for Avril. There was not anything bad about this. Xiao Yu and Avril were both very young and were certain to be good conversation partners. Moreover, Xia Fei spent most of his time out, so he would be able to rest easier if Xiao Yu and Avril were together. The good days went by quickly, and 3 days soon passed. Besides spending time with Avril, Xia Fei had taken a trip to the Hidden Realm. Phantom and Sophie had not made any progress. Sophie requested that Xia Fei search for any information that he could get on Radix when he arrived in the God Race, and Xia Fei readily agreed. Rock Private Bank. The bank employee inspected Xia Fei's transfer order and then looked at him in speechless shock. This was the first time in his life that he was seeing a direct transfer order from the Palace of Gods. In the well-sealed super VIP room, the employee presented a rather small box. After which, he respectfully departed. Xia Fei smiled. I've finally received the final inheritance of the Atlanteans. I wonder what's inside. Oro replied, do you even need to ask? It can't be anything bad. After all, this is an entire clan we're talking about. There must be 3 great treasures. The box was not large, half a meter square. Xia Fei pressed the buttons on both sides to open it. Inside were 3 items. A ring, an ancient book, and a scroll. Xia Fei first took that thick and ancient book. The book took up 90% of the box's space, almost completely filling it. Flipping it over, Xia Fei raised his eyebrow in delight. It was none other than the book for the last 3 stages of the Beast Spirit Codex. The Beast Spirit Codex was one of Xia Fei's hidden trump cards. Without this codex on exotic beasts, Xia Fei would never have been able to tame Furble and sign a blood contract with a holy beast Shatterstar. Finally! I finally have it! Xia Fei cried in surprise, waving around his free arm in excitement. Smiling, Xia Fei placed this codex in his spatial ring. He was still busy cultivating, so he would start studying it once he went to the God Race. Xia Fei then picked up that spatial ring in the box. Stroking it, he sent his consciousness inside and found that it was packed with origin crystals, all of them blue. Grade 6 origin crystals. Xia Fei was startled and quickly began counting them. 100,000. 100,000 grade 6 origin crystals. I'm rich. If converted into grade 5 crystals, it would be 10 million, and if converted to grade 4 crystals, it would be 1 billion. Oro nodded. When you get to the God Race, you won't lack places to spend money, so this money came at just the right time. At least, you won't feel restrained while up there, feeling that you can't buy anything. The Atlanteans were rather thorough. Not only did they pass on their clan's most important codex, they also left behind some significant startup capital. Alas, they'd never know that all of these things ended up in your hands. Xia Fei smiled and moved these crystals into his own ring. After all, this was a very small ring and did not have any value. It was far inferior to Peak Rainbow, which had 1 million cubic meters of space. Look at that scroll. I sense that this is probably the most important thing the Atlanteans left, Oro said. This chapter is updated by freeaudiobook.com. Xia Fei gently grabbed the scroll and unrolled it on the table. The scroll was divided into two parts, one part was covered in words, and the other part was a map. Once they had finished reading all the words, Xia Fei and Oro both sighed. According to this, the Beast Spirit Codex was actually a relic from the immemorial age. Just like the immemorial mystical armaments, its background is unknown. The Atlanteans obtained it while adventuring, said Xia Fei with a sigh. Oro commented, a clan lacking in strength obtaining an ancient relic is no different from suicide. If not for this Beast Spirit Codex, their clan wouldn't have gone extinct so quickly. It seems like the real goal of their enemies was to get their hands on this codex. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and began to think. Strange. Why is it that the Atlanteans said that no one could cultivate the last 3 stages of the Beast Spirit Codex? I looked it over just now, and it didn't seem too difficult. Oro replied, the scroll mentioned it, no? They found only 3 parts of the Beast Spirit Codex. The first 6 were based on their speculations from the ones they did have. None of their clan was able to succeed when attempting to cultivate the final stages directly. In other words, the Beast Spirit Codex is actually made of 2 parts. The one containing the last 3 stages is the source, while the one featuring the 6 stages is the simplified version, simplifying that codex so abstruse it is uncultivatable into one that can be cultivated. The two simply aren't on the same level. Xia Fei lowered his head. This scroll had relayed to him a strange fact: no one had ever been able to cultivate the true codex. They had to rely on the simplified version. As for the map, it was where the Atlanteans found the Beast Spirit Codex. It was a place called the Turbulence, where dark space mixed with conventional space, a chaotic region lurking with all kinds of hidden dangers. I've heard of the Turbulence before. It is extremely far away from the territory of the 2 supreme races. It is both a hell and a playground for adventurers. You're not thinking of visiting that place, are you? Oro tilted his head and asked. Xia Fei was an extremely curious person, as Oro well knew. Xia Fei smiled. If I have the chance, it won't be bad to take a look around, but I first have to report to the god race. It's nearly time. Come on. Let's find a place where no one's around so that I can fulfill your wish, Xia Fei lightly said, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Oro shuddered. The moment he had been waiting for so many years was finally here, and he was so excited that he could hardly speak. After we part today, we'll be enemies, said Oro softly. Things had been tense as of late, and it was said that the god and demon races were about to start another war. They might even run into each other on the battlefield one day. Xia Fei nonchalantly replied, that's not for certain. I have a feeling that we'll still be friends. How can you be so sure? Oro curiously asked. Xia Fei's lips curved upward into that characteristic smile, causing Oro to become so uneasy his back became drenched in cold sweat. It had been proven, time and again, that nothing good happened whenever Xia Fei showed this eerie smile. Chapter 858, The Grand Ancestor's Condition. In normal circumstances, whenever Xia Fei put on his characteristically crafty smile, something bad would happen. Oro was well aware of this fact, so he constantly questioned Xia Fei for the reason. Why do you think we won't be opposed to each other? How are you so confident? Xia Fei smiled and said nothing. He activated the compass and moved to a very beautiful and wild area of the exiled grounds. Pointing at a distant mountain, he said, I remember you saying that you hate barren places. This place should be up to your standards, shouldn't it? Oro glanced around and saw that there was a beautiful lake and majestic mountains in this place, scenes that could uplift the spirit, so he could not help but slightly nod. Hold on a sec. You still haven't answered my question, all right? Oro frowned. I get it. You think that I have too many of your secrets, so you plan to kill me for good. Oro began to panic a little. He had seen Xia Fei's methods more than once. He knew him as an extremely brutal fellow and a decisive killer, who attacked without the slightest hesitation, on top of being very cunning. Oro knew secrets such as the Skywing clan's method of cultivating the law of speed and Xia Fei's relationship with the black and white gods, and he knew that Xia Fei possessed a very powerful and bizarre law. Xia Fei had always taken his secrets very seriously. Oro was from the demon race, and his abundance of knowledge may prompt Xia Fei to kill him, to suck him dry with the blood crystal. Xia Fei smiled and said, any secrets you know are because I let you know. Of course, you don't understand the most crucial parts. Still, the most fundamental reason I'm unafraid of you doing anything to me isn't that you know all my secrets but that I know your secrets, and more than you know mine, too. Oro was stunned, not understanding what Xia Fei meant. Xia Fei mischievously smiled. If my guess is correct, the demon race were only guessing that you have the law of life, using it as an excuse to deal with you. If I were to let a rumor out, saying that you are in fact hiding the law of life, not just you, even your entire Lionheart royal clan would be finished. Oro's complexion instantly turned green. Xia Fei was right. He had been sealed in the Eternal Ice Plains by an enemy, but in the end, they had still been unable to find out whether the law of life was actually in his possession or not. If Xia Fei took out evidence proving that Oro had the law of life, this would be terrible for both Oro and the entire Lionheart royal clan. After a pause, Xia Fei continued. Moreover, you need to die in order to be reborn, and it's not like you can take the 3 lions Imperial Jade with you. With this in my possession, you'll have to come and find me eventually. Oro was rendered speechless. Once Xia Fei killed him, his possessions would fall into Xia Fei's hands. Even though Oro would be reborn, without the 3 lions Imperial Jade ring, who would recognize him? This was Xia Fei's second trump card. Xia Fei had Oro's heart in his grasp, and his 2 hands were ready to squeeze, so Oro really was rather afraid. These 2 matters alone were enough to bring calamity upon him. Moreover, based on Xia Fei's habit, since he had told him of these 2 trump cards, Xia Fei was definitely holding back a third. This had always been his custom. At this moment, Xia Fei sincerely said, "You see, I've told you everything, meaning that I don't consider you an outsider. After all, you're the triple overlord expert of the Lionhearts. If I can't stick it in the god race, I may need to run to the demon race and rely on you. Ready yourself. I'll be sending you on your way now." Xia Fei spoke with such sincerity that Oro began to blame himself for misjudging Xia Fei. However, after some thought, Oro decided to keep up his guard against Xia Fei. After all, he had yet to meet anyone else this troublesome in this life. The 2 of them agreed on a secret signal for when they would next meet and that Oro would come to find him for the 3 lions Imperial Jade ring in the future. After all, Oro's appearance would be very different after he was reborn. Xia Fei took Oro's ice coffin out of his ring and placed it on the ground. "Are you ready?" Xia Fei asked. Oro nodded and said nothing. On the verge of rebirth, Oro was simply ecstatic. His heart was almost thumping out of his chest. Xia Fei gathered the law force into his hand. Oro was bound by the powerful law of ternary spectrum, and only the law of primal chaos's reversal energy was capable of breaking the seal. "Goodbye, old friend." Xia Fei brought down his palm, striking Oro. Rumble. The earth quaked and mountains shuddered. The law of ternary spectrum shattered, and within the seal, Oro was obliterated. The Lionheart Emperor, the black-armored war god of the demon race, had finally been reborn. Several minutes later, Xia Fei smiled as he sat on the grass and picked through Oro's possession. He was particularly taken by that ring that represented the Emperor of the Lionheart royal clan, looking it over in his hands. He left behind a lot of goods. "I've made a small fortune again." Xia Fei chuckled as he placed everything in his ring. However, he placed the 3 lions Imperial Jade in the box that held the law of life. Glancing at the law of life resting in the box, Xia Fei smiled. "You yourself didn't cultivate this law, yet you told me that it's a good thing. Who are you fooling?" Suddenly, Xia Fei realized a very serious problem that he had not realized before. The law of primal chaos was the power of reversal, capable of turning black to white and vice versa. It was a completely unreasonable law, so might it have an effect on Oro's rebirth plan? Oro is a golden-furred lion, so he won't turn into a white lion, right? A helpless look appeared on Xia Fei's face. That would be terrible if true. No one would recognize a white-furred Oro, perhaps even treating him as a monster. Shaking his head, Xia Fei muttered, "It shouldn't be like that. The Oro of the past is already dead, and no matter how strong the law of primal chaos is, it shouldn't affect Oro's next life, should it?" Shrugging, Xia Fei stood up and walked away. Destination, the God Race. The time was here. As he had arranged with Xia Guanghai, Xia Fei arrived at the abandoned wreck of a warship. The coordinates on his compass indicated that this location was very far away from the Lore Realm, almost at the limits of the compass. Xia Fei slightly frowned, mystified as to why Xia Guanghai had arranged to meet him here. Read latest chapters at fruinovel.com only. Whoosh! A spatial gate opened, and a smiling Xia Guanghai appeared in front of Xia Fei. The two of them walked along the deck. Xia Guanghai pointed at the warship wreckage under them and asked, "Do you know why I arranged to have us meet here?" Xia Fei shook his head to indicate that he did not know. Xia Guanghai replied, "This ship is called the Freedom. Our grand ancestor took this ship to the Lower Realm, establishing a land of his own in that realm of experts." Xia Fei was stunned. This ship belonged to the grand ancestor. It seemed that Xia Guanghai had some deeper meaning, speaking to him in such a solemn tone and bringing him to this warship that their grand ancestor had once used. It was all very abnormal. You are one of the rare few in the clan with godwing potential, so the path you take is bound to be different from that of the other members of the clan. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Since you are a godwing candidate, you must possess the majesty of one. The grand ancestor made an exception when promoting you because he agreed to a certain condition with the palace of gods. You must live alone in the god race for 3 months without anyone's help, Xia Guanghai said to Xia Fei. Xia Fei smiled. Is that why you brought me here today? Correct, Xia Guanghai frankly confessed. The grand ancestor naturally has his own plans. You should know that many people don't like you, they've thought of every way possible to stop you from entering the god race, but the grand ancestor, who cherishes you as a godwing of our clan, felt that letting you remain in the lower realm was too much a waste. After all, your cultivation has already reached Law Overlord, and you have an immemorial mystical armament and the holy beast Shatterstar. No one in the lower realm is a match for you now. A world without opponents isn't good for a warrior's growth, as there won't be pressure. Xia Fei nodded and muttered, saying that there are no opponents is exaggerating it a little, but there truly isn't much pressure. Xia Guanghai continued speaking. You're a smart person. You've already been shown the way. It's your choice whether to take it or not. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, it's said that the two races will be going to war soon. What happens if fighting breaks out in these 3 months? Xia Guanghai shook his head. That won't be the case. The Grand Ancestor said that a war between the two supreme races is no ordinary matter. Just the stalemate alone will take some time. Besides the God race, am I allowed to go anywhere else? Xia Fei asked. Xia Guanghai used his compass to transfer a star map to Xia Fei. Various coordinates were circled in red, and the first one was in demon race territory. These are the places you can go, but it's best if you stay in the God race, because any one of these places is more dangerous than the God race, Xia Guanghai said with a shrug of his shoulders. Xia Fei closed the screen and smiled. Wandering around alone for a while doesn't sound bad. All right, I agree. Xia Guanghai patted Xia Fei on the shoulder and said, I knew that you wouldn't object. Right, the Grand Ancestor also said that if you dare to bring up leaving the Skywings again, he will go and personally reason with you. A helpless look appeared on Xia Fei's face as he hastily nodded. Reason with him? It probably would not be as simple as that. All of this made sense and was within expectations. Xia Fei had become an ordinary member of the God race and needed to stand tall within its territory for 3 months without anybody's help. There were several paths to the God race. As Xia Fei did not have the aid of the Skywings, he must go in through the most ordinary route. Following Xia Guanghai's instructions, Xia Fei arrived at an ancient spatial gate hidden behind a mountain. The God race territory was closed, and not even a spatial compass could bring him in. This was because he lacked the travel privileges. The spatial gate was hidden under some vines, and 2 strong and energetic warriors of the Amei clan protected it. Xia Fei took out the pass card that Xia Guanghai had given him and was smoothly allowed through, but Xia Fei's pass card was of the lowest level, not that flashing golden special permit from the Palace of Gods. Whoosh! As Xia Fei stepped out of the spatial gate on the other side, he found himself midway up a mountain. In the distance was a rather large town. While this was not the central region of the God race, it was just as bustling as the White Horse constellation. So this is the God race. Xia Fei was surprised as he excitedly looked into the distance. Suddenly, Xia Fei heard a voice rudely speaking from behind him, Newcomer, don't you know the rules? Chapter 859, The 4 Supreme Frenzied Slayers. Newcomer, don't you know the rules? Shouted an unreasonable voice. Xia Fei turned around and saw 2 Amei warriors relaxing in reclining chairs and lazily looking at him. The Amei species was not particularly powerful in the lower realm, its population even smaller than the human species. They liked living on high mountains, and it was said that the dances of Amei maidens were the most enchanting of all, but these two clearly did not have any good impression of Xia Fei. They appeared proud and aloof and acted like everyone owed them money. Xia Fei took several steps toward them and presented his pass card, saying, "The two on the other side of the spatial gate checked it over. There are no problems." The Amei warriors with their monolith eyes spoke in a reprimanding tone, "You say that there's no problem, so there's no problem? You walked out of gate number 7, so shouldn't you hurry and smarten up?" The god race had 7 gates, numbering 1 to 7. Originally, as the lone wolf of the Skywings, Xia Fei should have come in through gate number 2 or number 3, but the Grand Ancestor had ordered Xia Fei to conceal his identity. Thus, he had become one of the most ordinary newly promoted members of the god race and was only allowed to come in through the lowest gate number 7. Xia Fei. An Amei warrior looked at Xia Fei's pass card and laughed before handing it over to his chubby companion. "Take a look at this. A chef who makes food can act this unruly. Have you ever seen something like this before?" To tell the truth, the Grand Ancestor was truly a comedian. He had given Xia Fei the identity of a chef, a lowly job for preparing food. The god race did not have only warriors, it also had many chefs, servants, and maids. These people formed the lowest professional class in the god race territory. After all, warriors also needed to eat on occasions, and they needed servants in their homes to keep things in order. Add latest chapters at freehognov.com only. However, coming to the god race as a professional was not easy. After all, this was where the strongest warriors of the universe gathered. Not only did one have to possess excellent skill, they must go through rigorous interviews as well. Anyone suspected of being a spy would be rejected no matter how skilled they could be. Xia Fei's current identity was the chef Xia Fei, part of this lowest professional class of the god race. The chubby Amei warrior looked at Xia Fei's pass card and laughed like an idiot. Xia Fei, quite the domineering name, but unfortunately, he just came to make food. Whoosh! He tossed aside the pass card in disdain. Xia Fei slightly frowned, dissatisfied by their actions and attitude. This bullying was going too far. He took a light step forward to take the pass card calmly and put it away. One's fundamentals were most obvious in subtle movements like this. He moved very slowly, but with great precision, the breadth of his step just enough so that he could get to the right position. "The toll is 1000 grade 6 origin crystals," coldly said the warrior with monolith eyes as if he were ordering Xia Fei around. 1000 grade 6 crystals. These two truly had a voracious appetite. It seemed like they had been bullying the professionals who lacked martial strength for some time, casually making such demands with arrogance. "I don't have the money," Xia Fei crisply and indifferently replied, slightly raising his head and quickly looking around the area, "but I do have a life." "Still so arrogant even when you don't have money." Zing! The two Amei warriors stood up and furiously glared at Xia Fei. The warrior with monolith eyes pointed at Xia Fei's nose. "The god race is a world of warriors. You're just a worthless worker. Do you think that I won't send you back?" The chubby warrior imitated his comrade, pointing at Xia Fei's nose. Alas, he had just extended his finger when there were 2 crisp snaps. Bones broke and muscles snapped. At Xia Fei's speed, it was not even possible to see when he struck. His early years on the streets had taught Xia Fei 2 things: 1. A docile human was bullied while a docile horse was mounted. 2. The best way to deal with those who used violence was to return it to them 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Reason? Being unreasonable was the best kind of reason. The two Amei warriors instantly went green in the face. The fingers were linked to the heart, so the pain they felt was so great that both immediately broke out in a cold sweat. They were just about to shout when the blood crystal flashed. This blade, which killed without drawing blood, sliced open their throats and turned them into dried-up corpses. Xia Fei then kicked them. Bang! The dried-up corpses turned into white powder that scattered in the wind. Killing a person was not vicious. What was most vicious was destroying the bones and scattering the dust. In less than a second, these warriors had disappeared forever from the god race. Weighing their spatial rings in his hand, Xia Fei nonchalantly said, "Trying to rob me? I wonder who's doing the robbing here." When he sent his mind into the rings, he discovered that both of them had several dozen grade 6 crystals. This really was the god race. Even robbery had such high returns, and squeezing a small fry resulted in rich oil. Whoosh! Xia Fei disappeared in a flash of light, leaving the bone dust of those 2 unfortunate fellows to drift in the wind. In Xia Fei's first minute within the god race territory, Xia Fei had killed 2 great law emperors and stolen their spatial rings, gaining 170 grade 6 origin crystals. About a dozen minutes later, a blind man appeared on the grass in front of the God Race's number 7 entrance. No one knew how this blind man had gotten midway up the mountain. His body was thin and tall, and he wore a pair of large sunglasses that covered half his face. He was holding an old black cane in his hand, too. This blind man squatted, dabbed at the dust on the grass with his finger, and sniffed it with his nose. After which, he slightly frowned. How strange. It's only been a short while, and he's already turned people into dust? It seems like he's an expert, the blind man muttered as he shook his head. A witness to this scene would be flabbergasted. This blind man was able to determine that people had died on this spot and how they had died in such a short time. For him to have been capable of doing so, his intelligence and judgment must be at an absurd level. Anyone fooled by his blindness would pay a bitter price, for he was one of the 4 supreme frenzied slayers, blind Shuiguang. A level 1 law sage. At some point, a fair-skinned, middle-aged woman had appeared next to the blind man, her long hair cascading to her shoulders. A tender hand pressed on the blind man's shoulder as she laughed. Blind man, it's not like you have eyes, so what are you looking at? The blind man casually replied, the blind have no eyes, but they can see everything. This was blind Shuiguang's famous saying. Whenever anyone brought up his eyes, he would always give this reply, and in reality, despite the lack of eyes, Shuiguang really could see things more clearly than others. This was the primary reason he had survived this long. As for this vixen-like, middle-aged woman, she was not simple, either. Widow Duanro was also one of the 4 supreme frenzied slayers. Duanro had an impressive body, her upper torso almost completely bare, with her twin peaks practically exposed, but for some reason, while her upper part was an alluring sight, her lower half was covered in thick leather pants. It was as if she was worried that someone would see her long and slender thighs. Blind man, you're the smartest of us 4, and I've always liked you the most. Duanro extended her jade-like fingers to pinch Shuiguang's face. Zing! Shuiguang used some mysterious technique to appear 100 meters away instantly, muttering, don't think that the blind can't see. You're trying to jab me with your scorpion's tail. Heh. Duanro was amused to no end by this stickler blind man, covering her mouth and enchantingly laughing. As she laughed, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepened. A minute later, 4 powerful warriors had appeared at God Race Gate number 7. The 4 supreme frenzied slayers were all present. Besides Widow Duanro and blind Shuiguang, there was lame Zhengjin on his silver-colored alloy hover chair. Behind this lame was a man who was more womanly than women, mute Xiaoshuang. The 4 supreme frenzied slayers were not famous merely because of their killing methods but because they were all flawed in some way. The only one who was somewhat normal was Widow Duanro, but no one would ever want to see her thighs a second time. Level 3 Law Sage Lame Zhengjin dryly coughed and then said, it seems like all of us took up the same job. The other 3 fell silent in tacit agreement. All of them could guess at what had happened. If they did not have the same target, how could the 4 supreme frenzied slayers come here one after another? Duanro placed a hand on her waist and smiled. This kid's rather unfortunate to actually have this many enemies out for him. But there's only one of him and 4 of us. It doesn't seem like there's enough to go around. Why don't we work together? Everyone gets a share, and no one comes away empty-handed. Duanro was only a level 8 law overlord, the weakest of the 4, so she was happy to work with the other 3. Humph! Hearing this, mute Xiaoguang was the first to express his unhappiness, turning his face away and coldly snorting. Xiaoguang was a man who was more of a woman than Duanro. In their group, he hated Duanro the most, for she was more skilled when it came to playing around. Lame Zhengjin frowned and sternly said, I'll say no to working together, but exchanging intelligence is necessary. Blind man, you're the smartest one. Do you know who sent out this job? The blind man calmly replied, Widow is from the Shas, so she naturally took a Shas job. Mute is from the Dark Puppets, so he took a job from the Banes. As for you, lame, everyone knows of that romance you had back then, so you naturally took the job from the Snowdrifts. All 3 were startled. Blind man was truly something else. He had guessed correctly on all 3. Lame Zhengjin coldly laughed. You managed to guess who we took all our jobs from, but what about you? The blind man frankly shook his head and said nothing. Duanro warmly smiled. Blind man, since you have the best judgment out of all of us, if all 4 of us try our hands at this job, which one is likely to succeed first? The blind man sternly replied, I don't know which one of us will succeed, but I know that you will have the least chance out of all. I heard that the one we're after has never been tempted by women. That torso of yours probably won't be enough. Not only could this blind man see clearly, his mouth was vicious. Duanro immediately grew enraged, but she was the weakest of the four and did not dare to vent her rage. You stubborn blind man! Duanro immediately turned and left in a huff. The guard dog is here. Since you've decided to insult me, you can take care of it, blind man. Zing! In a flash, the lame, the mute, and the widow all disappeared, leaving behind the mysterious blind man, who sighed. A minute later, the two Amei warriors who had come to swap with the other two strode over. They walked past the blind man, and as one of them turned to look back, he discovered that the blind man had vanished without a trace. Plush! Suddenly, the two warriors exploded with blood. A dazzling flower bloomed from both their necks. The man was gone, but the edge of his blade had only now made itself apparent. Warriors who were familiar with the god race's structure would not underestimate this ability, for there was one only clan that used this ability. A clan that took a blade as its name. The beautiful hidden blade. Chapter 860, Immemorial. Immemorial. The fiendish wing villa was built within peaks of a mountain range, surrounded by craggy mountains sealed in ice. The aura it gave off was a cold and harsh one, like a hungry wolf lurking in a mountain valley, staring at the entrances into the valley. No matter what season it was, the Skywing clan's ultimate base of operations was always radiating this chilling aura. Xia Fei had never been to Fiendish Wing Villa before, and he had never imagined that a bunch of super warriors brimming with vitality would be living in such a cold and sinister place. It was as if the builder of this giant fortress had other motives, choosing the most dangerous place in the god race to warn their clan members how challenging and dark the universe was. The study was built in an ancient and simple style. There was a horizontal tablet hanging up here, upon which were several words written sharply and fiercely in the ancient script, wherever the edge points, gods and demons will be butchered. Such vicious killing energy. Such a frenzied aura. These were words written personally by Xiaogukan, the grand ancestor of the Skywing clan. These words struck right at the essence of the Skywings, pointing out what exactly made the demon-sealing fiendish blade unique from everyone else. Butchers of gods and demons. This was the legendary inner demon. The Skywings were the sharpest blade the god race possessed, but it was not one the god race could use whenever it pleased. As an existence that stood proudly above the universe, the Skywings had always stuck firmly to their rules. No matter who it was, anyone who provoked these madmen, be they from the god race or the demon race, would all be massacred. This was what it meant to be a Skywing. There are no rules was the number one rule of the Skywings. Challenge the rules was the number one rule of the Skywings. When the fiendish blade left its sheath, it killed anyone in its path, gods and Buddhas alike. After ending his meeting with Xia Fei, Xia Guanghai returned to the Fiendish Wing Villa and made his way straight to the Grand Ancestor's study. In the Skywing clan, Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan never put on airs. Even the most ordinary member of the clan could enter his study when they pleased to find him and chat or play chess. Of course, the old man was rarely found at the Fiendish Wing Villa, so getting a meeting with him was still very difficult. Glancing at that extraordinary tablet in the study, Xia Guanghai made an understanding smile. The Grand Ancestor was the backbone of the clan, and everyone liked this tablet of his which voiced the mind of the Skywings. Two old men were in the study, sitting together and having a long chat. These were the Grand Ancestor's left and right hands. One was called Xia Lianing and the other was called Xia Ke. They were both apex generals of the Skywing clan. When the Grand Ancestor was not present, they handled most of the business in his stead. Xia Guanghai looked inside and could not help but be a little disappointed. He found a seat and sat down before asking, "The old undying left again? He seems to have been very busy lately." Xia Lianing picked up his teacup and took a sip before sternly replying, "The Grand Ancestor has many matters on his plate. Coming back one day a month is actually pretty good. Did you do what his venerable self instructed you to do? Follow current novellas on fiwenv.com." Xia Guanghai nodded. "It's all been taken care of. Xia Fei is now an ordinary chef of the god race. Can you guess what the first thing he did upon entering the god race was?" "What?" Xia Ke curiously asked. "The kid came in through the number 7 gate, and without a word, he killed those two scions watching the gate. He even stole their things," said Xia Guanghai with a laugh. It was as if Xia Fei's actions were nothing serious. Even Xia Ke and Xia Lianing smiled, seemingly having guessed that Xia Fei would get to the business of killing as soon as he entered the god race. Scions referred to descendants of the god race. No matter how strong god race warriors were, they still had to get married and have children, but as members of the god race, they had very rigorous requirements when it came to their children. At the age of 30, if they were not at the Great Law Emperor level, they would no longer have the right to stay and would be expelled down to the law realm. This was already a favor. After all, it was only top-class talents who could rise up from the law realm to the god race, and warriors must at least be law overlords. The two Amei warriors that Xia Fei had killed were typical scions. They could not be considered proper warriors but, having possessed outstanding backgrounds, were able to secure themselves the job of guarding the gate for the god race. Fortunately, there were not a lot of these people, so there was no fear that they would lower the overall fighting power of the god race. In a real fight, there was no way that they would be deployed. In the god race territory, let alone law overlords, there were plenty of law sages around to send into battle. Xia Guanghai paused before continuing. I feel like Xia Fei is rather similar to the old Undying. Both appear as if they can't hurt a fly, but when they do make a move, tons of people die. He's got both the means and the attitude. If our clan had more monsters like him, the god race probably wouldn't be able to keep living. Xia Lianing and Xia Ke repeatedly nodded, both of them seemingly very proud. What in the world were they thinking? After sharing a laugh, all three of them turned grim. They all understood that joking was over and it was now time to discuss business. You don't need to keep an eye on Xia Fei anymore. This is the Grand Ancestor's order, Xia Lianing sternly said. Xia Guanghai nodded, but he somewhat worriedly asked, Xia Fei still doesn't understand the god race's situation. Isn't it a little too cruel to have no one looking out for him? Cruel? He's the second godwing of our clan outside of the Grand Ancestor, someone who still stands at the apex of Fiendish Wing Villa. This tempering is precisely in preparation for his future. We don't have much time left. The two races are about to start another war, so even if we have to pull up this sprout a little, we must help Xia Fei grow faster. As the godwing of the clan, this is his destiny, said Xia Ke, clearly on edge. Xia Guanghai could not help but laugh at this. I didn't mean that Xia Fei is being treated cruelly. I'm saying that releasing a monster like him into the god race territory without anyone to control him is too cruel to others. Ah! It was an answer that rendered others speechless. Xia Lianing replied, you don't need to worry about that. The Grand Ancestor is precisely hoping that Xia Fei will disturb the deep waters of the god race. He would actually be unhappy if Xia Fei couldn't do that. Xia Guanghai shrugged and said no more. A hint of worry appeared across Xia Lianing's forehead as he said, Xia Xi just reported that the immemorial mystical armament they found in the Dead Sea of Wood and Stone isn't plant but fire, and he failed to obtain it. Xia Guanghai was surprised while a few more wrinkles appeared on Xia Ke's face. Not a plant type. That's terrible. If Xia Fei can't merge all 7 of the plant type armaments. What followed was a secret, so Xia Guanghai gritted his teeth and spoke no more. Xia Ke sighed. HAAA. There are 7 plant-type immemorial mystical armaments, the second most of the 5 types of immemorial mystical armaments. The greater the number, the more difficult they are to gather. Xia Lianing stopped Xia Ke from going on. That Xia Fei finding and integrating 3 of them on his own has already given us an enormous opportunity. If not for his sudden appearance, we Skywings wouldn't even have a chance. Zing! Xia Ke's face reddened as he nodded. It turned out that the Skywings were secretly helping Xia Fei find the last 4 plant-type mystical armaments, and they seemed very worried about it. Extraordinary times require extraordinary methods. Xia Lianing said, slapping the table. He said to Xia Guanghai, starting from now, you no longer need to remain on standby in the house. Take the clan's number 1 search expert, Xia Geng, and head to the turbulence. The turbulence? Xia Guanghai was shocked and then firmly nodded. All right. I'll go and get ready and set off soon, but with me gone, there won't be many people left in the house. Xia Lianing raised his eyebrow and firmly declared, go in peace. With us, Fiendish Wing Villa will never fall. After a slight pause, Xia Lianing dropped his voice to a whisper and said to Xia Guanghai, last night, before leaving, the Grand Ancestor repeated 2 things 9 times. I've never seen him so worried in my life. Xia Guanghai went pale in shock. Who was the Grand Ancestor? That he would repeat two things 9 times meant it was so serious he could not even sleep last night. What did the old undying utter? First is the Dark Knight's descent. Second is finding anything connected to the immemorial age, particularly the mystical armaments, no matter what. Xia Lianing grimly replied. Wu. Xia Lianing, Xia Fei, and Xia Guanghai all exhaled in unison. An indescribable pressure was making it difficult for them to breathe. Xia Fei had no idea that the Skywing clan had already mobilized all its power to help him find the remaining 4 plant-type mystical armaments. Even Fiendish Wing Villa had been practically emptied. Skywing Grand Ancestor Xia Guocan also did not know that Xia Fei had something else connected to the immemorial age besides the 3 mystical armaments. It was an immemorial codex, the Beast Spirit Codex. The period of 3 months could be called a trial, but it would be even better to describe it as a period of free movement for Xia Fei. After all, the Hall of Valor, the Fig Corporation, and Mech's King Radix were all things that required Xia Fei's energy and focus. In these 3 months, Xia Fei could put all his efforts into seeking out the source of those secrets. However, Xia Fei first had to deal with the number 1 problem he was facing after entering the God Race territory: survival. The God territory was divided into 19 regions based on hierarchy. These were all vast regions. Xia Fei had no idea how large each region was, but he knew that it was not just the typical kind of large. Even though Xia Fei could move at 480,000 meters per second, he still had not left the 19th region. What truly puzzled Xia Fei was that the God Race was a plane. Yes, it was definitely a plane. He could tell from that perpendicular horizon. This was hard to imagine. What could be the structure of this massive planar world? Why was the God Race not established on various constellations and planets like in the Lower Realm? Xia Fei walked along a blue and slowly flowing river. Around him was a vast rainforest. He decided to find a place to rest and reorganize while also perusing through the Beast Spirit Codex that he had just gotten his hands on. Suddenly, a naked woman appeared in front of Xia Fei. Everything below the waist was in the water, and she was using a towel to wipe her back. Each of her movements was enchanting and alluring. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow. Maintaining his pace, which was neither too fast nor too slow, he began to examine his surroundings warily as he perked up his ears. He was in the middle of nowhere, yet a woman was bathing all by herself out here? If Xia Fei had not noticed anything wrong with this by now, then there was probably something wrong with him. The woman spotted Xia Fei walking over and suddenly yelped in alarm. It appeared that Xia Fei's appearance had frightened her. Xia Fei stopped next to the river and turned to stare straight at the woman. His gaze did not change in any way. Xia Fei did not even seem to care that she was not wearing any clothes. It was as if she were no more than a pile of white flesh. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a woman before?" the woman shouted, seemingly rebuking Xia Fei. That characteristic crafty smile appeared again. Xia Fei indifferently said, "I'm indeed very interested in women, but some aren't there to be looked at but to be killed, instead." Chapter 861, Kicking Down the Widow's Door. Xia Fei indifferently said, "I'm very interested in women, but some aren't there to be looked at but to be killed, instead." This woman trying to seduce him was none other than one of the 4 supreme frenzied slayers, Widow Duanro. Although blind Shui Guang had said that Xia Fei was not the sort to think with his loins and would be instantly seduced, Widow Duanro still wanted to try. After all, this most insidious of widows was an expert in the honeypot trap. Seeing that Xia Fei was unmoved, Duanro covered her mouth and chuckled, attempting to cover her own embarrassment. "You plan to kill a woman?" Xia Fei shook his head and sternly replied, "No, I plan to kill an enemy, and when it comes to enemies, there's no distinction between man or woman." "Then why haven't you attacked yet?" Once treachery had failed, the viciousness came out. Duanro stopped concealing her intention to kill Xia Fei, a hint of murderous intent appearing on her face. Widow Duanro was a shat, and she had chosen this part of the river precisely because all the conditions were just right. The Shas were far better at aquatic combat than terrestrial combat, so once Xia Fei entered the water to try and kill Duanro, he would fall into her trap. Seeing that Xia Fei was not moving, she believed that he had seen through her identity and, thus, had opted not to strike first, so her expression became somewhat unnatural. If Xia Fei's judgment was this good, Duanro felt that she would need to work for much longer to deal with him. Follow current novels on Audiobooks.com. As she was thinking, Xia Fei suddenly attacked. To real speed warriors, be it up in the heavens, down on earth, or in the water, terrain made no difference. Xia Fei had not attacked immediately, not because he was afraid but because he had been waiting for the right moment. When he moved, he was like a bolt of lightning. He swiftly ran across the water. He appeared like he was floating. Whoosh! A line of ripples was left on the water, heading for Widow Duanro. The blood crystal had already silently been taken out from its sheath and was currently concealed in Xia Fei's left hand. Thump! Xia Fei had struck far too quickly, and Duanro had been distracted, making for the perfect opportunity. Duanro did not dare to take Xia Fei's attack directly, so she relied on her exceptional reaction speed to turn around and dive into the water. Water was heaven for the Shas. In this place, Duanro could use the full extent of her law powers. In truth, Black Widow Duanro was only her nickname on land. In the water, she was called the Red Venom Shark. The moment her skin touched the water, red shark scales appeared across her entire body. That fair and white flesh became a layer of fine scales, which helped her move through water. He really did take the bait. Duanro's eyes flashed. Soon after, the river water began to turn red, seemingly consisting of blood. What was important about the red venom shark was not that it was a shark but that it was venomous. The red venom technique stemmed from the law of matter, and it could instantly alter the composition of the molecules in the river, turning the river water into the most lethal poison. Even the strongest warrior would be unable to last 3 seconds in this poison. The poisonous red venom shark. The wicked Black Widow Duanro. A sinister smile appeared on Duanro's face, her body twisting like mudfish as she turned her head to see the sight of Xia Fei being eaten away by the poison. However, her smile instantly went stiff. This was because Xia Fei was charging up at an absurd speed. That red knife was only 15 centimeters from the tip of her nose. Even in the water, the blood crystal could devour all, and it glowed with the sinister red of death. Even redder than Duanro's poison. Yes, Duanro's methods were very sinister, able to kill a warrior in 3 seconds. The vast majority of warriors would immediately croak after entering the water. Alas, did she not realize? Xia Fei was a member of the Skywing clan. The inheritors of the law of speed, so they moved as if they had wings on their backs that could fly through the 9 heavens. If Xia Fei could not kill Duanro in as long of a time as 3 seconds, how could he still consider himself a super speed warrior? He might as well go home and farm sweet potatoes. Plush! The water was cold, but Xia Fei's blade was even colder. The cold blade stabbed straight into Duanro's reddening neck, extracting her blood essence from her body. What red venom shark? She was nothing more than a shriveled-up dead shark. A blow straight to the vitals took her life with it. Number 4 of the 4 supreme frenzied slayers, Widow Duanro, had been slain. The entire process only took 1 second. Rumble! His legs strongly kicking at the water, Xia Fei emerged from the poisonous red waters like a swordfish, moving at several 100,000 meters per second. The moment he left the water, Xia Fei stroked his spatial ring and took out a bottle of golden medicine, which he dumped into his mouth. 1 second later, Xia Fei appeared 5 kilometers away from the battlefield. His body had been stained scarlet from Duanro's red poison, but as that golden panacea did its work, the scarlet red color rapidly faded. Pa! Xia Fei threw the crystal bottle to the ground, shattering it to pieces. He exploded with killing intent as he venomously said, "Didn't you know? I learned pharmacology. 1 second to kill. 1 second to escape. 1 second to cure." Widow Duanro had wanted 3 seconds to take care of Xia Fei, having little idea that 3 seconds was enough time for Xia Fei to finish 3 things. The red poison technique of the law of matter was not actually very fast acting. While Duanro was setting the stage underwater, Xia Fei, who had been waiting, was doing his analysis, too. His mind rapidly turning, he soon found the perfect solution and, thus, went for the kill. Xia Fei's voice was very loud and travelled very far. It seemed like he had another purpose besides speaking to the dead Duanro. Pa pa pa! The sounds of applause could be heard as 3 people emerged from the rainforest on the 2 sides of the river. They were the other members of the 4 supreme frenzied slayers. No wonder Xia Fei needed several seconds to think. It turned out that the others had been lurking in ambush. The one clapping was blind Shui Guang. He loudly said, "The blind have no eyes, but they can see more clearly than anyone else. Those were truly excellent moves, good sir. Just now, no matter which direction you ran, you would run into one of us 4, for we had this place surrounded on all sides." You chose to confront the weakest among us because you are not confident that you could defeat us while you are confident that you could overcome Duan Rose Red Poison. You managed to kill her with one strike, cure yourself of her poison, and retreat to a safe distance, rendering our perfect and meticulous plan completely ineffective. A marvelous move. Truly excellent. Your calculations and resolve make this blind man sigh in wonder and acknowledge his inferiority. Xia Fei scowled coldly, neither retreating nor talking. Lame Zhengjin and mute Jia Xiaoshuang frowned. Xia Fei had already withdrawn 5 kilometers away. To Xia Fei, who had the absolute advantage in speed, this was an extremely safe distance that let him attack or retreat. The four stood in 4 different directions, forming a stalemate. A blind man, a cripple, a mute, and a widow. Your group makes me think about one of my favorite hobbies, Xia Fei coldly said as he swept his gaze across the 3. Oh? What is that hobby of yours? The blind man asked with a smile. A crafty smile appeared on Xia Fei's lips as he declared, beating cripples, cursing at mutes, kicking down the doors of widows, and desecrating the graves of the impotent. The remaining 3 supreme frenzied slayers were stunned, anger appearing on their faces. This was particularly true for blind Shui Guang, his relaxed and confident face instantly twisting into a nasty scowl. His rage was palpable. The hand holding his cane tightened its grip, the veins bulging. What a vicious soul! A cripple has no way of fighting back, so you beat them, a mute has no means of retorting, so you curse him, a widow has no husband at home, so you kick down her door, finally, someone who is impotent has no descendants, so there's no one to maintain the grave. As such, if you desecrate it, no one will investigate. Still, you're wrong about one thing. There's a cripple, a mute, a widow, and a blind man here, but no one here is infertile, said Lame Zhengjin coldly. Xia Fei smiled as he nonchalantly said, it's one and the same. A blind man with no balls is both blind and infertile. Zing! Lame Zhengjin and mute Jia Xiaoshuang both looked at the blind man and discovered that he was shaking in anger. While the 4 supreme slayers did not work together, they had known one another for many years, yet they had never found out until now that the blind man had no balls. Instead, Xia Fei very easily learned this fact. Based on Shui Guang's expression, Xia Fei was clearly telling the truth. Though the blind man could see clearly, he had no balls. It seemed that Xia Fei did not just excel in his schemes and his stratagems, his eyesight was also extremely sharp. Even when he had the upper hand, his mouth showed no mercy. He had insulted all of the 4 supreme frenzied slayers, and he had insulted the blind one, the calmest among them, so badly that the blind was on the verge of going crazy. This was the real Xia Fei. He was as sharp as ever when it came to prodding the wounds of his enemies. It was a very strange situation. The 3 supreme frenzied slayers did not attack, and neither did Xia Fei. Xia Fei turned around and disappeared, humming a little tune to himself. After a momentary daze, mute Jia Xiaoshuang moved his legs to pursue. Suddenly, Lame Zhengjin spoke. Idiot, the blind man can see the clearest, and even he's not chasing. If you go and chase him, you're just killing yourself. The mute stopped and turned his head. He saw that the blind man was already gone and that the lame man was guiding his hover chair back to where he came from. The mute appeared frustrated over being cursed at by Xia Fei, but it was not like he could talk back. Unpleasant emotions seethed in him as he stomped his feet and disappeared into the rainforest. Xia Fei's first round against the 4 supreme frenzied slayers had resulted in his total victory. Ah! The god race is truly a bizarre place. Even weirdos like them are living here, Xia Fei muttered as he rapidly moved. In the past, Oro would have already popped out and said something, but today, there was only silence. Pursing his lips, Xia Fei said, I'm really unaccustomed to not having that old demon around. I don't even have a conversation partner now. Forget it. Let's find a place to cultivate. Any random enemy here is a loss age. The warriors around are of truly too high cultivation, so I must quickly improve myself. It was actually quite funny. While Xia Fei was in the distant god race thinking about Oro, countless light years away in the exiled grounds, someone was also thinking about Xia Fei. A man pulled himself out of the soil, buck naked and dazed. 1 second later, the naked man raised his arms to the sun and shouted, Reborn! I'm finally reborn! He was simply too excited. Anyone who did not know the truth would think the man had gone crazy. Suddenly, the excited cry was cut short by awkwardness. The man crazily felt the dirt on him and looked at his skin, which was as glossy and smooth as a newborn's. My fur! Where's my fur? My beautiful golden fur! Joy turned into grief and rage, which soon turned into a heart-rending howl. Xia Fei, you've ruined me. Things aren't over between us. The naked man was on the verge of tears as he pointed at the sun and voiced a series of expletives. Chapter 862, Law God Through Indeterminable Means. Oro was grief-stricken and enraged. He had never imagined that the miraculous law of primal chaos would turn him, a proud member of the Lionheart clan, into a human. Yes, he was now a human. Oro had examined himself in a pool of water several times. His eyes were black, his hair was black, and his newborn skin was smooth and fine, lacking any of his majestic golden fur. His body had become pitifully short and small, and compared to the Lionheart royal elites who could easily reach 5 or 6 meters in height, Oro was truly quite the sorry sight. However, in human standards, Oro could be considered a handsome man. Thump! Oro sat his butt on the ground, not daring to believe that the result he had so longed for would turn him into this, and felt depressed. In truth, Oro cared a little too much about outer appearances. No matter what, he was still that supreme black-armored war god. The immortal expert who had once led the Lionheart clan toward achieving countless merits in battle. The strong would always be powerful. This was an eternal law of the universe. In the distance, a voice suddenly said, "Look over there. There's a human who's not wearing any clothes." Human! Oro became enraged on the spot. He did not care that his cultivation had not recovered and savagely lunged. His eyes were as red as blood. You're the human. Your entire family is human. Oro was unhinged with fury. Rumble. The other party clearly was not some kind sort. There was an astonishing white flash of light as a law of spatial fissure appeared. Thus, Oro died again. Arg! Why am I still a human? After his rebirth, Oro once more erupted in rage. I'm jumping into the ocean. Zing! Oro jumped into the raging waves of the ocean and drowned to death. Arg! I'm still a human. After his rebirth, Oro once more erupted in rage. I'll take poison. Gulp gulp. Poison went down his throat, and Oro's entire body turned purple. Arg! How could I still be human? After his rebirth, Oro once more erupted in rage. I'll cut upon my stomach. Plush! The blade cut straight through, and Oro bled to death. After trying out several dozen ways to die, Oro was reborn from the seed of life for the umpteenth time. Any expert at the law god level could plant a seed of life. This was different from Xia Fei's tree of life, for it allowed for an expert to be reborn countless times, which was why experts were known to be undying. Oro rose from the sticky solution filling the seed and then wiped off that white substance. Now that the initial shock had passed, Oro did not choose to die and he had become much calmer. After staring at his body for a very long time, Oro lay back down in the ovular seed. The solution within the seed could help him rapidly recover his cultivation in a method similar to winter hibernation. Could it be that I, Oro, was foreordained to become a human? Is there no going back? Oro muttered to himself as he lay in the white solution. It appeared that Oro had accepted his fate of turning into a human. No one could have imagined that Xia Fei would inadvertently cause the demon race to lose an immortal law god expert. Meanwhile, the human race now had a law god through indeterminable means. The turbulence, one of the most dangerous places in the universe. Level 8 Skywing Law Sage Xia Guanghai and Search Specialist Xia Gang used a spatial compass to arrive at this place. Night and day were intertwined, conventional space intertwined with dark space, while the river of stars intertwined with lava. Countless bizarre existences mixed together in this bizarre region of space. It was clear that this was no serene sea of stars, and danger could be found everywhere. Whew! Xia Gang took a deep breath. What a dangerous place! What did you bring me here for? Xia Guanghai's face was cold as looked around and softly replied, to look for items from the immemorial era, particularly plant-type immemorial mystical armaments. Xia Gang was stunned, asking, immemorial relics? Didn't people say that all the items from the immemorial era are very weird and impossible to use? Moreover, there are more than 30 immemorial mystical armaments. Why are we only searching for the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea? Xia Guanghai replied, 1. It's not that immemorial relics can't be used, but that only 1 in 100 billion people can activate them. 2nd, we need plant-type immemorial mystical armaments because Xia Fei's mystical armament is of the plant type. Xia Fei. That's Xia Fei who has just arrived in the God Race territory? The clan's second godwing besides the Grand Ancestor. Xia Guanghai nodded, sternly saying, "Don't ask too many questions. These aren't matters that we can meddle in. Just remember the old Undying's orders." "What orders?" "Accomplish the task no matter the cost," said Xia Guanghai sternly. The comedian of the clan, Xia Guanghai, had become so solemn that Xia Gang immediately understood how serious this matter was. Sternly nodding, Xia Gang took out an orange grade 7 origin crystal from his spatial ring and prepared to use the law of search to find any objects connected to the immemorial. Using the law of search took an immense amount of energy, so it was best if only crystals of the highest grade and greatest purity were used to restore one's consumed energy rapidly. At this moment, Xia Guanghai suddenly had Xia Gang put away the grade 7 crystal as he swept a hand across his spatial ring. He took out another origin crystal, but this one was black. The abundant energy within the crystal made it seem like a fresh grape, and it was brimming with mystery. This chapter is updated by readnovel.om. Grade 8. A grade 8 origin crystal. Xia Gang went pale in shock. "Isn't this the Grand Ancestor's treasure? Why would you take it out?" Xia Gang was naturally flabbergasted, for grade 8 origin crystals were extremely valuable in the God race, even Grand Ancestor Xia Guocan treated them as treasures. Xia Gang had never used such high-class items in his life before. "Higher grade origin crystals will assist in your search. I said it earlier, no matter the cost." Xia Gang turned even paler. Anything that could make the Grand Ancestor take out his beloved grade 8 origin crystal and something that could make the playful Xia Guanghai become so solemn must be a matter of astronomical importance. "Leave it to me," declared Xia Gang solemnly. "Even if the turbulence is hiding an ant, I'll still be able to find it." Xia Gang felt the hot blood pumping through his body. Two law sages of the Skywing clan plumbed the depths of the most dangerous place in the universe, the turbulence, as they searched for the enigmatic immemorial mystical armaments. The most dangerous place was the safest. Xia Fei understood this principle well. This was the attic of some powerful clan of the God race. From the experts walking around the courtyard, it was possible to tell that this clan had a significant status. The attic, while rather shabby, was very quiet. Xia Fei had chosen to make this place his cultivation spot precisely because it was an unexpected choice. No one would have imagined that Xia Fei would sneak into a powerful clan and even take up residence in it. He did not think too much about the 4 supreme frenzied slayers. He had made countless enemies in the Law realm, so it was very normal for people to hunt him down in the God race territory, but Xia Fei was surprised at how fast those people were. Presumably, information about him must have leaked from the Palace of Gods. Otherwise, who would know that Chef Ying Fei was actually the Skywing clan's lone wolf, Xia Fei? Strength was everything. Only by resolutely improving himself could he easily take on all these threats. Everything else was as solid as a fleeting cloud. Only in the God race territory did Xia Fei learn that law overlords were not as powerful as he thought they were. In this place, he could see law overlords wherever he looked, and even law sages were not that rare a sight. After all, as the holy land for all the warriors on this side of the universe, the God race had gathered together the finest geniuses out there. To stand firm here and to stand out, Xia Fei needed to ascend more quickly than even a rocket ship. Xia Fei held a grade 6 origin crystal in his hand. The white jade swimming dragon ring allowed him to absorb energy from the crystals, doubling the efficiency of his cultivation. Ordinary people could only rely on origin crystals to get the needed energy, but Xia Fei had 2 systems. One system was the crystals plus the white jade dragon ring, and the other was the blood crystal plus the mysterious rainbow energy ball in his brain. The former could be used when his brain region did not have sufficient energy, using crystals to restore his lost energy, while the latter could make the energy of others his own. Energy was a warrior's foundation, and with these 2 top-class energy systems complementing each other, Xia Fei could cultivate like a madman. It was simply impossible to describe the superspeed with which he advanced. As the law of space began to circulate, the number of patterns being drawn in Xia Fei's brain region at the same time reached an astonishing 38. Without the outstanding openness of his brain region, he would have never been able to fit in this many law patterns. Moreover, besides the law of space, Xia Fei had the law of primal chaos, the law of energy purification, the law of speed, the law of artificing, and that mysterious rainbow ball of energy which was getting larger day by day. A little brain region could hold so much? This was something that only Xia Fei could enjoy. A normal person simply was incapable of it. The miraculous arc fragment had increased Xia Fei's brain openness to an incredible 101%. To tell the truth, Xia Fei's brain region could comfortably fit these laws and energy and was still far from full. He could learn a few more laws if he wanted to. This was the advantage of having an extremely open brain region. Breath control had an excellent protective effect. As the profound law patterns took form, Xia Fei started cultivating like a madman in the attic of someone else's home. That mysterious arc fragment's modification of his brain region had set off a chain reaction, and Xia Fei would even occasionally hear a strange howling in his mind. At the start, Xia Fei was unused to this sort of shrieking howl. It was not like that of an ordinary exotic beast. Someone who could make this noise was undoubtedly savage to the extreme. As a cultivator of the Beast Spirit Codex, Xia Fei was sure about this, but what exactly was that sound? Xia Fei still did not know. From the dusk of the first day to the dusk of the second day. Level 2 Law Overlord, break. It had broken so cleanly and easily. In just one day, Xia Fei had risen by an entire level. Xia Fei's guess was right. His cultivation speed was accelerating. Although he was not cultivating as quickly as when he was absorbing the arc fragment's energy, this rapid speed was something no one else could reach. Exhaling, Xia Fei started to solidify his progress. He also separated part of his mind to look at the original version of the Beast Spirit Codex. Ocular cognition. It was already nighttime, and Xia Fei could not turn on a light, so he used the boosted vision of ocular cognition to cultivate and read at the same time. He started from the first page. The more he read, the more stunned he became. It's the same Beast Spirit Codex, but how can the difference between the original and the simplified version be so huge? Xia Fei mentally commented in amazement. Chapter 863, Enhanced Oro. It's the same Beast Spirit Codex, but how can the difference between the original and the simplified version be so big? Xia Fei mentally commented in amazement. As he carefully read the Beast Spirit Codex, the world outside the window gradually began to brighten. The Beast Spirit Codex was extremely thick and heavy, and its contents were complex. Reading it once took Xia Fei the entire night. It must be understood that he usually read books very fast, but this immemorial codex was something else in terms of difficulty. The final part of the codex left Xia Fei deeply confused. It was said that there were 3 types of beasts that the codex could not control, namely the stellar dawn, the stellar chrysalis, and the ancient dragon. Besides these 3, all beasts in the universe would have to obey when encountering the codex. Xia Fei did not know what the stellar dawn and stellar chrysalis were, but he was crystal clear on the legends of the ancient dragons. Both the god race and demon race had tales about these giant dragons, and while the legends differed, they all considered these dragons as the most terrifying beasts in the universe, with no other competition. This was the case even on Earth. Could dragons really exist in this universe? Xia Fei muttered. Zing! Oro suddenly jumped out of his seed of life. My god! Impossible! It can't be! This is too fast! Far too fast! Oro paced back and forth, his eyes wide open and his entire body trembling in excitement. After his initial anger and panic, Oro had discovered something very serious. He was very unhappy about being made a human, but his cultivation was recovering at an incredible speed. The seed of life was a miraculous plant. Oro had cleverly hidden his in the exiled grounds and buried it in a very deep cave. While this place was desolate, it was far safer compared to the main headquarters of the Lionheart clan. After all, Oro was the emperor of the Lionhearts. If his enemies had the daring to kill him, then perhaps they were also willing to destroy the entire Lionheart clan. It was only hiding spots like this one, which no one would have ever thought of, that were completely safe. Unless one was crazy, who would run off to the exiled grounds and start blowing things up, inadvertently destroying this important site where Oro could be reborn? The white and sticky solution could help Oro regain his original cultivation rapidly. In just one day, Oro's ability had gone up 3 ranks. While 3 ranks did not seem that remarkable in the lore realm, this was only one day. At normal speeds, this would take at least 1 month. By turning me into a human, Xia Fei boosted my recovery speed by 30 times. Oro excitedly muttered. Isn't that too incredible? How did he manage to do it? What made Oro uneasy was that, while his 7th brain region used to be 94% open, it was now 99% open, an increase of 5%. Almost perfect. The most up-to-date novels are published on Fruitnoelo. The 7th brain region directly influenced one's talent and cultivation limit. While 99% and 94% differed by only 5%, it was the difference between heaven and earth. Although it could not compare to Xia Fei's heaven-defying brain region, which was fully open, Oro was now a top-class genius of the law realm, 1 in 100 million. Alas, Oro had no idea that a 100% open brain region was now history. Xia Fei's brain region was 101% open. The number 1 of the universe. I was originally a level 2 law god. Now that my brain region is 99% open, I should at least be able to reach level 3 or level 5. Perhaps even level 7 or level 8 superior law god may be within reach. Ha 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 ha. Oro loudly laughed as if he had gone insane. Level 2 law god had originally been Oro's cultivation plateau, such that even if he cultivated for 1 trillion years, he would be unable to get any higher. There was nothing to be done. The openness of his brain region had restricted Oro's potential. However, Xia Fei's single palm, though it had changed the skin that Oro was in, had created a brand new future for Oro. It had given him a new path, which led to a higher and stronger place. No one would reject getting stronger, and Oro was naturally no exception. In this aspect, Oro should be grateful to Xia Fei. Oro found that he was greatly troubled, a frustrated look on his face as he sat on the ground. Getting stronger was great, and he was truly thankful to Xia Fei for giving him a powerful future, but his identity was still very difficult to accept. After all, Oro had been the Lionheart King for hundreds of millions of years, and he had long ago grown accustomed to his tall and heroic appearance. Now that he was a human, going from the demon race to the god race, he felt very unhappy and displeased. This was truly reaping what one sowed. Oro had once tried to lure Xia Fei to the demon race, but in the end, he had been the one to change sides first. Humans were weak in their youth, and their strength would only grow apparent as time went on. The Lionheart clan had 3 emperors and 1 ruler, for 4 law god experts in total, with Oro being the weakest of the 3 emperors, but how many did the human race have? They had an entire hall of law gods. 24 of them. The Lionhearts had a greater population than the humans, but their number of law gods could only match the 1 digit of the human species. What was there to say about this? Of course, the Lionheart clan had many more law sages and law overlords than the human race. Humans produce experts of the highest level, so it seems like it's not too bad to be one. Still, I'm the Lionheart Emperor. I can't just abandon my entire clan, can I? Oro thought about it for a very long time, and he ultimately decided to ask Xia Fei. For some reason, Oro felt like if he could not solve a problem, Xia Fei definitely could. Xia Fei had no idea that the Lionheart clan's 3 lions jade imperial ring had a secret. It was that the ring's owner could track the thing down. Oro had left behind this secret card precisely in case Xia Fei tried to pull a fast one on him. Alas, by forcing a communication link with his ring through the god race's barrier, Oro had to consume a lot of his life force. At his current level, he would only be able to speak with Xia Fei for 3 minutes. Any more than that would deal severe damage to him. Oro made a string of bizarre movements and activated the Lionheart royal clan's secret technique, the divine ley line song. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared across from Xia Fei, startling him so badly that he almost punched it. Fortunately, he was able to react quickly and identify that this was just a virtual image. I am Oro. I only have 3 minutes. I need you to answer some very important questions. Xia Fei was so shocked that his blood ran cold. What he was worried about the most had actually happened. The heaven-defying law of primal chaos had reversed Oro's identity, transforming him from a Lionheart to a human like him. Oro recounted his story and swiftly told Xia Fei his questions while keeping track of time with his fingers. It could be seen that forcing this communication link with Xia Fei was truly an arduous task, for his forehead was already caked with sweat. After hearing it all, Xia Fei smiled. First, which one will better help you protect your people, your human status or your Lionheart status? Human. Oro hurriedly replied. This was an obvious answer. If Oro was a human, then he could reach heights he had never reached before. When it came to protecting his people, a higher-ranking expert naturally had the advantage. Second, Xia Fei said, beginning to speak faster, do you want to take revenge for being imprisoned in the eternal ice plains for tens of thousands of years? Of course, I do. Oro immediately replied. I think about it night and day. Which will better serve to help you get revenge, being a human or a Lionheart? Human. Then it's settled. Xia Fei said with a laugh. You're too concerned about who you are. Remember, no matter how your appearance changes, you are still the Lionheart clan's emperor. Can a man who can't avenge himself still be considered a man? Can an emperor who can't protect his people still be considered an emperor? This is an opportunity. Since you can get stronger, why not become stronger? Xia Fei's final words carried a vicious tone. Oro was stunned, his entire body trembling in excitement. It was clear that Oro could only get stronger in order to achieve his goals, and to get stronger, he could only accept the fact that he was now a human. Wait for me. Oro did not have much time left, and so he spoke in agitation. I'll quickly. Before he could finish speaking, the connection was cut off. Xia Fei chuckled and lightly nodded. All right, I'll wait for you. Staying in one place for too long was not very safe. At daybreak, Xia Fei set off again. It was clear that Xia Fei's pursuers were professionals, and professionals of extremely high cultivation levels. Xia Fei had agreed to survive in the god race on his own for 3 months. He would not get any help from his clan, so he had to rely on himself for everything. Xia Fei had studied the art of assassination before, so he knew when to set off and what sort of route he should take, but he had never fought with a law sage before, so he had no idea whether he could win or not. The air in the early morning was rather cold. The indolent Furball unhappily yawned, seemingly complaining that Xia Fei was setting off too early and was not letting him get his beauty sleep. Xia Fei's destination was the Fig Corporation, located in Region 3, so that he could seek any news on Radix, the Mech King. For a speed expert, this distance was not a problem, but the god race territory was simply too vast, unreasonably vast. Even Xia Fei needed a long time traversing this land to move from one region to another. The moment he was out of the city, Xia Fei frowned. The weather out in the wilderness was very strange. A thick fog had concealed the world, turning it into a white and blinding mass. The fog was fair, making it difficult for enemies to find Xia Fei and for him to discover their traps. The key was in who was more cautious and cunning. Blindly running wildly was not the winning play. Xia Fei slowly moved forward at around 10,000 meters per second. This speed was ideal for him to keep an eye on his surroundings. He was confident that this fog was not that big and that he would only need a dozen or so minutes to get through it. Once his field of vision opened up, Xia Fei would be safe. Suddenly, Xia Fei stopped and said in frustration, "This is really strange. With my speed and movement techniques, I shouldn't have been found by you. How did you manage to do it?" Xia Fei could clearly see that there were 2 people in the fog. If Xia Fei was not mistaken, this was probably the mute and the blind, for the lame had a hover chair. Hoverchairs needed origin energy to move about and could easily be discovered. He could not sense any trace of it in the surroundings. Even though it was just these 2, Xia Fei still took them seriously. After all, both his hunters in the mist were law sages. Something that confused Xia Fei happened. When blind Shui Guang found that they had been discovered by Xia Fei, he turned around and walked away, saying, "This is the god race. You still have a lot of things to learn. I won't meddle in your business with the mute. While you have good eyes and decent judgment, you have nothing else that piques my interest. You need to prove yourself first before I take out my sword. Until then, I won't kill you, for you aren't worthy." He spoke in a very pompous tone. From their first meeting, Xia Fei had already noticed that the most formidable of the 4 was the blind man. He had no eyes, but his observation skills were better than all the others with eyes. The blind man gave Xia Fei a mocking smile and then really started to depart, leaving Xia Fei alone with the mute. Suddenly, something shocking happened. Xia Fei accelerated, charging straight toward the blind man. This was insane. If Xia Fei let him go, he still had some chance of beating the lone mute, but if Xia Fei dragged the blind man into the battlefield, he would have to deal with 2 law sages. His face turned savage. An explosion of fiendish energy. Xia Fei let out a howl and declared, "I don't like your attitude. Besides that, no one can just come and go whenever they please when I'm around." Chapter 864, Darkness Life Forms. Xia Fei had no idea that the god race was actually internally splintering. In just 1 year, the death ratio in the god race had soared to 1,300%, and the vast majority of these warriors had died in personal fights. Xia Fei being openly pursued by the 4 supreme frenzied slayers as soon as he stepped into the god race territory would have been unthinkable in the past. It was clear that the god race's Hall of Ultimate Law was rapidly losing control over the various sapient life forms under its command. There were fights and personal quarrels all over the place. In the space of one night, all of the god race had seemingly gone crazy. All of the warriors became violent and restless. They stopped following the god race's rules and began relying more and more on their own strength to solve problems rather than reporting them to the law enforcers or the higher-ups. If the gods wanted someone to die, they would first make them go insane. Although the god race's turmoil was not to the insane level, it was not too far off. The Skywing Grand Ancestor clearly had ulterior motives by bringing Xia Fei into the god race territory ahead of time and requiring him to survive alone. Xia Fei was in trouble, encountering the pursuit of the four supreme frenzied slayers. At the same time, in the distant turbulence, Xia Guanghai and Xia Geng, this search team made of two Skywing experts, were not having it easy, either. The chaotic turbulence was a nightmare to all intelligent life forms, and danger lurked everywhere. Xia Guanghai and Xia Geng needed to move carefully, slowly searching as the seconds and minutes went by. "Are you still good?" Xia Guanghai held Xia Geng up by the shoulder and sternly asked. In this small team, Xia Guanghai was the protector and Xia Geng was the searcher. Searching for certain items using formidable mental energy was not easy, as it consumed immense amounts of mental energy and physical energy. Moreover, the disordered turbulence increased the energy and time needed by 100 times. At this moment, Xia Geng was utterly exhausted. Even with the support of the ultra-rare Grade 8 origin crystal, Xia Geng was still at the limits of his strength and could collapse at any moment. Smiling, Xia Geng panted for breath and said, "Relax. I can still go on." The Grand Ancestor even took out his precious crystal, meaning that this is a matter of utmost importance. "I can't fight better than you, so if I can't keep searching, won't I become the laughingstock of the clan?" Ha 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 ha. The two of them shared a hearty laugh. The Skywings were not powerful only because their clan produced the best warriors in the universe but also because the demon-sealing fiendish blade was capable of everything. Overseeing the training of the clan's juniors was Xialashi and his mastery of two laws, and the strongest searcher in the entire god race was Xia Geng. While these people were not the most powerful warriors, they had made considerable contributions in their own fields. They were both indispensable members of the Skywings organization. The two of them continued forward. The turbulence was vast and chaotic. The search went slowly, but Xia Geng and Xia Guanghai, who both possessed the characteristic persistence of the Skywings, kept pushing forward. Suddenly, Xia Guanghai and Xia Geng were on the perimeter of a minor planet when a warship appeared. It was a black warship, round like a sea urchin. This ship, which was covered in sharp spikes, moved slowly. It was like a massive sea urchin floating on the water, appearing without a sound. Xia Geng and Xia Guanghai both froze. They appeared deeply shocked. This bizarre warship emerged from the intersection between normal space and dark space. In other words, this warship came from the dark space, that place representing death. "Ah!" Xia Guanghai suddenly shouted, his eyes turning scarlet red, and then his entire body exploded with savagery. 1 second later, without even saying anything to Xia Geng, Xia Guanghai charged out. When Xia Guanghai charged at full speed, he could hit 4 million meters per second. This was an astonishing speed. He was a ray of light, a ray of murderous light. Xia Guanghai had a starting point of a level 8 in his special ability, which was 120,000 meters per second, and right now, he was at level 6 in the law of speed. His speed per second really was nearly 4 million. Xia Geng gritted his teeth and charged after Xia Guanghai. He did not know why Xia Guanghai had gone crazy after seeing that sea urchin warship and heedlessly charged forward, but as a Skywing, no matter how tired he was, he needed to charge forward with all his strength to protect his companion's rear and flanks. This was his duty as a member of the Fiendish Blade. Xia Guanghai's full speed was unleashed, his inner demon erupting. Most up-to-date novels are published on Audiobook.com. The inner demon was the unique trait of the Skywings, which they used to stand proudly above the rest in this part of the universe. In the shortest time possible, it could stimulate a warrior's fighting power to the max. There was no need to prepare or warm up, they could immediately strike with their strongest power. 4 million meters per second was a shocking speed. In the blink of an eye, Xia Guanghai had charged up to the sea urchin warship like an unstoppable artillery shell, no, a nuclear bomb. Xia Guanghai made no attempt to dodge. While traveling at this absurd speed, he punched at the bizarre warship. Rumble. A sound like the heavens collapsing could be heard. Fire exploded. Xia Guanghai used his strongest and most brutal attack to obliterate this bizarre black warship. A few moments later, Xiaogang and Xia Guanghai took a short break on the back of an asteroid. Xiaogang looked in shock at Xia Guanghai and saw that his top-class suit of armor, Eternal River, was damaged. In addition, the right hand, which had made the punch, was slightly shaking. It was clear that Xia Guanghai was still in a state of extreme agitation. What happened back there? Why did you need to instantly destroy it? Xiaogang hesitantly asked. While such a warship was mysterious, there was no need for a level 8 Great Law Sage of the Skywings to go crazy over it. Let alone Xia Guanghai, even the rather weak Xiaogang could easily destroy it. The key was the attitude. The moment Xia Guanghai had seen that strange warship, his entire body seemed to have been provoked and he instantly became a crazy devil. Xia Guanghai exhaled and answered, "Do you know how much territory the two races control?" 1 trillion light-years out from the core territories, Xiaogang replied. "Do you know what's beyond 1 trillion light-years?" Xia Guanghai asked. Startled, Xiaogang shook his head. Even the people of the god race rarely thought about this problem. After all, the two races lived very safe lives, standing at the very apex of the universe and proudly laughing at everyone beneath. What was the universe, though? How big was it? Was there any form of existence besides the intelligent species in the lower realm? None of these questions had an answer. Xia Guanghai pointed at the distant wreckage he had created. The dark night will descend soon, and the creatures in the dark night have already started to move. The creatures in the dark night? Xiaogang was stunned, his face slightly turning pale. The universe was so big, there would definitely be life forms outside of the region controlled by the two races. Anyone could guess at that. However, Xiaogang had never imagined that these life forms who lived so far away would be able to present a threat to the lower realm. Xia Guanghai paused before continuing. Our Skywings are one of the clans in the circle that are the most passionate about exploring the unknown, so we know a little more. The cosmic gate is growing more and more unstable, and those distant creatures in the darkness are getting restless. That warship earlier was the vanguard of those dark life forms, their scouts. If I didn't destroy it immediately, it would slink back into the darkness and bring home information about us. Xia Guanghai spoke very calmly. Meanwhile, Xiaogang's mind was in absolute chaos. The shock was simply too great. Xiaogang finally understood the true meaning of the Dark Knight's descent. It turned out that the universe was already so unstable that it was at the breaking point. No wonder the god race was growing more and more chaotic, and the Grand Ancestor was seen less and less. Everything was connected. The god race, Region 19. Remember, this is the god race. Blind Shuiguang spoke the truth with his words. After all, the god race was a mysterious and aloof existence. While Xia Fei found it incredible that the four supreme frenzied slayers could find him again and again, this was the god race. What Xia Fei found absurd was completely normal. No one can just come and go whenever they please when I'm around. Xia Fei furiously roared as he charged at Shuiguang. He could not change the fact that his enemies could find him wherever he went, so there was only one solution: kill all his enemies. Whoosh! As he flew forward, the blood crystal left its sheath. Furball jumped onto Xia Fei's shoulder, taking up his place as an infinite energy cannon, while Peacock Blue rapidly grew to a length of 1,000 meters. Xia Fei revealed all his trump cards, preparing to unleash a tremendous attack. Blind Shuiguang's ears trembled. He did not dare to believe what he was hearing. Xia Fei had chosen to ignore mute Jia Xiaoshuang and heedlessly attack him. Xia Fei was all by himself, while Shuiguang and Jia Xiaoshuang were a pair. A pair of two law sages. The blind man, who had originally intended to leave, was made to stay by Xia Fei. Did he want to fight against two law sages at once? Impossible. That was absolute madness. Suddenly, the blind man's tense nerves relaxed, and the hand clutching his cane also sank low. Blind Shuiguang smiled as he said, "You really are cunning." He had said as such because Jia Xiaoshuang had also moved. He was moving closer toward the blind man. Jia Xiaoshuang thought that this was a chance. Xia Fei had ignored him and made the dumb choice to keep Shuiguang on the battlefield. This was no different from suicide. Only an idiot would make one opponent into two. Thus, Jia Xiaoguang accelerated, trying to get close to Shuiguang, so that when Shuiguang counterattacked, he could join him and kill Xia Fei in a single blow. Jia Xiaoguang originally had the terrain advantage, having laid a deadly trap around him, but now that he had moved, his meticulous plan was completely ruined. As he moved at high speeds, Xia Fei made that characteristically crafty smile. As had been proven countless times before, anyone who took him for a fool would turn out to be the true fool. Whoosh! Just as Xia Fei closed in on Shui Guang, his blood crystal's edge was getting closer and closer to the enemy, too. Meanwhile, blind Shui Guang prepared to counterattack. At this moment, something happened that Jia Xiaoshuang would have never imagined even in his dreams. Xia Fei skillfully accelerated in an oblique path, brushing past Shui Guang. All of this had been acted out so realistically. It was as if Xia Fei truly had been enraged by Shui Guang's words and was prepared to keep him here no matter the cost. However, as he veered to a different trajectory, he revealed his true goal. All of this was to get into that advantageous territory he had just lured Jia Xiaoshuang out of. It was not Xia Fei's style to follow the tempo of his enemies. He would always cunningly make his enemies follow his tempo. After which, he would reveal his sharp claws. Chapter 865, 8 Tunes Golden Falcon. Jia Xiaoshuang was caught off guard by Xia Fei suddenly changing directions to attack him, instead. When he got moving, he moved with the momentum of a thunderclap. Xia Fei used the classic tactic of drawing the snake out of its hole, pulling Jia Xiaoshuang out of his prepared formation and into Xia Fei's attack range. Still, Jia Xiaoshuang was a law sage, though he was very far from the place he had meticulously chosen, he still did his best to fall back to it. Also, for some reason, he had 4 legs that moved in harmony, doubling the pace of his retreat. Xia Fei mentally gasped in surprise. It was not rare to see someone using law force to modify the body, but the key here was that Jia Xiaoshuang continued to accelerate after this modification. Xia Fei had never seen something like this before. Rumble! 5 massive blue blades of grass erupted from behind Jia Xiaoshuang. Peacock blue had hidden itself in the earth so that it could ambush Jia Xiaoshuang when he was retreating. Xia Fei had managed with great difficulty to draw him out, so he was not about to let the tiger return to the mountain. Jia Xiaoshuang was startled. Peacock blue's blades of grass were like giant venomous snakes flailing around. It was clear that retreating to the advantageous ground he had prepared was no longer possible. In a flash, Jia Xiaoshuang suddenly turned and opened his mouth in Xia Fei's direction. He was a mute, so what was he going to make a sound with? Boom! An invisible sound wave emerged from Jia Xiaoshuang's mouth, and it swept towards Xia Fei. Sound waves were large-scale weapons. Xia Fei, who was charging at Jia Xiaoshuang, could only evade or retreat to dodge this attack. However, Xia Fei did not even try to dodge. Papa! The monohorn ogre started to shift, forming a round shield in front of Xia Fei. The monohorn ogre was made from a high-quality and dense alloy. Not only could it absorb sound waves, it could bounce them back. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei had busted through the sound wave, his red blade approaching. Zing! A hint of hatred appeared in Jia Xiaoshuang's eyes. With incredible speed, his body split down the middle. The moment was just right, and it seemed like there was a spring installed in between them, the two bodies separating with explosive force. Xia Fei had never imagined that a person could grow 2 legs, nor that they could rapidly split apart. He passed through the middle, the blood crystal failing to wound Jia Xiaoshuang. Whoosh! Xia Fei stopped very far away and looked suspiciously at his bizarre enemy. The fog dispersed, leaving even faster than it came. In the distance, a large swath of the forest had been obliterated. This was the result of Jia Xiaoshuang's sonic attack. He was clearly a mute, so why did he have such a lethal sonic attack? Xia Fei found Jia Xiaoshuang to be quite the incredible character, and these 2 people in front of him left Xia Fei even more astonished. Just now, Jia Xiaoshuang's body had suddenly split apart. Xia Fei had taken this for some sort of body modification skill, but he was realizing now that these 2 people were identical. This is law of puppetry, asked Xia Fei with a frown. Jia Xiaoshuang appeared weary. He could not talk, but he gave a slight nod. Xia Fei had seen the wooden puppets most commonly used by the dark puppet species, and he had seen the human-shaped blood puppet used by the Baines family. However, Jia Xiaoshuang's puppet was neither of these. He was able to create 2 of himself. While it was still the law of puppetry, it was an extremely high-level version of it. As for that bizarre sonic attack, though it seemed similar to a law skill, Xia Fei could tell that this was no law. Rather, there was something in Jia Xiaoshuang's mouth. Glancing at the dozens of hectares of forest that had been wiped out, Xia Fei was certain that whatever was in Jia Xiaoshuang's mouth had to be very strong, perhaps even one of those divine weapons. A crafty smile appeared on Xia Fei's lips as he patted Furbal's body. In a flash, Two Xia Feis appeared in front of Jia Xiaoshuang. Delusion. The legendary delusion clone. Jia Xiaoshuang's highly sophisticated puppetry could create two of himself, and Xia Fei could use his delusion technique to create two Xia Feis. Moreover, this was a combination technique Xia Fei made with the holy beast Shatterstar. The combination of Law Overlord and Holy Beast was not at all inferior to that of Jia Xiaoshuang's puppet. Although Jia Xiaoshuang had the advantage of rank, Xia Fei had more trump cards. Jia Xiaoshuang was stunned, backing up a few steps. It was clear that Xia Fei's delusion clone had created an immense psychological pressure on him. Full W current nafloes on reweebnal.c sigma m. Jia Xiaoshuang's puppet was realistic, but Xia Fei's clone was so realistic that it could be mistaken for the real thing. Kill him! Xia Fei ordered, and he and Furball attacked together. Two Xia Feis charged out. The one in front was Xia Fei's real self, while the one behind was Furball. Jia Xiaoshuang suddenly opened his mouth and unleashed another sound wave while his puppet tried to work around the flank of Xia Fei and Furball. Oh ooh ooh ooh! Furball opened his mouth and let out a roar far more frightening than Jia Xiaoshuang's. The majesty of a holy beast could not be blasphemed. Furball was a guy who would frighten beast kings to death in his spare time. He had no fear of such sound waves. Rumble. Jia Xiaoshuang's and Furball's sonic attacks fiercely collided. It was impossible to describe the enormity of this impact. It was simply too powerful that the entire world trembled. Whoosh! Xia Fei suddenly accelerated, chasing after the clone that had escaped to the side. The two mutes were identical. While Xia Fei did realize that this was puppetry, he could tell that this law was somewhat different from the one he had encountered before. Thus, Xia Fei could not be certain which was his real foe. The best solution was to kill all at one go. At the same time, Mute Jia Xiaoshuang realized that he was facing a dilemma. After promoting, Furball's energy factor had soared, he could even attack for several dozen minutes without stopping. Furball and Jia Xiaoshuang's sound waves were neutralizing each other, and neither could gain the upper hand, but Furball was an energy-type holy beast. Once he went crazy, he would keep attacking until his energy ran out. No matter how formidable Jia Xiaoshuang was, he could not possibly compete against an energy-type holy beast in an endurance contest. Moreover, having just absorbed vast amounts of the arc fragment's mysterious energy to promote, Furball had already gone past his juvenile stage and was now striding toward adulthood. The toughness of his body and the size of his energy reserve were both extraordinary. Trying to out-endure a holy beast was seeking death. In a flash, Xia Fei had caught up to Jia Xiaoshuang's puppet. The blood crystal flashed and instantly destroyed the clone. It's still a puppet. Xia Fei muttered in shock. As the blade plunged into the body, Xia Fei realized what was different about this clone. The blood crystal only absorbed little energy before turning this fellow into dust. Oh, no. Is Furball going to be okay alone? Xia Fei had chased the clone far off to the side, leaving Furball alone to face Jia Xiaoshuang's real body. This was a law sage. Could Xia Fei hold on? Xia Fei returned as quickly as he could, but he bore witness to an astonishing sight. Furball was still going full force while Jia Xiaoshuang's complexion was ghastly pale. It was clear that he was at his limit and was just barely holding on. Blood was slowly trickling out from Jia Xiaoshuang's mouth, and his entire body was shuddering. Leave him to me. Xia Fei raised his eyebrow and lunged at the enemy like a wicked wolf. Plush! The blood crystal's dark red blade flashed. Far from the battlefield, two elders smiled. These were the two aides to Skywing Grand Ancestor Xia Gukan, Xia Lianing, and Xia Ke. On many occasions, cultivation doesn't mean everything. While Jia Xiaoshuang is an inheritor of the dark puppet species, a spy the demon race left in our ranks, on top of being quite powerful, he unfortunately doesn't have a powerful ally like the holy beast Shatterstar, Xia Ke commented with a nod. He seemed to be very approving of Furball. Xia Lianing replied, as the saying goes, one misstep leads to misstep after misstep. Jia Xiaoshuang is one of the rare few who have mastered the law of clone puppetry. While this law is very powerful, it requires arranging things beforehand and setting up numerous energy recharge formations in the surroundings. This is the only way to maximize its power. Alas, his mind wasn't resolved enough, and he chose to leave his formation to attack. This is no different from crippling oneself. The rare law of clone puppetry without the support of an energy formation can at most exert only 30% of its full power. Look at how casually Xia Fei killed Jia Xiaoshuang's clone. He's got no idea that Jia Xiaoshuang needed 100 years to make this clone. It's valuable to the extreme. The biggest restriction for clones was how to transfer energy, for no matter how exquisite a clone, it was still a lifeless object. Thus, it required a constant stream of energy to keep it moving. Jia Xiaoshuang had laid out an energy transfer formation. Only in this formation could he provide the puppet with an endless stream of energy, allowing it to display its full power. Xia Fei and Furball did not have this sort of energy problem, for Xia Fei's clone was a mighty holy beast. Even if Jia Xiaoshuang's law of clone puppetry was not as exquisite as Xia Fei's, with his energy formation and higher cultivation, he should have been able to fight a battle with him. Alas, he had lost his senses and taken Xia Fei for an idiot who had foolishly challenged the blind man. Thus, he had left his formation to try and kill Xia Fei. This had resulted in him walking to Xia Fei's trap, that dagger of Xia Fei destroying the precious clone he had wasted 100 years on. Let's go. There's nothing else to see here, Xia Lianing said with a sigh. They had hoped to see a dazzling battle, but they had only ended up witnessing a massacre. Xia Ke looked back and indifferently said, what a pity. That mute only has the famous divine weapon, the 8-tune golden falcon. From now on, I suppose it'll become Xia Fei's. Whoosh! These two mighty Skywing war gods vanished without a trace. Xia Fei gasped in surprise as he picked up a golden item that looked like a whistle from the ground. This item became visible after Jia Xiaoshuang was reduced into a shriveled skeleton. So those strange sonic waves were made by this thing, Xia Fei muttered. This golden whistle was very light and finely crafted. It could be placed in the throat without injuring it and with no fear of accidentally swallowing it. It's great. It might even be a divine weapon. Xia Fei stashed it into his spatial ring. The mute had two treasures, one was the 8-tunes golden falcon, known as a divine weapon that could let anyone grasp the law of sound, and the other was that clone puppet he had spent 100 years making. Normally, it was fused with his body and could automatically emerge whenever needed. Now, Xia Fei had destroyed one of these treasures and taken the other for himself. Of course, Xia Fei had taken the mute's spatial ring, too. Counting his spoils, he found that he was now richer by 5,300 grade 6 origin crystals. All of them are rich, Xia Fei muttered, but I must find out how exactly they're finding me. Chapter 866, Demonic Soul Lion's Roar. Xia Fei's face was glum. It had been 2 days since the fight, and throughout, he could sense the remaining two of the four supreme frenzied slayers, blind Shuiguang and lame Zhengjin, watching him from nearby with sinister gazes. This sensation of being followed left Xia Fei feeling very uncomfortable. In normal circumstances, with his supreme speed and the crafty approach, Xia Fei should have been the one chasing, but now, the tables had been turned. The god race truly is incredible, Xia Fei muttered as he stood next to a lake. The waters of the lake served as a partition line. His side was bright and sunny, while the other side was experiencing a blizzard. It was like two completely different worlds. This was Region 15. Even with Xia Fei's super speed, in 2 days, he had only just managed to reach Region 15, still very far from his goal of Region 3. This was how vast the territory of the god race was. As for how such a large region was constructed, Xia Fei had no idea. Region 15's scenery was good, but it was also strange. The completely different seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter were completely mixed together. One moment, tender shoots would be sprouting in spring, and the next moment, it would be time for melons to ripen and fall from their branches. No matter how strange the season was, none of it had anything to do with Xia Fei. What he wanted the most was to know how the four supreme frenzied slayers had been able to track him down. Xia Fei would be unable to get a good night's sleep until he could kill his enemies. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei took 2 puffs and prepared to set off again. At this moment, a vicious head emerged from the lake, opened its mouth, and ruthlessly roared in Xia Fei's direction. Divine Beast Jade Brocade Snow Beaver. Xia Fei said in shock. The Beast Spirit Codex had a description on this colorful beaver. Its body consisted of 2 parts. Its upper half was the color of rainbow brocade, while its lower half was snow white like mutton fat jade. Xia Fei slightly frowned. This guy looked cute, but it was actually very fierce and aggressive. The Jade Brocade Snow Beaver was a level 1 divine beast, but that was after it became an adult. This one was so young, yet it was already so fierce, baring its claws at a stranger, a savage glow in its eyes. What would happen once it grew up? Normally, exotic beasts followed their masters and took after them. Take Furball, who was a holy beast Shatterstar, as an example. if he had not followed Xia Fei and been infected by Xia Fei's character, he would have been an extremely cruel existence. Shatterstars were just as domineering as their name indicated. If they encountered any obstacle in the sea of stars, they would destroy it and keep pressing forward. As for Furball, he was more cunning. The tyrannical nature was a part of his blood and impossible to erase, but it would only reveal itself during battle. Normally, this guy was sly and crafty. Furball had been sleeping, but when this divine beast appeared, its arrogant cry had awakened him. In all the enormity of the world, the sleep of the revered holy beast was the most important of all. Furball was furious. Let alone stirring him from his sleep, it dared to threaten his master? Did it really think that it could take advantage of a mighty holy beast? Awoo! Furball immediately jumped up and madly roared at the jade brocade snow beaver. That sound could rend organs. The majesty of a holy beast could not be blasphemed, and definitely not a holy beast's master. Furball thought that he was vicious enough, but it turned out that Xia Fei was even more straightforward. Plush! The blood crystal erupted with red light as Xia Fei slew the divine beast. Don't think that you can shout at me because you're a divine beast, Xia Fei said as he put away the blood crystal. The jade brocade snow beaver had acted aggressively because of its divine beast bloodline, but then it ran into Xia Fei, who was a vicious fellow. It could only count itself unlucky. After all, the jade brocade snow beaver was not an adult and was a level 4 beast king at most. Killing a beast king was no different from squashing an ant for Xia Fei. Furball was rendered speechless. He tilted his head and looked admiringly at Xia Fei. Truly, master is master. Furball mentally remarked. Furball coldly looked into the distance as if he had noticed something. Meanwhile, Xia Fei was pleasantly surprised, for after the jade brocade snow beaver's corpse had shriveled up, a black placard revealed itself. Squatting, Xia Fei picked up that metal piece. He then took out the pass card that identified him as Chef Ying Fei. As he compared them, he could not help but rejoice. I see. Xia Fei's eyes flashed as he muttered. Gradually, a sinister smile began to creep onto Xia Fei's face. Inadvertently discovering the method on how he was being tracked, he felt his body brim with strength. Follow current novels on freeaudible.cm. The 4 supreme frenzied slayers had been able to track him down because of that pass card, which represented his identity. In an area close to Region 14, Lame Zhengjin sat on his hoverchair and stared at a screen. The point of light on the screen was Xia Fei. The rank of the professional pass card that Xia Fei had was very low. It was so low that anyone could track it. After all, Xia Fei was just a chef, and a chef had little social status in the god race. If their boss wanted to know where they were, they could find out whenever they wanted. Some professionals were even cursed at and beaten by their masters, after which, they would flee. With the pass cards, they could quickly be captured again. The 4 supreme frenzied slayers had taken jobs from their respective clans to hunt down Xia Fei. With the Hall of God Kings leaking the serial code for Xia Fei's temporary pass card, the 4 had been able to find Xia Fei without breaking a sweat. If Xia Fei had not killed that jade brocade snow beaver, he would have still been in the dark. The white dot on the screen was moving in the direction of lame Zhengjin. Zhengjin smiled, waiting in anticipation for the rabbit to walk into the trap. In terms of speed, Zhengjin was naturally no match for Xia Fei, but he had Xia Fei's position, so he could just wait at locations where Xia Fei needed to go through. Xia Fei seemed to be following his plan and heading to Region 14. In a few more minutes, he would run into him. Suddenly, Xia Fei turned and charged into the mountains on the western side. Zhengjin frowned, not understanding why Xia Fei had changed his mind. Did he not plan to head into Region 14? After a while, Xia Fei stopped. An entire hour went by without him making a move. Is he going to set up camp on Pentapeak Mountain? Zhengjin mumbled to himself. Forget it. I'll just keep waiting for him. He has to go through here to get to Region 14, so he'll come by eventually. He ended up waiting 3 whole hours, and Xia Fei still did not move a muscle. What's going on? Zhengjin muttered. No, I have to see for myself. If I don't act first, that cursed blind man may get to him first. Pentapeak Mountain was a very ordinary place in Region 15 of the god race. It gained its name from how the peaks of 5 mountains were joined together. Whoosh! Slayer Zhengjin frowned when he arrived. All was quiet and devoid of life, but the coordinates said that Xia Fei was here. Is Xia Fei not here? Zhang Jin said to himself as he began to search for traces of the young man carefully. Alas, he only had approximate coordinates, so after half an hour, he still found no signs of Xia Fei. He heard a familiar rustling, and when he raised his head, he saw his fellow slayer, blind Xueguang. "Why are you here? What about you?" Xueguang countered. Although they were both hunters and were part of the four supreme frenzied slayers, they were not exactly on friendly terms with each other. This was a good thing, for if all four of them had attacked together, Xia Fei might have been unable to win. Xia Fei suddenly disappeared, Zhang Jin sternly said. "This might be a trap." Xueguang shook his head. "If it were a trap, you would have already seen something. You've been on Penta Peak Mountain for half an hour, but Xia Fei still hasn't done anything to you. From this, we can see that this is no trap." Zhang Jin was startled. The blind man was right. He had already seen Xia Fei's intelligence and ability to lay traps. If this were a trap, he would probably be plunged into dire peril. Suddenly, Zhang Jin appeared frustrated. Xueguang knew that he had already been here for half an hour, meaning that he had been nearby this whole time, and it was only when he knew that it was not a trap that he entered Penta Peak Mountain. Clearly, this blind man, who was the craftiest and most skilled at scheming out of them four, had used him to probe the surroundings. Glaring at the blind slayer, Zhang Jin snorted and said, "There's no one here, so he must have been trying to bait us away. I'm leaving." The blind and the lame had been opposed to each other. Zhang Jin felt even more frustrated after discovering that Xueguang had used him and turned to leave. "Wait!" Blind Xueguang suddenly pointed at a nearby tree urgently. "What is that? Aren't you able to see everything?" Zhang Jin grumbled as he moved his hover chair to the tree. When he got a good look, he paled. "Beat the cripple, curse the mute, kick down the widow's door, and desecrate the graves of the impotent." Zhang Jin muttered. The words were the four insults Xia Fei had once told in their faces. He had written them on a turtle shell, and this turtle was now slowly crawling past the two slayers. Zing! Blind Xueguang went pale. "Oh, no. Xia Fei left you here and refrained from attacking not because he didn't want to but because he's waiting for me. Who cares about you?" Lame Zhang Jin jeered. "You really think that you're something else? He's waiting for me so that he can take care of both of us at once." Xueguang shouted. However, before they could react, Penta Peak Mountain began to shift. A vast amount of energy soared into the air, like a giant net that cast itself over Penta Peak Mountain, sealing the entire mountain basin. Oro had served as an excellent friend and teacher to Xia Fei. He had helped Xia Fei with his questions and had also passed on to him his knowledge of formations. Xia Fei, who had always favored swift and decisive battles, rarely did engage in positional battles. Thus, he normally had little chance to use formations, but to finish off the last two slayers, Xia Fei activated the Lionheart Royal Clan's ultimate killing formation, the Demonic Soul Lion's Roar. The diameter of this giant formation was 500 kilometers. No matter how cautious Zhang Jin, he had expected that Xia Fei would lay down such a massive formation just to avoid detection. Disaster! "We're in a trap," Xueguang anxiously said. A black silhouette suddenly appeared on the crest of Penta Peak Mountain, angrily glaring down from the summit at Xueguang and Zhang Jin. This was none other than the Xia Fei whom they had been waiting for. "I wasted 9,000 grade 6 origin crystals on this. Let's see if I can't kill the two of you this time," Xia Fei viciously said through clenched teeth. The Demonic Soul Lion's Roar had extremely high energy demands, and the larger the formation, the more energy it required. To kill these two slayers, Xia Fei had gone all out. He had laid out 9 energy relay points around Penta Peak Mountain, each one holding 1,000 grade 6 origin crystals. Rumble! The Demonic Soul Lion's Roar formation activated, and it began to compress rapidly. If the two slayers could not find a way to escape from within the formation, they would be crushed into a paste by it. Chapter 867, Two Major Battles. The Demonic Soul Lion's Roar formation could not control enemies. Rather, it used the law of darkness to plunge them into the dark night while compressing the formation. Thus, it fused the enemies entirely with the darkness to kill them. Xia Fei, who had never learned the law of darkness, relied on the Skywing clan's traditional law of space. Using God Race's law power to drive a demon race formation? Only a madman could think of an idea like this. It must be understood that the demon race formations were optimized around their law powers. Using God race law powers to activate them forcibly might lead to instability in the formations. To look at this from an even further perspective, even if Xia Fei had the ability to control the mysterious demonic soul lion's roar formation, this was the God race territory. Which madman would dare to use a typical demon race formation in the God race territory? Clearly, only an absolute madman like Xia Fei. Today, either you die or I die. Xia Fei stood on the crest of Pentapeak Mountain and proudly looked down at the two slayers. Since Xia Fei dared to use a demon race formation, it meant that he had made up his mind to kill these two law sages no matter what. Thus, he had gone all out for this plan and patiently waited until both slayers arrived before activating the demonic formation. This was because he knew that he had only one chance. If he messed it up, he would be in extremely dire straits. His eyes erupted with light. They were red with bloodlust. Activating a demon formation in the middle of the god race was incredibly risky, so he needed to end this battle quickly. This is a demonic formation. Blind Shuiguang went pale. Xia Fei belonged to the Skywings, a traditional member of the god race, yet he knew demonic formations. This was treasonous. Shuiguang broke out in a cold sweat and he began to panic. Who were demon race formations designed to be used against? The god race, of course. A handful of people in the Lore realm cared little about species like Xia Fei. Oro was an almost wicked existence in the eyes of the god race, but Xia Fei still treated him like a friend. Chendong and Xia Fei were friends through thick and thin, and Xia Fei had sent him off to the demon race. In Xia Fei's eyes, there existed only enemies and friends, and as long as they were enemies, even if they were part of the god race, they must die. Anyone who was a friend, even if they were from the wicked demon race, would receive his protection. Xia Fei's principles were just that simple. This content is taken from feweebnovelo.com. Rumble. Before Shuiguang and Zheng Jin had time to react, the demon race formation activated. The law of space power pushed the formation into rapidly compressing. Despite the law of darkness having been switched out for the law of space, the effects were still rather excellent. The mountains began to crumble, debris flying into the air. This vast space was on the verge of collapse. Even the old demon, who had designed this formation, probably had not imagined that the most effective way to use the demonic soul lion's roar formation was to drive it with god race laws. The two slayers panicked and began using their law forces to attack Xia Fei's demonic formation in an attempt to escape. Bang bang bang! The vast formation suffered one powerful attack after another. Zheng Jin was a level 1 law sage while Shuiguang was a level 2, and their full might was quite impressive. Xia Fei stood at the highest point of Pentapeak, which was where the formation gate of the demonic soul lion's roar formation was located. Shuiguang and Zheng Jin, who were veterans, understood from experience that the formation gate was always where the formation would be the most unstable, for all the controlling power was focused there. Thus, they concentrated all their attacks on Xia Fei's position. Savagery on his lips, Xia Fei bellowed, "Furball, kill them!" Whoosh! In a flash, Furball appeared in front of Xia Fei in the form of his clone, and soon after, Xia Fei raised his head and thrust his own palm at the demonic formation. Bang! Attacking his own formation. Was Xia Fei really insane? The law of primal chaos opened a hole in the formation. Zheng Jin and Shuiguang were startled, but they both seized this rare chance to charge out. A chance? How could Xia Fei ever create a chance for his enemies? Furball very sinisterly stood up. Delight was evident on his face as Zheng Jin and Shuiguang flew into the air. They were only a few seconds away from getting through the demonic formation gap when Furball suddenly opened his mouth and unleashed the sound of death. The 8 Tunes Golden Falcon. Was this using an enemy's weapon against them? Xia Fei did not use the method the 4 supreme frenzied slayers had used to track him to lead them into a trap. He used their own divine weapon against them, instead. Awoo! The holy beast's roar was so terrifying. The 8 Tunes Golden Falcon was so powerful. The throat of a holy beast and power of a sonic divine weapon produced a supreme sound that was impossible to resist. With this sound joining the berserk demonic formation, which was powered by 9,000 grade 6 origin crystals, it was truly difficult to imagine what sort of enemy could still escape. Very, very far away, 2 Skywing Peak Law Sages appeared once more. It would be an absolute lie to say that the clan was not worried at all about Xia Fei. After all, Xia Fei was the only Skywing besides the Grand Ancestor who had Godwing potential. The title of Godwing alone carried a shocking impact. If they did not care about him, Grand Ancestor Xia Gukan would not have been in such a rush to summon Xia Fei to the God race the day he broke to the Law Overlord level. Xia Fei smiled. This time, I really believe it. The Grand Ancestor wasn't exaggerating when he said that Xia Fei would be able to pull his own weight in the clan after only a few years. Not even mentioning anything else, even Xia Fei's ability to scheme is incredible. It's been ages since we last had a schemer like this. Xia Lianing clearly was not as optimistic as Xia Fei. He frowned and said, I admire everything else, but one thing is giving me a headache. Xia Fei is really too gutsy, using a demon race formation in the God Races Region 15. I really don't know how he managed to think of it. Xia Fei sternly said, didn't the Grand Ancestor already say? It doesn't matter what method one uses as long as they can kill their enemy. This is precisely the sort of attitude one of the supporting pillars of the clan needs. I don't know about anything else, but I do know of one other person in the clan capable of such a thing. Who? The Grand Ancestor. Xia Lianing was speechless. Only Xia Fei would compare Xia Fei to the Grand Ancestor. However, Xia Fei's insane actions had truly had Xia Lianing's blood pumping. If not for this insane plan of Xia Fei's, he would never have a chance to take down both Blind Shui Guang and Lame Zhengjin, the strongest of the four supreme frenzied slayers. Suddenly, Xia Fei's expression turned grave. He then hastily said, a group is intruding into Penta Peak Mountain. It's a group of Scions. Scions were the sons of law overlords and law sages. While Scions indicated a glorious status in other places, in the god race, it was used as an insult. This was because those of the younger generation who actually met the standard were all warriors. If they were not warriors, they were at least elite supporters who helped out in battle. Only those fellows lacking in cultivation had to borrow the glory of their fathers, shamelessly remaining in the god race as they fooled around. A group of richly dressed youths had appeared at the base of Penta Peak Mountain. They stared in disbelief at the demonic formation and started to attack it. While these Scions lacked cultivation, they all had illustrious ancestors that could not be underestimated. At this moment, Xia Fei suddenly roared to Furball, kill them all. Zing! Furball moved at incredible speeds, charging down the mountain, carrying out Xia Fei's order without the slightest hesitation. Rumble! The 8 Tunes Golden Falcon was activated once more. Furball savagely lunged at the Scions and brought calamity upon their heads. No survivors. Xia Fei and Xia Lianing were both rendered speechless, with the latter saying, how ruthless. Xia Fei killed them all without even asking what clan they belonged to. What if they had law godfathers or grandfathers? To the Skywings, Xia Fei killing all these Scions was not a problem. Even if Xia Fei had not done anything, Xia Fei and Xia Lianing would not have left any witnesses. The key was that Xia Fei had killed too decisively. Before they could react, Xia Fei had already ordered all those people's deaths without the slightest hesitation. It was as if he had already planned everything out, to kill everyone he saw until the formation finished closing. The Skywings had deployed all of their clan members, and battles were not just taking place in the god race. In the distant turbulence, a battle, which was just as intense, was taking place. On one side of the battle was the Skywing search team, Level 8 Great Law Sage Xia Guanghai and Search Specialist Xia Geng. On the other side were 2 Law Overlords and 2 Law Sages of the Demon Race's Carry clan. The battle was over, and this region of space was on the verge of collapse. Such was the ferocity of the battle that had taken place here. Of the 2 superior Law Overlords and 2 Great Law Sages of the Carry clan, 3 had died and 1 was crippled. In fact, the cripple had only survived because Xia Guanghai let him live on purpose. Talk. Why is your Carry clan here in the turbulence? Xia Guanghai pointed his rainbow battleaxe at the tip of the Carry Law Sage's nose. He had the highest cultivation in that group, a level 4 Law Sage, and had been the leader, too. Xia Guanghai had left him alive precisely to interrogate him on their movements. At first, this Carry Law Sage was rather stubborn, refusing to talk. Unfortunately for him, Xia Guanghai was known in the Skywings for his temper, which could be seen through his choice of weapon. The demon sealing fiendish blade was famed for its speed, for seeking out the moment in battle where they could kill in one strike, but Xia Guanghai used an axe and his fighting style involved large sweeping moves, swinging his axe right at his enemy's face. In the end, unable to endure Xia Guanghai's brutality, the Carry warrior finally spoke. There are rumors that a mystical weapon has appeared in the turbulence, so the clan had us investigate. Xia Guanghai asked in shock, an immemorial mystical armament? What type? There were 2 accounts, one side says that it's the water-type white snap spring inside the turbulence and the other side says that it's the plant-type unparting pine. Xia Guanghai was even more stunned. The unparting pine was known as the toughest of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea. Its trait was toughness, and not even metal could destroy it. The Grand Ancestor had ordered them to find wood-type mystical armaments. If the unparting pine was really in the turbulence, this was extremely important for both the Skywings and for Xia Fei. Was it only your Carey clan that came looking for mystical armaments? Xia Guanghai pressed. In the demon race, the Careys were closest to the Aegisas and the Dark Pearls, calling them brothers. Since this small Carey team had suddenly appeared in the turbulence, the other 2 clans might have men nearby as well. The Carey Law Sage began to list off names, and Xia Guanghai's face turned grimmer and grimmer. Rumble. Before the warrior could finish, Xia Guanghai obliterated him with his axe. He did not need to keep listening. It was clear that many clans had heard the rumors and were coming over. More and more warriors were gathering in the turbulence. The situation was getting more and more complicated. Xia Gang frowned. Should we retreat? Retreat? Xia Guanghai slung the axe onto his back and loudly spoke. Never. Have the old Undying send more men. At worst, we'll just have to start a killing spree here. Chapter 868, Hybrid Dragon Correction Core. Demonic Formations Slaughtered Gods. Xia Fei had insanely chosen to use the demonic Soul Lion's Roar formation of the Lionheart Royal clan in the God Race territory to stunning effect. The demonic formation was like a Skynet specifically designed to counter the God Race. Not only did it hold fast 2 Law Sages, it used its formidable spatial contraction abilities to close the net rapidly. Pentapeak Mountain began to crack apart as if the end of days was coming. In just 5 minutes, this massive formation with a diameter of 500 kilometers had contracted to 5 kilometers. Anyone who visited Pentapeak Mountain now would never be able to recognize it. It was as if someone had led an army of tens of thousands of divine soldiers and obliterated this picturesque mountain. Lame Zhengjin and blind Shuiguang were in immense pain. The 9,000 grade 6 origin crystals had not gone to waste, the vast amount of energy rendering the demonic formation unbreakable. Even with their immense cultivation, they could only sit around and wait for death. Using 9,000 grade 6 origin crystals to kill 2 Law Sages was far too profitable of a transaction. Rumble. Xia Fei unleashed power from both arms. The demonic formation was massive, and it grew more difficult to control the more it contracted. After all, it was now time to close the net and take the lives of the 2 slayers. Xia Fei's forehead was caked in sweat, his muscles bulging as his inner demon surged into the sky. There was no survival without insanity. To deal with people of a higher level, one must use the craziest methods. The 2 Law Sages were on the verge of vomiting blood. The demon formation was mysterious, borrowing the power of the origin crystals to bolster Xia Fei's offensive. The 2 slayers were not just dealing with Xia Fei but Xia Fei plus the power of 9,000 grade 6 origin crystals. Xia Fei clenched his teeth. The final part of this battle was very difficult, and the 2 Law Sages would not just simply sit there and wait to die. They were of course using the last of their vitality to fight back. I'll fight you to the death. Blind Shuiguang suddenly roared. His body erupted with a brilliant white light. He was burning his life energy. Lame Zhengjin did the same. Since they were going to die anyway, the 2 decided to use their life force to try and bust out of Xia Fei's net. Burning one's life force and self-detonation were the final offensive methods used by the warriors, a way to exchange a life for a life. The 2 of them possessed impressive cultivation, and if they used it all against Xia Fei, the power would be immense. The demonic formation instantly grew unstable. This was a pure competition of energy. There was no skill involved. It was just a matter of who had the fiercer energy between both sides. Furball! Xia Fei shouted, his face turning savage. The most mysterious function of the delusion technique activated. Xia Fei borrowed the energy of Holy Beast Shatterstar to kill these gods. Bang! Furball swiftly began to transfer energy to Xia Fei. Xia Fei seemed to be standing alone on the summit, but in actuality, he had combined his energy with that of a holy beast. Bang! The 7th brain region's rainbow energy ball also went to work, supporting his final attack. With Xia Fei, Holy Beast Shatterstar, and the mysterious rainbow energy ball all working in concert, Xia Fei's energy began to swell. What had originally been a lake could now be described as an ocean. Competing in energy? The one thing Xia Fei did not lack was energy. This chapter is updated by lightnovel.com. The 2 slayers began to despair. The young Xia Fei at the summit was like a god looking down on mortals, his energy exponentially rising. He was just a law overlord warrior, but he had the energy of a law god. The two slayers were flabbergasted. The two of you will die today. Rumble. The demonic formation went crazy, accelerating at several dozen times faster its original rate. Crack. A bone cracked. Lame Zhengjin was the first to falter. Blood ejected from his mouth and his complexion turned pale. The hoverchair he sat on had ceased to retain its original shape some time ago, its metal compressing with his flesh, like some sort of monster. Xia Fei did not use the demonic formation to kill the two slayers, only half kill them. Plush! The blood crystal came down, penetrating through Zheng Jin's scalp and draining him of his essence blood. Law sages were the best energy source, and after using up so much, Xia Fei would definitely need to replenish his reserves. Moreover, Xia Fei had always been frugal, so he would never give up on this chance to obtain these law sages' power. As energy surged through the blood crystal, Xia Fei felt an indescribably pleasant feeling coursing through his entire body. The higher the level of a warrior, the more abundant their energy reserve and the purer their energy. Absorbing the power of a law sage was even more enjoyable than eating a grade 9 crystal. Warriors purified energy as they extracted it, and this energy was further refined in the body. By using this method of absorbing energy, Xia Fei was essentially consuming a double refined supercrystal, so it was naturally a very comfortable sensation. Furball hungrily glanced at Xia Fei. He had no means of enjoying this energy, but he received an endless supply of high-grade crystals. As long as Furball wanted it, he could eat as much as he wanted. Xia Fei would never be stingy when it came to feeding his loyal holy beast. It was not long before the two law sages had been drained, and it was now time to look over the spoils. It was a natural principle for warriors to enjoy the fruits of their labor, and Xia Fei would not miss out anything that might be of value. Haha! I'm rich! Xia Fei was elated. Lame Zhengjin's crystal reserve was far greater than Xia Fei expected. Xia Fei gained some 9,000 grade 6 origin crystals after killing the widow and the mute, but Zheng Jin alone had been carrying 87,000 crystals. Of course, Xia Fei had no idea that lame Zheng Jin was an extremely stingy person, even passing on food and drink so that he could save up money. Now, his lifetime savings were all Xia Fei's. If he were to learn that this was what would happen to his lifetime's worth of effort, then even as a ghost, he would be unable to rest in peace. Blind Shuiguang had 12,000 grade 6 crystals, meaning that Xia Fei had obtained 99,000 grade 6 crystals from this battle. There was also that group of unfortunate scions that had become collateral casualties to Xia Fei's demonic formation. Each of them had 100 or 200 crystals. Xia Fei had reaped a huge harvest from this battle, getting back all 9,000 grade 6 crystals he had just used, and even made nearly 100,000 crystals of profit on top of that. Not bad, not bad, Xia Fei happily muttered, his eyes flashing. He was now carrying 200,000 grade 6 crystals in his ring, so he was naturally delighted. As for the rest of their possessions, he did not care that much about them. Xia Fei used nothing but the best, and only the highest quality of items would get his attention. Oh! Xia Fei murmured. He discovered something rather strange in Shuiguang's ring. It was a long and flat box. It was a very heavy box made of some metal alloy. There was a slot atop it that could perfectly fit a pass card. The lowest level could be opened, and inside was an instruction manual and a piece of black metal. Xia Fei curiously read the manual. Several minutes later, Xia Fei smiled. This item was called the Hybrid Dragon Correction Core, and simply put, it was a tool for making fake pass cards. The 19 regions of the god race were divided into the upper and lower 9 regions. Finally, there was the region of gods. Region 15, which Xia Fei was in, was one of the lower 9. Non-core members of the god race lived in the lower 9, and they were managed rather laxly. As for the checkpoints to the upper 9 regions, they were very strictly monitored. As for the region of gods, it was a mysterious place. It was said that only law gods were allowed to enter that place. Although the god race was in turmoil, that only referred to affairs within the regions. The Hall of Ultimate Law had limited manpower and could not deal with everything personally. Nonetheless, the checkpoints were rigorously maintained. Xia Fei had used his own pass card as bait to kill the two slayers. Now that they were dead, and Xia Fei's own pass card had been destroyed, he now had no ID. This hybrid dragon correction core had come at the perfect time. A master had made this tool. When it was used, the ID would be entered into the god race databanks, thus creating an identity out of thin air. From a certain perspective, the documents and identity were all real. It was just that they had been completely made up. The Law realm had extremely advanced technology that it refused to use precisely because advanced technology often was not in one's control. A good example was the person who had made this system. They were able to implant an ID into the God race's databanks, concealing fake serial codes in the lower layers. Not even the immense difficulty of the task had been able to stop him. It was clear that the one who had designed the hybrid dragon correction core was an expert among experts, a hacker among hackers. This hybrid dragon correction core was worth 300,000 grade 6 origin crystals. Blind Shuiguang had never used this, only intending to put it to use at a crucial moment. After all, for someone working as a hunter, it was very important to have a second identity that would allow him into regions normal people could not normally enter. Xia Fei smiled. This thing had come at just the right time. The lowly status of a chef would not be enough to get him into the upper 9 regions, let alone the Hall of Valor or FIG, the universe's most advanced corporation. With this machine, Xia Fei could fabricate an identity for himself and go investigate those 2 riddles the black and white gods had brought up. Xia Fei inserted the blank piece of metal into the slot and started up the machine. Whoosh! A screen popped up, and on it were several required questions regarding his identity. Xia Fei was somewhat hesitant. He only had one fake identity, meaning that he had to make a choice between the Hall of Valor and FIG Corporation. Did he want to go to the Altar of Heroic Spirits or to the legendary Tech Corporation? After some thought, Xia Fei decided to pay a visit to FIG Corporation. It had the most advanced technology in the universe, after all. Also, it was not just the black and white gods who had brought it up, even the mysterious creator of the mechs, Radix, might be there. Moreover, FIG Corporation did not just research technology. It produced divine armaments, too. Xia Fei's monohorn ogre armor was a product of that corporation. If he could get a few more suits of top-class armor from it, he would be rich. Xia Fei had always insisted on using the very best suits of armor. Even if this equipment could only boost his power by a little, Xia Fei would be willing to go all out in order to get his hands on it. It was precisely because of his excellent equipment that he had been able to escape so many trials and tribulations. Thinking of this, Xia Fei solemnly nodded and muttered, "All right, let's take a trip to the universe's #1 research group." Several minutes later, Xia Fei had turned from Chef Ying Fei to Scholar Yin Fei of Fig Star Academy's independent college. Fig Star Academy had been established with aid of Fig Corporation, and it focused solely on raising talents in science and technology. It was known as the talent base for Fig Corporation and was the strongest technological school of the God race. In this school, the independent college served to raise the best researchers. He had no choice but to select the independent college. If he selected one of the more ordinary colleges, he would undoubtedly run into many schoolmates. How would Xia Fei be able to explain why he did not recognize any of them at that time? Independent college was governed by its own system, where one professor took on one student. It was isolated style of learning, where a student would graduate after 13 years. Even if no one recognized Xia Fei, that was only natural. After fabricating his identity, Xia Fei put away the hybrid dragon correction core and set off again. At this moment, he suddenly heard a soft sound in his ears. Chapter 869, A million meters per second. Xia Fei heard a soft sound in his ears. As he turned in its direction, he saw 2 elders in the distance. From their clothes, it was easy to see that they were enforcers from the Hall of Ultimate Law. Xia Fei instantly had an impulse to escape. After all, he had just killed people, and these 2 enforcers were of a high level, law sages at the minimum. To exterminate 2 law sages with a demonic formation was one thing, but fighting law sages empty-handed would be a tough battle. However, with a sudden thought, Xia Fei realized a problem and decided to stick around. Whoosh! The source of this sentence is fruiovel.co. The 2 elders surrounded Xia Fei from the front and back. "Who are you and what happened here?" Xia Fei smiled and bowed. "This student is a graduate of Fig Star Academy and goes by the name of Yin Fei. I was passing through." He was the perfect scholar. Xia Fei's acting was sublime, and no one would be able to tell that he was actually a warrior. The arc fragment combing through his body had not just made his brain region impossible to inspect, it also changed his demeanor. As long as he did not become angry, he seemed no different from an ordinary person. "Fig Star Academy? Let me see your pass card," the 2 enforcers said in surprise. The Law realm revered combat prowess and looked down on specialists outside of warriors and those who offered support in battle, but Fig Corporation was definitely an exception. After all, Fig Corporation made the best suits of armor in the God race and were hailed as the most advanced company in the universe. Xia Fei nodded and offered up this freshly minted pass card. This was exactly Xia Fei's goal. No matter how strong the hybrid dragon correction core was, Xia Fei had not personally verified its abilities yet and had no idea if it could get him through the checkpoint. Thus, he decided to use these two so that he could test it out. He was in the middle of nowhere, so even if these two noticed something wrong, Xia Fei still had a chance to run away with his super speed, but if a mistake was noticed at the checkpoint or at Fig Corporation, he would be in danger. Yin Fei from Independent College. They looked at each other in shock. Independent College was famed for specializing in producing high-level talents for Fig Corporation, even these two had heard of its reputation, so they were rather astonished. Xia Fei mentally exhaled. These two enforcers had used their scanners and found no problem with the card. If he could pass the inspection of the Hall of Ultimate Law, then he would not have a problem anywhere else. Xia Fei could not help but admire that developer of the hybrid dragon correction core. How had he managed to do it? Creating a fake ID in the God race out of thin air. The two enforcers were astonished by Xia Fei's identity, but they were still suspicious of him. They asked, "Why are you here rather than heading to the corporation, and why did Penta Peak Mountain become like this?" Xia Fei replied, "I was passing by this mountain and heard sounds of fighting, so I came to see what was going on, but by the time I got here, the entire mountain was already gone, and even my energy car was caught up in the mess. Thankfully, I reacted quickly and managed to escape." The two enforcers did not suspect Xia Fei of lying. Independent College required 13 years of study before one could graduate and consisted entirely of bookworms. The two of them took Xia Fei for a silly bookworm who knew nothing of the ways of the world and had been inadvertently swept up in this disaster. "Where are those people who fought here?" an enforcer asked. Xia Fei pointed toward the east. "They ran off ages ago and really quickly at that." Gritting his teeth, one of them said, "By the looks of it, some law sages must have fought against each other. Should we look into this?" "Look into this? No. The land is in such chaos that we can barely protect ourselves. You think that we can look into things? Let's just pretend that we didn't see anything." Perhaps because they were embarrassed that Xia Fei had heard this, their faces turned red. They looked up and saw the innocent and harmless look on Xia Fei's face, so they took him for an ignorant bookworm and sighed in relief. They had no idea that this ignorant-looking young man, who stood before them, had just used a demonic formation to kill two law sages, not even leaving dregs behind. With a brand new identity, Xia Fei rapidly proceeded to his destination, intending to reach the wondrous Fig Corporation a little ahead of schedule. Without the worry of pursuit, his full speed of advancing became the perfect time for Xia Fei to cultivate. After all, the Skywings had a special method of cultivating the law of speed that required high speeds. It was soon the evening of the next day. Xia Fei was in Region 11 and was about to enter Region 10, which belonged to Upper 9 regions. God Race's Region 11 was a vast plain, the soil soft and the terrain flat. It was perfect for practicing the law of speed. The third pattern of the law of speed was steadily forming in his brain region. Xia Fei adjusted his speed to match the pattern's formation, going from speeds approaching 500,000 meters per second to as slow as 50,000 meters per second. Xia Fei's body was tense like a taut bow, and his body was leaning very far forward like a spear that had been thrust at an angle into the earth. A moment later, he shot across the earth like a lightning bolt. The law was wondrous not merely because it endowed Xia Fei with super speed. More importantly, its law force ensured that Xia Fei would not fly off a planet because of how fast he was moving or that the air's obstruction would damage his body. In short, the law of speed was rather miraculous. Though Xia Fei moved so quickly, he made no sound at all. He was like a ghost as he flew past at the speed of light. This sort of training method, which involved sudden acceleration and deceleration, was something that Xia Fei had only comprehended today. It was like a 100-meter sprint. When Xia Fei began to accelerate, the pattern in his brain would start forming, and when the formation became complex, it would signify that Xia Fei's speed had reached the limit. Right now, Xia Fei had run into a threshold, the third threshold for the law of speed. As the most difficult law power to cultivate in the universe, the law of speed was well known for its insane fighting power and freakish difficulty. It was said that the number of people who had cultivated the law of speed to the maximum level could be counted on one hand, the number not possibly exceeding 5. Of these, the Skywing Grand Ancestor, Xia Gukan, was the strongest, for he was the only member of the two supreme races with a max level ability and a max level law of speed. A character of this level was known as a godwing in the Skywing clan, and in the Law realm, Xia Guoken was a law god, one that could not be surpassed. Xia Fei was the only member of the clan besides the Grand Ancestor to start from a max level ability, so the difficulty he faced was even more freakish than what ordinary Law of Speed users had to deal with. Godwings had the most potential, but they also faced the most abnormal of challenges. While Xia Fei was only challenging level 3 of the Law of Speed, this was already equivalent to an ordinary person's level 4, level 5, or even level 6. It must be understood that Xia Fei was not just dealing with the freakishly difficult Law of Speed, he was also learning the similarly difficult Law of Primal Chaos. The Law of Speed was out in the open, while the Law of Primal Chaos was completely hidden. These two abnormal law forces combined with the Law of Space, Furball, Peacock Blue, the Blood Crystal, and the Monohorn Ogre granted Xia Fei a heaven-defying combat strength. Gradually, the skies darkened and the moon rose, but Xia Fei continued to sprint. The god race was far stricter in managing the upper 9 than the lower 9. Once he was in there, he would no longer be able to cultivate openly. Thus, Xia Fei wanted to break through before entering the upper 9. In the clouds, the two peak Skywing Law sages Xia Ke and Xia Lianning silently appeared and nervously observed Xia Fei. Do you think that he can break through tonight? If he manages to get past this threshold, he'll be at 1 million meters per second. Xia Ke excitedly said. Xia Lianning was unperturbed as he replied, it's hard to say. Threshold are thresholds not merely because of their difficulty but also because of their uncertainty. Some people spend 100 years at 99%, unable to break through to that last 1% no matter what. Crossing thresholds will depend entirely on Xia Fei himself. We won't be able to help him in any way. Xia Ke pursed his lips and said, we might get news from the turbulence at any time. The moment we find the fourth plant-type mystical armament, Xia Fei has to get moving. I really hope that he can break through before the news arrives. Xia Guanghai's call for reinforcements had arrived ages ago. The Skywings had dispatched level 7 Great Law Sage Xia Dian, level 4 Law Sage Xia Yat, and level 3 Law Sage Xia Lang as reinforcements. Together with level 8 Great Law Sage Xia Guanghai and level 3 Law Sage Xia Gang, who were already present in the turbulence, they formed a powerful search squad as they were consisted of 5 Law Sages. Alas, the turbulence was simply enormous, and its spatial framework was in chaos. Looking for something in it was like looking for a needle in the ocean. It had been the 4th day, but there was still no news. Xia Ke and Xia Lianning were naturally worried, so worried that they could hardly get any sleep. This was why they had come to observe Xia Fei when night fell, but they just so happened to arrive when Xia Fei was challenging the Law of Speed's 3rd threshold, making a push for 1 million meters per second. The Law of Speed was not just difficult but was also exhausting. Xia Fei had been relying on the White Jade Dragon Ring and Grade 6 Origin Crystals this entire time. As for the Rainbow Energy Ball in his 7th brain region, Xia Fei would not use it unless absolutely necessary. This energy system was extremely useful. If he ran into a powerful enemy, he could release this energy and instantly raise his combat power to the maximum. However, once it ran out, it would be difficult to fill it back up again. Now that the threshold was right before, Xia Fei decided to release some of this energy and charge forward heedlessly. I'll definitely break through tonight. Xia Fei mentally howled, gritting his teeth. Bang! His fatigued body once more exploded with strength, and the law pattern rapidly formed. It was not long before it had reached the limit. Hold! Hold! Xia Fei sprinted forward at 500,000 meters per second, his feet never stopping. With the support of the Rainbow Energy Ball, he was able to keep sprinting like this for nearly 10 minutes. Every second was 500 kilometers, every minute was 30 kilometers, and every 10 minutes was 300,000 kilometers. This was almost the distance between the Earth and the Moon. Bang! Even metal and stone would yield to the power of sincerity. A powerful spatial distortion appeared, and then the heavens and Earth trembled. A moment later, Xia Fei suddenly accelerated. He was no longer traveling at 500,000 meters per second but 1 million meters per second, instead. His footsteps became lighter and lighter, and in the space of a few seconds, Xia Fei had completely adapted to his new top speed. Getting past each threshold would double his speed, letting Xia Fei experience something entirely new. No joy could compare to that which came from traveling at the speed of light, the unrestrained freedom that came from this super speed. It was as if nothing in the world could stop him. On his 2nd day in the God race, the level 2 threshold of Law Overlord had been shattered. On his 4th day in the God race, He had gotten past the speed threshold and achieved 1 million meters per second. Chapter 870, Joining Fig Corporation. Xia Fei broke the 1 million meter per second barrier. This meant that Xia Fei's combat strength had been elevated to a whole new level. An insane level. Speed was king in the realm of martial arts. A faster top speed would only help Xia Fei deal either attack or defense with greater ease. He broke through. He's really broken through. Peak Law Sage Xia Fei, very animated, spoke, waving his fists wildly with ruddy cheeks. It seemed like he was more excited seeing Xia Fei make his breakthrough than his own. Even Xia Lianing was extremely excited. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "This is unbelievable. Xia Fei's rate of promotion is actually comparable to our grand ancestor. Getting to level 3 in just a month's time, he's just 2 days slower than our grand ancestor." The two Peak Law Sages nodded their heads meaningfully. There was no need for explanations. The fact that Xia Fei's rate of promotion could actually catch up with the Skywing clan's old immortal was evidence enough. It must be said that in this month, Xia Fei had not just focused his cultivation on the law of speed but had also made progress with the various other laws. Law of Primal Chaos, Level 4. Update from Frugnal.com. Law of Speed, Level 3. Law of Space, Level 2 Overlord. In terms of law powers, Xia Fei had been developing at a frightening rate. If Furball, Peacock Blue, and all the other powerful assistants were considered, too, Xia Fei would most definitely be known as someone who could take on the might of a law sage. The old demon lord had once predicted that Xia Fei's rate of promotion would gradually decrease as he ascended through the levels. After all, it was far too implausible for one to have such crazy growth. However, the situation now was that Xia Fei's rate had become even faster than before. It was a crazy speed that was essentially unstoppable. After entering one of the upper 9 regions, Xia Fei first bought himself a spatial compass. Xia Fei previously had 3 spatial compasses. First was Fig Corporation's Precision Edition 100 series spatial compass. This was an unregistered compass which ensured anonymity, unable to be used in the God race. Second was the anti-electromagnetic compass, which was a demon race product, that he got from Wu Yuming. It was even more useless. Third was the specialized compass from Skywing clan. Because Xia Fei had been tossed into the God race territory to train, it was also rendered temporarily useless. It was quite comical, come to think of it, as this would be the 4th spatial compass Xia Fei owned. It was very inconvenient for anyone to rely solely on running to get around the vast God race territory. After all, this place did not just have the typical vastness. Xia Fei could even feel his head aching just thinking about it, despite never having once considered the issue of distance before. The advantage of levels became apparent upon entering the God race. The elite products of Fig Corporation, which were highly regarded in the lore realm, were fairly common here. Any random warrior on the street could be seen using a Fig Corporation suit of armor, their movement also depending on a Fig Corporation's spatial compass. It seemed like Fig Corporation had seeped into every aspect of the God race, as a representation of the universe's most advanced tech company, firmly blending into the lives of the people. Xia Fei of course initially lacked the necessary status to own a compass that he could use for moving about freely, but now it was completely different. He was currently a mechatronic researcher who had graduated from Fig Star Academy, so of course he was no longer restricted by status. God Race Region 3. Xia Fei used his spatial compass and immediately found Fig Corporation. This company, which aspired to be number 1 in terms of technology across the entire universe, was located in Arrivan City. Some 50 miles south from the main city district would be Fig Corporation's sphere of influence. He saw modern round buildings constructed close to one another in the area, resembling Go pieces atop a Go board. There were so many of these that he could not count them all at once. These buildings had passages connected to one another. Plenty of buildings found in the lore realm tended toward the antiquated style. In contrast, this place was the very picture of peak modernization. It was no different from an independent kingdom of science, one constructed using advanced technology, right in the middle of the God race territory. After taking several turns, Xia Fei arrived at one of the many circular buildings of Fig Corporation. Lifting his head up, he saw that this building, with a creamy white exterior, was wider than a supersized sports stadium. Huge words were hung over visibly, Fig Corporation, Mechatronics Research Institute 137. Fig was the number 1 tech giant in the industry on this side of the universe, and just its Mechatronics Research Institutes alone numbered 177. Far away, Another similarly sized building was called the Gene Research Institute 138. In addition to these two were other buildings Xia Fei had no idea about. In any case, Fig Corporation was huge, its meticulous division of work impressing Xia Fei greatly. So you're the top student of Professor Flynn. Is the old man still doing all right? The one speaking was the bespectacled director of the Mechatronics Research Institute, Kalu. Just like anyone who lived in this mystical land, it was impossible to tell his age through his looks alone. His stately face gave off a slight measure of pride. He's doing all right, Xia Fei simply answered. He had never met this Professor Flynn, so all he could do was make things up as he went. The Hybrid Dragon Correction Corps had automatically added details to Xia Fei's identity, and there was no way for him to change any of them, either, so Xia Fei was not exactly confident that he could deal with passing himself off properly. However, no matter how unconfident he felt inside, he was not about to show it on his face. Fortunately, Xia Fei was someone who was very good at disguise and concealment, so he showed Kalu the face of cluelessness common with someone who had just left school. With the reticence that some researcher would have, Xia Fei sat across Director Kalu with a placid expression on his face. Kalu nodded and softly sighed. Senior Flynn is very famous in our circle and has once led Research Division 4. It was unknown what reason he had for suddenly resigning, becoming a professor of Fig Star Academy, instead. It's truly a waste. Fig Corporation had 4 major research divisions on top of the 177 institutes, and they were considered a tier above the institutes. Among these, Research Division 4 specialized in mechatronics, warships, war armor, and other metal-related products. Division 3 focused on biology, genetics, and heritage, humanities, and even exotic beast domestication. These were within the purview of Division 3. As for Division 2, it focused on researching everything about the universe, such as physics, space science, optics, and other such things. Most unbelievable was Fig Corporation's Research Division 1, which had no determined subject. They studied topics that none of the other 3 divisions could cover, which also meant that they were the one division in charge of researching everything. They were considered the very apex of the 4 research divisions. After glancing through Xia Fei's resume on the screen, Kalu, the director of Research Institute 137, chuckled. He then spoke with a hint of fair-mannered banter. Professor Flynn rated you as an all-round mechatronic researcher. Kalu eyed Xia Fei strangely, almost as if he could not believe the statement. All this information had been automatically generated when he falsified his identity through that device, and Xia Fei had no way of changing anything. As for why it had given him such an ostentatious position, which directly put him in the limelight, Xia Fei was all the more clueless. Xia Fei's initial plan was to infiltrate Fig Corporation by posing as an ordinary employee before secretly doing his investigation regarding the Mech King Radix and the riddle surrounding the 3 names the Black and White Gods had told him: Fig Corporation, Hall of Valor, and Ark. Unfortunately, things did not go according to his original plans. This identity that Xia Fei had obtained was utterly ridiculous, and it was not just the fact that he graduated from the prestigious Fig Star Academy but also the fact that his final evaluation from Professor Flynn pegged him as an all-rounded mechatronic researcher. Grade A+. In most situations, a graduate from the Star Academy would get a final evaluation that directly determined just what direction of research they could engage in after joining the corporation or if they could operate on their own. Based on the Fig Star Academy's demanding assessments to the elites it produced, being able to get a grade A final evaluation meant that one was a superb talent, yet Xia Fei's evaluation was actually the even more impressive A+, labeling him as someone who specialized in every aspect of mechatronics. Such an inspiring final evaluation score was practically the very definition of exaggeration. At this rate, Xia Fei's wish to keep a low profile as he investigated matters had probably fallen apart. The director of Research Institute 137 had personally pointed this out, and that easily highlighted just how highly valued this evaluation was. Expressionless, Xia Fei simply replied, Professor Flynn gave this evaluation personally. I have no say in this. Kalu nodded slightly. Professor Flynn was ultimately a top researcher of the corporation, so it is very normal for a man of his caliber to mentor an all-rounded researcher that can hold down the fort by themselves. Though he had said that, Xia Fei could still see an almost imperceptible change in his expression, one that betrayed his strong suspicions. It was almost as if he did not believe this ridiculous evaluation. It was only because this Professor Flynn was a senior that he did not deign to voice this outright. Kalu smiled. According to the rules, a new researcher has to first take a test set by the company before they can finally be assigned a position and an assignment. Though you're the star pupil of Professor Kalu, and I believe in his insight, rules are rules, so you must still take the company evaluation. Xia Fei nodded. That's reasonable. It must be said that Xia Fei acted the part perfectly. He did not say much and had maintained a calm gaze throughout, no different from a wooden block. He was not in the least bit angry, merely looking like a nerd that had spent years holed up in a laboratory or burying himself in his studies. Kalu shook his head and sighed, thinking to himself, sure enough, he's a blockhead from the independent college, spending 13 years studying in a room. Only those crazy professors from the independent college can do something like that. After a pause, Kalu told Xia Fei, someone will bring you to the office later and give you a temporary pass inside the company. I'll temporarily be assigning you to the maintenance team as an assistant for a few days till the company's evaluation comes out because they currently lack manpower. Since you're an all-rounder, you should have no problem stepping up to the role. Studying in Fig Star Academy is one thing, but applying what you've learned is an entirely different matter altogether. Don't look down on the maintenance team, as they are also a critical part of Research Institute 137. Xia Fei naturally had no opinion regarding this arrangement. He followed a female staff member to the Human Resources Department for his pass after leaving the director's office. This pass proved that he was a temporary assistant researcher of Research Institute 137 and allowed him to enter the company premises freely, though his movement would be restricted within the research institute he was currently assigned to. Leaving the Human Resources Department, he saw a crowd plastered against the windows, peering outside, which made for a very lively scene. That female staff, who was touring Xia Fei around the office, appeared to have the habit of joining in the fuss, and soon, she was jostling about with the crowd, leaving Xia Fei standing there all alone in the corridor. What are we looking at? She anxiously asked. Eternity Branch has sent a graduate that goes by the name of Zack. Eternity? Fig Star Academy's most mysterious Eternity Branch? Yeah, the so-called place of insanity. He's the only graduate from Eternity in the last 15 decades. That amazing. But of course. That's where all heads of the 4 major research divisions came from. We should introduce ourselves to Zack the first chance we get. The discussion continued in an animated fashion. Eternity was Fig Star Academy's most mysterious faculty of learning. It was said that this branch had no concept of time, and they would only let their students out when they felt that they were qualified to do so. The fact that Zack was the first to graduate from Eternity in the last 150 years naturally meant that he would be paid special attention to by Fig Corporation. Xia Fei squinted his eyes as he looked outside the window, only to see a very young Zack in his explosive hairstyle, looking to be not much older than Xia Fei. Chapter 871, Maintenance Team. Xia Fei. Oh, Xia Fei. Why couldn't you be anything but normal? The Grand Ancestor brought you into the God Race so that you could experience the training here. What did you run off to Fig Corporation for? The news of Xia Fei joining Fig Corporation had spread to reach the fiendish Wing Villa on its snow-capped mountains, and the more short-tempered peak law sage Xia Lianing stomped his feet to vent his emotions. From what I know, Xia Fei's choices have always been very unexpected, and we already verified this fact when he was still in the Law Realm, Xia Fei said as he stroked the sparse goatee on his chin. The Law Realm is the Law Realm, and the God Race is the God Race. How couldn't he understand this? Besides the areas beyond the God Race territory, Fig Corporation is next in line when it comes to being the most dangerous. While Fig Corporation may appear to be a place of business on the outside, it is in fact the second major force outside the Palace of Gods. Danger lurks everywhere in there, while schemes and conspiracies abound. Forging an identity to join Fig Corporation? Only he could come up with such an idea. How could he actually be so bold? Xia Lianing vehemently unleashed a tirade of complaints, the nerves on his forehead bulging visibly. Anyone could tell that he was really infuriated this time. Actually, there was not a single Skywing who could be called good-tempered. Even if they lived their day-to-day lives with a smile on their faces, they were the sort of stubborn bulls that would not listen to their master when in a fight. I believe that Xia Fei has carefully considered his actions beforehand. Given how smart that young man is, there's no way he doesn't know the problem Fig Corporation is actually in. Perhaps he's investigating something personal over there, Xia Fei said solemnly. In any case, there's no use being so anxious about him. Since the Grand Ancestor isn't here, we're the ones making the decision regarding all matters. You must maintain a calm disposition at such times. Xia Lianing was done with his tantrum, and he returned to his seat. His face contorted in rage, but eventually he sighed. I'm not trying to pick a bone with Xia Fei, but to have actually risked joining Fig Corporation with a forged identity the first time he arrived at the God Race territory. Not even the entire God Race has a grit to rival his. In case of a mishap, just how would we explain ourselves to the Grand Ancestor? Xia Fei shook his head and replied, you may have the wrong idea about him. Xia Fei isn't someone who lacks mindfulness, his personality is just a bit more extreme, that's all. I reckon the fact that he dares to brave Fig Corporation means there's something he needs to do there. Plus, he's someone who's extremely obstinate. As long as it's something he makes up his mind about, there's nothing or no one out there that can stop him or change his decision. It was amusing to note that neither Xia Fei nor Xia Lianning thought positively of Xia Fei's move to join Fig Corporation, and both were instead convinced that Xia Fei was just stirring up trouble. Actually, neither of these peak law sages could be blamed for being glum about this. Xia Fei was indeed someone who enjoyed stirring up trouble, and this had already been proven, given his past troubles. Our Grand Ancestor at least has a position to stand on in the Palace of Gods, but no one in our clan can even have a word in edgewise with Fig Corporation. The situation will be very troublesome if we lose track of Xia Fei, Xia Lianning rumbled. Lifting his head up, Xia Lianning gazed at the blizzard raging outside the window. Honestly, I'm not afraid of Fig Corporation at all. Fear isn't a word known by any of the Skywings, I'm merely worried that the ancient legend will come to pass again. After all, the present is nothing like the past. Xia Fei was abruptly stunned, his expression turning abnormal. There's no use worrying over it now. The Grand Ancestor has given Xia Fei the mission to get a firm foothold in the God Race. Perhaps Xia Fei can really find it in Fig Corporation. In that case, our clan will finally have someone in that place where we've been unable to interfere with so far. Xia Fei mused loudly. Xia Lianning sighed, muttering to himself, I hope that that's truly the case. Still, I'm very worried. The Godwings of our clan have the greatest potential but also bear the worst curse. The blizzard outside grew in intensity, and Fiendish Wing Villa amid miles of ice basked in silence. Xia Fei, of course, had no idea about the worries of the people in Fiendish Wing Villa. His only thought at the moment was to investigate this tech company, which was rumored to be the greatest in its field. Hence, his presence here in Fig Corporation. It was really that simple. Research Institute 137's maintenance team was situated underground, separate from the well-lit and spacious facilities enjoyed by the other departments above. It was evidently a little gloomier here. After walking along the corridor for quite some time, Xia Fei finally arrived outside a door with a plaque that read Maintenance Team. Inserting his identification pass to the electronic reader, the metal door slowly opened. He entered, only to find himself in a huge warehouse, with countless broken equipment strewn all over the place. There was even this odd and pungent smell permeating the room. It was a fairly bleak scene to behold, considering that this was a well-known tech company reputed to be number one on this side of the universe. Xia Fei did not say a word, and nobody inside the warehouse said a word, either. The only sounds came from the machines in operation. It appeared that everyone was busy with work. Are you the newcomer? A thick voice called. Xia Fei turned toward the sound, only to find the team leader of Research Institute 137's maintenance team. The person was a barrel-chested man, and he was presently kneeling on the ground, repairing a sonic scanner that was disproportionate in size. Director Kalu sent me to the maintenance team to help out for a few days, Xia Fei lightly explained as he took out a cigarette. Oh, give me a minute. With that said, the powerful man continued to bury his head in his own work. Zaa. His fingers were chubby, yet he was able to work nimbly as he repaired components and parts. Exactly 1 minute passed when the work on the sonic scanner was announced to be completed. Clap clap clap. Come over here, all of you. We've got a new colleague. The team leader got up and clapped his hands. This content is taken from fruitnovel.com. Several minutes later, Xia Fei was introduced to the 3 members of the team. There was the tall and large team leader, Song Jianlin, and 2 skinny older men, Andrew and Hoff. Independent College. You're from there. These 3 men appeared to be very surprised. After all, Independent College was one of the 3 major faculties of Fig Star Academy, its fame preceding itself. There was no reason someone like Xia Fei would end up helping out in the maintenance team, even if it was just temporary. It seemed to be somewhat of a waste of talent. Team leader Song Jianlin seemed to have thought of something and frowned, but he did not make a comment. The maintenance team can be considered as the logistic support department of Research Institute 137. Not just this institute, even the other institutes will send over to us all their broken equipment for repair, Song Jianlin said. Logically speaking, our department can be considered as having the lowest priority. We need to finish repairing 40 items every day at least. That's to say we don't get to rest till we're done repairing 10 items each. Alright, let's get back to work. Xia Fei was somewhat surprised. He had not expected the job scope of the maintenance team to be so simple. Furrowing his brows, he asked, with so many broken items, where should I start? The other three men laughed in unison, as old Hoff patted Xia Fei on his shoulder. You already know just how many items we are required to repair daily, which far outstrips what the maintenance team can handle. No one's gonna blame us if we can't get everything done, so all you have to do is find any 10 items from the ground and repair them. You may knock off work once you meet your quota, and the earlier you're done, the earlier you can rest. Xia Fei frowned. It looked like the maintenance team was a group of forgotten men in Fig Corporation. About 20 minutes later, Xia Fei got up. He had very quick hand speed, and he had completed 10 items in the time that passed. The Mech's inheritance played a key role here. Everyone believed that Xia Fei's foundation in mechatronics came from the Pan-Human Alliance, but that was very far from the truth. Old man Qin Mang had given him a handbook to mech technology, but it was the chief engineer of the Mechs, Dimsky, in the Hidden Realm who had truly deepened his knowledge of technology. The Mechs and the Kobalti were two major species most technologically competent outside the Lore Realm, and though they were still a few levels off Fig Corporation, Xia Fei was definitely more than capable of handling some of these not too complex tasks with his firm grasp of the Mech's knowledge in technology. So fast! The three veteran maintenance workers were greatly shocked. Xia Fei having completed a day's work in such a short time on his first day of work was definitely a shocking feat. Truly a graduate of the independent college. I assumed at first that you're like the other fresh grads, smart in theory but weak in practice. Who knew that your operational ability would be this strong? Song Jianlin gasped in amazement. Xia Fei remained expressionless. He could already vaguely sense this problem, almost as if he had been far too unsuitably assigned to the maintenance team. Well, you can knock off work since you're done. We'll be heading back in a bit ourselves, Song Jianlin said. The greatest benefit of being in the maintenance team is that our work hours are very short every day, so we have the chance to enter the company's core for furthering our knowledge. Company products are also available for a very cheap rate, so I do believe that it'll be very beneficial to you. Hoff laughed from his side. But of course. Otherwise, only a ghoul would be willing to come and work in the maintenance team. Though our repair speed isn't as ridiculous as yours, we can also get done in about 2 hours, and how we spend the remaining time is entirely up to each of us. Xia Fei was somewhat taken aback. Turned out the members of the maintenance team actually did not enjoy their job and were just interested in having ample time to themselves. This was also not a bad thing for Xia Fei. If he had to spend long hours working every day, then the time he had for cultivation and his other pursuits would be greatly reduced. This was not something he was willing to let happen. Leaving the maintenance team, Xia Fei did not depart from the institute but, instead, took out a small earpiece from his spatial ring and placed it in his right ear. Soon, the sounds of conversation Song Jianlin was having with the others echoed in his ear. The independent college is the strangest out Fig Star Academy's 3 major faculties. Technically speaking, this Yin Fei is considered a scholar. Why would the director send him over to us? This voice belonged to Andrew. That's right. While the maintenance team is without pressure, the fact remains that there's nothing for anyone to learn here. There's going to be a company-wide recruitment exam soon, and the results will directly impact his future. Isn't it better for him to be in one of the big research teams? That way, he can learn something during this time. Hearing the queries from Andrew and Hoff, Song Jianlin made sure no one was around before whispering, Yin Fei was a student of Professor Flynn, so he's bound to have a bad time staying in Institute 137. Flynn. The former director of Division 4. Wasn't that the same Flynn who chased our director Kalu from Research Division 4 to Research Institute 137? A moment of silence passed before old Hoff sighed. No wonder. Though Kalu didn't verbally mention this, he must hate Flynn to the core. Having been transferred from Research Division 4 to this place back then must be quite the embarrassment. Now that Flynn's own protégé has come to Research Institute 137, Kalu will definitely not let him have an easy time. Song Jianlin shrugged as he said, it can't be helped. Flynn probably didn't know that when he kicked Kalu out that day, he ended up becoming the director of Research Institute 137. This is a mortal feud. Taking off the earpiece, Xia Fei followed the long corridor out as his mind raced. It was far too coincidental. The mysterious hybrid dragon correction core had created a very intricate identity for Xia Fei, and mechatronics just so happened to be Xia Fei's forte. Had it been optics or heritage, Xia Fei would really have had a hard time impersonating the character. Alas, this given identity brought Xia Fei plenty of trouble. Could this be a hand by the all-knowing Grand Ancestor? Xia Fei wondered to himself. Are you Yin Fei, the newest member of the maintenance team? The goods you ordered have arrived. A middle-aged man wearing the company internal dispatch uniform stood and waved from the opposite corridor. At that moment, Xia Fei's heart was in his throat. It was very apparent that Xia Fei had not ordered anything. Chapter 872, Precious Brilliance Space. Are you Yin Fei, the newest member of the maintenance team? The goods you ordered have arrived. A middle-aged man wearing the company internal dispatch uniform waved as he stood from the opposite corridor. Xia Fei was rooted to the spot. He had just arrived at Fig Corporation and had never ordered anything. Why did this person say that he was delivering something he had ordered? Doubts filled his mind as Xia Fei hesitantly made his way over. This staff was in charge of internal dispatch. After all, given the size of Fig Corporation, there were plenty of items that needed to be sent between offices, documents, and the ilk, which was why they had positions solely responsible for the delivery of such items. After inspecting Xia Fei's staff pass and getting him to sign, the man handed Xia Fei a box the size of his palm and turned to leave. Xia Fei weighed the object in his hand and realized that it was rather heavy despite the size. Just what could be inside it? Fig Corporation had staff accommodations on their grounds, so it was convenient for staff who had no family of their own or if they needed a place to stay overnight whenever they ended up working late. Xia Fei was also assigned one such room. Opening the door and peering in, he noted that the room looked very much like a single suite in a hotel, not exactly luxurious but having everything someone would require while staying in it. The lore realm was very traditional, few would use high-tech products, but this room had been completely automated, with everything just requiring a wave of the hand. Closing the door behind him, Xia Fei sat on the bed and opened this mysterious box he had received. Inside was a set of Precious Brilliance Space. Precious Brilliance Space was a portable training space that any warrior could carry wherever they went. Different from a spatial ring, Precious Brilliance Space allowed any sapient life form to live inside the space, where food, oxygen, and everything life needed to flourish were provided. Xia Fei frowned. The delivery order very clearly stated that he ordered this Precious Brilliance Space himself, and the timing coincided with his inclusion to the maintenance team. The delivery dispatch service in Fig Corporation was highly efficient, having brought him the item in just 20 minutes. Xia Fei was speechless. He was not even aware of Fig Corporation's intranet yet, so how could he have ordered a Precious Brilliance Space prior? The Precious Brilliance Space was like a golf ball, with a button on top. A light push of it would activate the device. Xia Fei held that item in hand and began to contemplate as he smoked a cigarette. Everything seemed to have changed the moment he used the hybrid dragon correction core, and all had even gone well beyond what Xia Fei expected. First was Xia Fei's identity, which he now dared to conclude as not fake. Professor Flynn definitely existed, and there was certainly an existing grudge between him and Research Institute 137's director. This was the first coincidence. Due to the animosity between Flynn and Kalu, Xia Fei had been assigned to the lowly maintenance team, and while it looked detrimental to Xia Fei, it was actually the most beneficial arrangement for him because he only needed to spend very little time working each day, at most an hour. Afterward, he could devote all his remaining time toward cultivation. If Xia Fei had any reservations regarding joining Fig Corporation, it was that he hoped his time here would not interfere with his cultivation. After all, mechatronics was no more than a professional hobby of Xia Fei's, for his true pursuit was being a warrior, his identity being the lone wolf of the Skywing clan. Now, he had managed to join Fig Corporation, and it would not interfere with his cultivation, too. Everything fitted Xia Fei's wishes perfectly. This was the second coincidence. There was this Precious Brilliance Space, which had been sent to him. He could not possibly engage in cultivating laws in the ordinary room he was provided, and now Xia Fei happened to have a secret corner for him to do just that, allowing him to continue his training quietly. This was the third coincidence. Every step had gone Xia Fei's way, yet it also came with its own set of problems. Xia Fei shook his head. He simply refused to believe that everything had truly been a coincidence, for that would just be far too bizarre. Fiddling with the Precious Brilliance Space in his hand, Xia Fei mumbled, Just how did this item come to be? Suddenly, Xia Fei froze. Since this item had intentionally been sent to him by someone else, perhaps there might be clues left inside the space. Pa! With this thought in mind, Xia Fei lightly pushed the button and activated the precious brilliance space. Oh, my god! Xia Fei's 2 eyes shone brightly as he let out a gasp. This precious brilliance space's interior was far larger than what he initially imagined. How could it be called precious brilliance space? It's practically an entire planet. Xia Fei was completely flabbergasted as he looked all around him in amazement. The endless horizon inside this humongous space was very picturesque, with natural and warm sunlight shining from above, which was not in the least bit glaring. Standing there inside, Xia Fei could not help but feel awed. Just what grade of technology was this, to have successfully constructed this planet-sized precious brilliance space? Precious brilliance spaces were completely different from spatial rings. A spatial ring was linked to a far-away secret space through a spatial channel. It did not need to be powered and was very stable and indestructible. The ring would only lose functionality if the secret space itself collapsed. Meanwhile, precious brilliance space was more like a creation of an expert in the law of space using law force and raw energy. Maintaining the space activation required energy, and the moment it ran out, the space would disappear accordingly. This was why people were more used to storing precious items in their rings and not in an artificial space that required energy for sustenance. However, a precious brilliance space was definitely suitable as temporary training grounds, because with energy supporting its use, the space would have light, water, air, and a controlled climate, everything necessary for sapient life forms to survive. Moreover, spatial superimposition could be done, so there was completely no problem bringing in a spatial ring to this space. It was precisely because a precious brilliance space had all these unique characteristics and functions that many warriors would bring one around with them, treating it as a portable training facility, ready for use any time. It was just that the precious brilliance space Xia Fei had obtained this time was simply too large. Too vast. The cost of creating one precious brilliance space, which could be brought everywhere, was astronomical. After all, the difficulty of maintaining the stability of a space even when moving about was more than 1,000 times greater than a static location. Xia Fei was unsure just how valuable a precious brilliance space the size of a planet would be, but even a fool could tell that it would not be cheap. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows and thought of another problem. Most warriors did not require such a large space to cultivate, and only Xia Fei, a law of speed practitioner, would hope to have as large a space as possible. It almost seemed as if the person who had sent him this precious brilliance space knew exactly what Xia Fei required, so they had sunk in such a great cost just to provide Xia Fei with a space that would let him cultivate his law of speed. Just who could it be? Xia Fei muttered to himself. Xia Fei felt very uneasy for the longest time after he exited the precious brilliance space, pondering the many questions he had no answer to. Suddenly, a slight smile appeared across Xia Fei's face. He wondered aloud, the person who could accomplish all these should of course be my clan's grand ancestor. To think that old man even has the influence to intercede in Fig Corporation. This chapter is updated by fruboval.cm. Since it was a gift from his grand ancestor, Xia Fei decided to accept it with glee. Song Jianlin had already mentioned that Fig Corporation had its private intranet, allowing anyone to learn plenty of knowledge within and to purchase products from the company at reduced prices. As the #1 tech company in this part of the universe, Fig Corporation was able to produce plenty of quality products, so there were bound to be items which could be useful to Xia Fei, including components that might be incorporated to the Titans in the Hidden Realm. These were all the reasons why Xia Fei had decided to infiltrate the company. Xia Fei inserted his staff pass into the slot and entered the company intranet. The first thing he wanted to find out was the price of this precious brilliance space. With a light swipe of his finger on the screen, Xia Fei quickly entered the list of inventory and then he tapped onto the section featuring various kinds of precious brilliance spaces to check. From top quality to cheap versions, the price became all the more bewildering as the grade of the precious brilliance space increased. 1,000,000 grade 6 crystals. 10 million. 100 million. Xia Fei was rendered completely speechless. The prices of Fig Corporation's products were unbelievably expensive. The most expensive type of precious brilliance space was actually worth 100 million grade 6 origin crystals. That was no different from daylight robbery. Taking a closer look at the item description, Xia Fei realized that the interior version of the precious brilliance space only covered an area of 1,000 kilometers, while the one Xia Fei had in his hand was 5,000 kilometers. Many companies preferred to have their most advanced products sold in limited quantities for two reasons. 1. The manufacturing of such products was highly difficult, and the output itself could not be too high. 2. Due to the high prices of their products, even if the company put them on the market, not many could afford them. As such, for the company, it was better to just sell its goods to the wealthy through under-the-table transactions. It became evident that the precious brilliance space currently in Xia Fei's possession was not something Fig Corporation sold to the public. This was because his space was 5 times the size of the product that cost over 100 million grade 6 crystals. What a grand show of wealth! I believe that this precious brilliance space is the best product of Fig Corporation. Xia Fei swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he mused to himself. Xia Fei carefully kept the precious brilliance space as the doubts in his mind surged. It did not really make sense for the Grand Ancestor to give him a precious brilliance space that was worth several hundred millions. Besides, for what reason would he need to do so through the Fig Corporation's internal dispatch system? A quick check of the company's dispatch system and Xia Fei was greeted with a blank page. The screen showed that there was no record of Xia Fei having ever made an order before. It seemed like someone had deleted it after the transaction was made. A very high level of permission was required if anyone wished to delete the transactional records in Fig Corporation. Thus, it was not something most people would be able to pull off. Xia Fei patted his own head. Having come across a series of strange events on his first day of joining Fig Corporation, he could not help but feel utterly astounded. This was when the screen suddenly shone, and the page before him changed from the purchase interface to that of the information query database. For its staff's convenience in deepening knowledge and furthering their study, Fig Corporation had a huge database, containing all sorts of parameters, information, and experiment data over the years, built. Different levels of permissions would grant high-ranking corporate officials access to confidential data accordingly. Xia Fei did not really pay much attention at first. The screen was very sensitive, so he assumed that he had accidentally touched it, and thus it changed as it did. However, a glance at the text that had appeared on the screen, and Xia Fei suddenly felt a suffocating sensation come over him. This was because what was being shown was not the average database accessible to ordinary employees like Xia Fei but rather the Level 5 information encyclopedia only accessible to higher-tier researchers. The orange lettering on the screen stated that the data shown could only be browsed and read privately by high-ranking researchers, and anyone found duplicating or dispensing the said information would be severely punished by the company. Xia Fei was left speechless once more. In just half a day's time, he had come into contact with plenty of inexplicable situations that he simply could not fathom. The screen automatically changing to the highly restricted database? This was surely no coincidence. There must be someone in the background manipulating things. It seemed like this mysterious figure was leading him, step by step, toward knowing things Fig Corporation had kept well hidden. This certain someone was not just seemingly omniscient, they also seemed awfully familiar with Xia Fei, knowing about his mechatronics background and knowing exactly what he needed the most. Just as Xia Fei was about to go insane from surprise, a row of words appeared on the screen. Learn. That's the only way you can unravel the mystery behind everything. Chapter 873, Code Alpha. Learn. That's the only way you can unravel the mystery behind everything. Xia Fei read this row of words, which had suddenly appeared on the screen before him, to himself. He then smiled ever so slightly. Lighting a stick of hung tashan, he lightly blew a white smoke ring. The situation was becoming more and more interesting. Out of nowhere, an unseen hand had somehow appeared and secretly aided Xia Fei, leading him toward the unknown. From the moment Xia Fei activated the hybrid dragon correction core, a massive yet mysterious stage unfolded. Be it Professor Flynn of Fig Star Academy, Director Kalu of Research Institute 137, Xia Fei, or even the entire Fig Corporation, practically everyone was part of it. Pondering, Xia Fei swiftly entered a row of words onto the screen. Who are you? What is this mystery? He stared at the screen keenly, awaiting this mysterious existence to respond with an answer. Very soon, another row of words appeared. You may call me Alpha. The first step of solving the mystery requires that you join Research Division 1. Xia Fei was startled. This so-called Alpha seemed extremely confident. He knew that Xia Fei had come to Fig Corporation because of the puzzles regarding the Cosmic Gate and Mech King Radix. The entry to Fig Corporation's Research Division 1 had actually become the first step for him to uncover the truth. It must be known that this was Fig Corporation, the so-called most powerful tech giant on this side of the universe. As for Research Division 1, that would be the greatest scientific research lab ever created by Fig Corporation. It could very well be regarded as the entity that stood at the apex of the technology field. This codename Alpha wanted Xia Fei to join Research Division 1 and called it merely the first step. It meant that there would also be Step 2 and probably Step 3. Xia Fei suddenly felt that the renowned Fig Corporation may not be as clean as what it appeared on the surface, or perhaps some unknown forces were backing Fig Corporation, and their existences were solely serving as cover for certain things that must never see the light. How would I make it to Division 1? Xia Fei typed out the question as he asked aloud. Learn. Demonstrate your prowess. First study and then demonstrate his prowess. This was unlike what Xia Fei had imagined. Given his personality, he very much preferred to keep a low profile and to eliminate his enemies without a fuss by turning the tides quietly. It was as the saying went, a spear thrusts out in the open can be dodged, but a hidden arrow will be difficult to defend against. A Xia Fei hiding in the shadows was the most dangerous type of Xia Fei. This Alpha wanted him to stand out and attack in the open, he could not help but hesitate. However, Xia Fei very quickly let out a chuckle. What Alpha had said was not actually wrong. Fig Corporation was so big, if Xia Fei acted according to what he was used to and stayed in the shadows by remaining inconspicuous, there was really no telling when he would finally see results. Night was descending, yet Xia Fei still had no idea what it meant. Obviously, there was not much time left for him. Xia Fei did not persist with his questioning. This mysterious Alpha seemed unwilling to answer too many questions, too. Let's begin. Xia Fei typed this on the screen. After a few brief moments, Xia Fei got Alpha's answer, except it was an answer that Xia Fei did not expect in the least. The first step toward learning is grasping the method of learning. Whoosh! The screen abruptly changed, and what appeared before Xia Fei was a complete study program, something that would assist him in using his eyes, brain, and energy simultaneously. Xia Fei was shocked. This method was extremely miraculous, utilizing a sort of mental mapping process to transmit instantly what he saw with his eyes right to his brain, creating a memory before the left and right sides of his brain could. His seventh brain region was then in charge of juicing up his brain speed, using origin energy to support the complex learning method. It was a well-known fact that the left and right sides of the human brain had a clear division of labor, the right was good when it came to using instincts, while the left excelled in analysis. The method Alpha showed Xia Fei would actually let him use more parts of his brains at the same time, operating at high speeds. Having both memory and analysis while he studied, even using the mysterious seventh brain region to increase his speed of thinking as he spent origin energy to sustain this expenditure, it was truly too overpowered. Xia Fei gulped. He then proceeded to memorize this unprecedented learning method. He had no idea just what sort of effect would come from learning with this method, but Xia Fei knew very well that whoever could come up with such a method and provide a way to use it in a highly efficient manner was definitely an unparalleled existence. Alpha had completely studied the human body's most complex and mysterious part of the brain, the incomprehensible seventh brain region, and most powerful source of energy, origin energy. There was not even a shade of doubt how amazing this method was, something that surpassed human intellect. If it was truly possible, then learning would never ever be an issue again from here onward. Xia Fei suddenly felt very emotional. Using his original method of relying on ocular cognition and his innate memory skills to learn was truly very inefficient, or at least it was many times worse than the method this Alpha had just shown him. It must be known that Xia Fei could cover all the basics, including the research on intelligence, successfully crossing the level that everyone could not get across, while using the old learning method he had come up with. With him switching to this new method, just how long would it take for him to advance? A month? A week? The screen rapidly changed, page after page, as the contents from one book after another were rapidly absorbed by Xia Fei's mind. Ocular cognition. Xia Fei first used the Beast Spirit Codex's ocular cognition to enhance his vision because the screen was moving so rapidly. If he did not use it, then all he would see was a blur and there would be no way for him to learn what was on display. Next, the Speed Warrior's superior nervous system began to transmit everything Xia Fei had just viewed to his right brain, causing his memory to be expended as all this knowledge got digested by the left brain, classifying everything into categories and further analyzing as well as deeply comprehending it all. While all this was going on, his seventh brain region was constantly at work, and with 100% of his brain being fully utilized at once, it was madly racing. Origin energy was being swiftly sent into his brain via the white jade dragon ring on his finger. This rare energy distribution ring, the white jade dragon, dispersed origin energy through countless thin threads, which were connected to every brain cell of his. Xia Fei was shocked. This super learning method actually worked. Actually, a human brain was far more powerful than any supercomputer and possessed a shocking potential. Unfortunately, mankind's understanding of the seventh brain region and the brain itself was too lacking, so no one knew how to exert their powerful brain to the maximum. Anyone able to use 50% of their brain was already considered a genius, which just showed how nearly incapable the humans were in developing and utilizing their brains fully. As for Xia Fei, right now, he was able to use 100% of his brain, and it was through this amazing distributed operations method. As the even more miraculous seventh brain region got involved, the already racing brain increased in speed even more. 101%. 102%. At this very moment, Xia Fei's brain had left supercomputers in the dust. Vast amounts of information were being memorized by Xia Fei as he learned with each passing second. As Xia Fei became more and more familiar with this method of learning, the words appearing across the screen disappeared at an even faster rate. The speed at which he absorbed the information increased exponentially, and practically every minute, Xia Fei was able to learn and absorb knowledge as much as what was in a thick Oxford dictionary. The size of a complete Oxford dictionary at every minute. This was a completely fiendish speed of learning. Though he was learning at a rapid pace, it was also very taxing on Xia Fei. The knowledge seemed like nuclear bombs exploding in his mind, stuffing Xia Fei's brain at full capacity and dominating his thoughts. 5 minutes later, this insane way of learning had finally come to a halt. Xia Fei panted heavily, his entire body drenched in sweat. In just the span of 5 minutes, Xia Fei had learned the amount of knowledge someone would have taken an entire year to learn. This was completely too insane. Again. Xia Fei took a short rest and continued this unbelievable way of learning. Due to the huge consumption of energy occurring, Xia Fei could only sustain it for just 5 minutes and would need 5 more minutes of rest after. Despite this, it was still an overly ridiculous speed of learning. An hour of this would be equivalent to 6 years of study for the average person. 10 hours later, Xia Fei would be able to absorb the knowledge that others would take 60 years to learn. Xia Fei was dissatisfied. He hoped that he could learn even more. The super-speed learning left his mind in this extremely excited state, and recalling how he would study hard clutching a book was completely weak in comparison. However, for some reason, after 10 hours, this mysterious alpha suddenly severed his connection with Xia Fei, and the screen went blank. Xia Fei's life became a routine. Every day, he would spend an hour doing maintenance, 30 minutes of which would be used to work, while the other 30 minutes would be spent chatting with his CO workers to learn about the stories and rumors going around the company. Alpha would always contact him upon his return to his room and begin his 10 hours of study. The time itself was just the right amount for Xia Fei to maximize his brain development without overburdening it in the process. He would then spend the next 4 hours digesting what he had absorbed, recalling everything he had learned the day, to deepen his understanding of it. What time he had left after would be devoted toward cultivation inside the precious brilliance space, all the way until 9 in the morning, where Xia Fei would take a shower and return to the maintenance team, repeating the process all over again. Fig Corporation Research Institute 137, Civilian Personnel's Office. It had been 4 days since Xia Fei joined Fig Corporation. A new trainee like him would obviously not raise anyone's interest. At the moment, everyone had their eyes on Zach, the genius who had graduated from Fig Star Academy's Eternity branch. Eternity was the strongest faculty in all of Fig Star Academy, and Zach was the only graduate that had walked out from the place in the last 15 decades. Everyone was extremely interested in this mysterious Zach, eager to learn just how amazing he was. "Quick, come look. Zach is sweeping points again," exclaimed one bespectacled staff. The other colleagues in the office hurriedly switched on their own microcomputers and connected straight to the company intranet. Fig Corporation had a centralized questions column, so anyone who had come across a problem could post it on the column with a reward, allowing anyone to try their hands at answering it. Answering questions not only improved their reputation in the company but also awarded them certain points. It must be made known that these points could be used to exchange for company products directly, and plenty of high-quality goods that money could not buy were available as long as sufficient points were exchanged for them. This was why everyone flocked to the questions column, all of them eager to demonstrate their skills and expertise, earning more points while they were at it. New novel chapters are published on audiobook.com. The first thing Zach did upon his arrival at Fig Corporation was take 2 hours of his time every day to solve the problems others raised on the centralized questions column. Due to the fact that he replied to these questions at a very fast speed, the others began to call this act sweeping points. Like sweeping up fallen leaves, he systematically solved rows upon rows of questions, obtaining an envious amount of points. Sure enough, he's a once-in-a-100-year talent who graduated from Eternity Branch. It's only been a handful of days, yet Zach has already accumulated over 1,000,000 points, a colleague exclaimed, sounding both envious and jealous. Everyone watched Zach sweep up all the points, but none noticed how at the bottom layer of the column, an unknown name was doing a grand sweep of questions at an even faster rate. Chapter 874, A Fight for Supremacy. Not too far away from Research Institute 137 where Xia Fei resided was Fig Corporation's Research Institute 142. This was where the only graduate of Eternity Branch in the last 150 years, Zach, had his temporary office. Proud. That was the conclusion anyone who first set their eyes on Zach would come to. His head of short, unkempt blonde hair, with two thin raised eyebrows. No matter who Zach met with, he would always be looking at them with his chin sticking out. It could not be helped. He was the first Fig Star Academy genius seen in the last 150 years. It must be known that Zach was merely 3 years old when he first entered Fig Star Academy. At an age where he could not even walk properly, Zach had already demonstrated an intellect well beyond that of a full-grown adult. Subsequently, he was sent to the most legendary Eternity Branch of the Academy and was considered an exemption entrant. It was rumored that his parents were given quite the fortune as gratitude for giving birth to such a genius for Fig Star Academy. The spacious and well-lit office only had Zach alone. He was using his free time to answer the problems listed on the centralized questions column, working while he ate a freshly baked muffin, sipping his top-grade red tea, appearing to be very relaxed. Zach and Xia Fei, who had joined Fig Corporation on the same day, received treatment heaven and earth apart. Xia Fei was working in the gloomy and pungent warehouse with the maintenance team, living in the most basic room prepared for staff. Meanwhile, Zach had a luxurious office over 100 square meters in size, with a picturesque scenery right outside the window for anyone who stood inside the office. He even had his own personal secretary, who would specifically serve him tea or snacks, and lived in a super luxury duplex suite over 300 square meters. Zach did not really care about the questions on the column. The reason why he even bothered spending 2 hours of his time answering them was all to announce his arrival and demonstrate his greatness. The many comments, with most being very flattering statements, below the column pleased Zach immensely. Truly, a genius from eternity. The first in 150 years. When are you free? Could you help take a look at my query? I'd be forever grateful. What Zach loved was not solving these questions but seeing these replies and comments, instead. It made him feel very accomplished, almost as if his arrival had changed Fig Corporation. Zach was still casually answering the questions. There were a total of 5 sections to the centralized column. The 5th section was where the easiest problems were, points earned from these were the lowest. A genius like Zach of course saw no reason to answer such simple questions, so he chose to start from the 3rd section immediately. Letting out a yawn impatiently, Zach rubbed his eyes. The thousands of hardly new or refreshing questions made him feel bored. If not for the fact that he would obtain admiration and praise from countless people through this, Zach would not even trouble himself with solving such problems at all. Suddenly, a red arrow, which rapidly soared through the daily leaderboard of accumulated points, caught Zach's eye. In order to encourage the staff of Fig Corporation to ask and answer more questions, they designed various forms of rewards, and even set up a ranking leaderboard. The daily points leaderboard would list the people who answered the most questions within a 24-hour period. Without a doubt, it was Zach's name that was on the number 1 spot, and that had been the case recently. The leaderboard would only list the top 100 names, so Zach had not taken any notice when the name Xia Fei appeared, but when he finished his 21st question of the day, he noticed that Xia Fei had already risen from the 100th spot to 56th. It must be known that only 3 minutes had passed. This meant that Xia Fei had used 3 minutes' time to jump by a total of 44 spots. It even appeared as if this insane rise was still continuing. Stunned, Zach mentally noted, perhaps this Xia Fei has been answering Section 2 questions. Humph. While the points awarded for such questions are high, one needs to spend plenty of time on them, so who knows how many long hours this guy has put into studying each. Snap. With a wave of his fingers, Zach switched off the leaderboard and began to answer his last question. 2 hours was the most he could spend wasting his time. In his eyes, answering questions was no more than a way for his prestige to be known, no more than something he did to pass the time. The final question was a little difficult, so Zach spent a whole 20 minutes on it. Looking at the time, Zack decided to end his performance today. Just as he was about to turn off the screen, Zack had a thought and opened the leaderboard once more. He had no idea when, but Yin Fei's name had reached the second spot, and he was right on his heels. It had only been about 20 minutes since, yet this Yin Fei had actually managed to take the second spot. This was completely inconceivable. Suddenly, the usually very confident Zack felt an indescribable sense of pressure. Ever since he was born, Zack had always been recognized as a genius. No one had ever posed a challenge to him. When he stepped out of eternity, those old men who could not graduate despite being hundreds of years old could only stare at his back with envy. That had been the greatest joy he felt his entire life. How was he to know that the moment he arrived at Fig Corporation, just as Zack was about to demonstrate his prowess, this Yin Fei would viciously give him a blunt strike? Zack had earned a total of 430,000 points today, while Yin Fei had gotten 390,000. It was merely 40,000 points away from his own, while the one in third place only had 170,000 points. This means that if Zack left now, this Yin Fei would surpass him in the next minute. No way. I most definitely can't let something like this happen. Zack almost shouted out loud. He had just geared himself up, ready to keep answering more questions, when something unexpected happened. He saw this Yin Fei actually stop answering any questions after hitting 390,000 points and abruptly log off, disappearing without a trace. Zack simply could not understand why Yin Fei would choose to log off at this time. After all, the difference between the two of them was just a very small step. He simply needed to answer several more questions and he would be ahead. Puzzled, he tapped on Yin Fei's name and glanced at his information. Zack could not help but immediately furrow his brows. Research Institute 137, Maintenance Team? Everyone knew what the maintenance team did. How would anyone of that caliber end up repairing the broken equipment down in the basement together with the maintenance team? They ought to be part of a proper research team or at least the engineering team. He looked at Yin Fei's record of answers today, and at first he frowned, but soon he burst out laughing. Section 5 questions. They were all Section 5 questions. The points offered by the questions Yin Fei answered was so low to the point of paltriness. He answered a total of 500 questions, and the points he obtained did not even surpass Zack's 20 or so questions. Smiling, Zack felt that Yin Fei's standards were too subpar, having depended entirely on quantity in order to reach such a high standing in terms of accumulated points. He was completely of a different level to himself. After all, the questions he answered were all from Section 3, and the difference in level was clear for all to see. Follow current novels on freeaudible.cm. He inadvertently spied the time Yin Fei took to answer the questions and noticed that it was from 10 to 11 in the morning. He only took an hour. 500 questions in an hour. Though the level of questions Yin Fei answered were very low, he did so at an astounding speed. He basically answered over 8 questions every minute. This was indubitably a terrifying speed. It must be said that just reading these over 500 questions once might take even longer than 1 hour, not to mention having to solve them all. Stunned, Zack quickly checked to see Yin Fei's rate of correct answers. 100%. It was 100%. He answered 500 questions in an hour and got 100% accuracy for them. Zack suddenly felt faint. Such a frighteningly high efficiency was something even he could not achieve, yet this Yin Fei had done it. The next day, Zack arrived at his office early. The slightly dark circles under his eyes proved that he did not have a good night's sleep, almost as if something had been mentally bothering him. Turning on the screen, he did not head to answer questions as he usually did but waited, instead. He wanted to see if Yin Fei would appear again. Zack thought about it for a long time last night. Most people would definitely fail to answer 100 questions in an hour's time, and to get them all correct. The only one who could do so was someone that had secretly recorded down all the questions prior and posted the answers after having solved them remotely. At 10:05 am, the fifth section's questions suddenly decreased at a rapid rate. The situation was just like yesterday. He saw this Yin Fei answering the questions as if they had gone insane, answering all these questions at this speed that went well beyond human imagination. Yesterday's 8 questions a minute became 9 today. His speed today was even faster than yesterday. Gritting his teeth, Zack immediately fought back. He was still sticking to the Section 3 questions, but Zack was answering them now with his full concentration. He had previously treated these questions as pastime, preferring to answer the questions as he sipped tea and snacked on something, but today was different, for he had finally met an insane opponent. Zoom. 2 red bars were swiftly making progress up the leaderboard. In the lead was Zach, but right on his heels, not showing any sign of letting up, was Xia Fei. 5 minutes later, Zach's points broke 100,000. Xia Fei was 96,000. 10 minutes later, Zach passed the 200,000 mark, while Xia Fei was at 195,000. 15 minutes later, Zach broke the 300,000 mark. Xia Fei was still hot on his heels, though, with 290,000 points. Zach was shocked. The entire Fig Corporation was equally shocked. No one could imagine just how intense this fight was. The two experts were engaged with all their might, duking it out on this smokeless battlefield. Zach was using even higher level questions to earn points rapidly, while Xia Fei was like a hurricane, sweeping up every single question on Section 5. Without a doubt, Zach had the tactical advantage tackling the questions that gave more points. After all, just reading a problem expended quite some time, and when answering questions, it was of course better to complete those that gave more points. However, Xia Fei was doing so at an incomparable speed, with a stubborn will as metal. Zach was picky when answering his questions, but Xia Fei was no different from someone cleaving down a mountain with an axe, overcoming each and every obstacle without fail. Quick, come look. They're fighting. There's a battle breaking out on the leaderboard, a chubby researcher shouted. He had not seen such an intense and exciting battle in his whole life until now. Whiz! A crowd very quickly gathered, their eyes all glued to the leaderboard. They were witnessing 2 red bars resembling dragons as they rose to the sky rapidly. A total of 350,000 points. It's only been 20 minutes, yet Zach has already earned that many. Oh, my god! Is he going to break the record today? Everyone appeared to be very surprised, while that chubby researcher pointed to the screen and said, Zach is great, but that person right behind him is even more amazing. Everyone, look carefully. All the problems he's solving are all from Section 5, and he's practically solving 9 to 10 of them every minute. 10 every minute. What joke are you pulling? That's impossible. Just who could actually chase after Zach so diligently? Zach is the first to graduate from eternity in the last 150 years. When everyone carefully read the description on the screen, almost all of them became breathless. Sure enough, that one named Xia Fei was like a vicious wolf, whose jaws had snapped on its prey and was refusing to let go, keeping up with Zach the entire way, not letting him create too large a gap. The originally packed Section 5 questions column decreased exponentially. This was what it truly meant to sweep a 1,000-man army. Whether the questions were worth 1,000 points or 100 points, Xia Fei was not in the least bit fussy with them. He treated all as if they were his enemies provided that they appeared before his eyes. He finished them all. With a frighteningly quick speed at that. He was clearing the section out. Chapter 875, You Are Dead Meat. 30 minutes passed, and the battle was still as frenetic as before. Zach had put his entire concentration onto dealing with this difficult enemy by the name of Xia Fei. His expression was stern and sweat covered the tip of his nose, which just showed how great an effort he was putting into this. Xia Fei was actually Xia Fei, and as a speedster, his neural response rate was far greater than the average person. Furthermore, after adapting to that brand new learning method from Alpha, Xia Fei could tackle several questions at once without any hindrance whatsoever. His powerful ocular cognition and superiorly distributed processing speed allowed him to be like a hurricane, sweeping through all the questions in Section 5 pertaining to mechatronics. Zach's speed at solving the questions was nothing compared to Xia Fei's, but the questions he tackled all awarded a lot of points, each generating a minimum of 30,000 points, so Zach had been able to maintain his lead the entire time, while Xia Fei was right behind the so-called genius, pursuing the other relentlessly. Now, it's 600,000 points. Zach is really going crazy today, earning himself 600,000 points in the course of half an hour. That's even better than the results he got in 2 hours' time before, a Fig Corporation research gushed in awe. I reckon that Zach has hardly put in any effort to this in those last 2 days, and it's only the sudden appearance of that dark horse, Xia Fei, from Research Institute 137 that aroused Zach's fighting spirit. He's showing the true strength of the number 1 genius of eternity right now, a colleague beside him added. What frightening strength! 600,000 points in 30 minutes. Indeed, he's a genius among geniuses. Also, what's going up with this Xia Fei who's just behind by a few points? He's just some insignificant person from the maintenance team, so how could he compete with the likes of Zach? Everyone, look! Yin Fei only managed to obtain 580,000 points. Though it's a little bit inferior compared to Zach's, his result is still pretty scary. Not only that, Yin Fei has solely been doing questions from Section 5, where each one only awards paltry points. On average, he can hardly get 1,000 points for each question solved, so there's no way he can compete with Zach. Since he can keep pace with Zach in this manner, it demonstrates that this Yin Fei has a neural response rate many times higher than the average people. You're right. Yin Fei's question-solving speed is simply too fast. I've never seen someone able to answer 10 questions in under a minute, and to have actually lasted for a full 30 minutes, before. Just who would emerge victorious? It's hard to say. Zach is evidently a prodigy, yet Yin Fei's speed is just insane. He's shown great tenacity, too. I'm afraid that we can't tell who will win until the final second. Most sapient life forms enjoyed the act of rubbernecking. Very soon, Xia Fei and Zach's smokeless battle drew the attention of the entire Fig Corporation. The guards manning the gates had their eyes glued on the leaderboard, while all the researchers had stopped their work to stare at the two crazy red arrows intensely competing. Everyone was shocked. This was because the battle was simply too stirring. It was so intense that no one could guess what the final outcome would be. Fig Corporation, Research Division 4. The fight on the leaderboards not only drew the interest of the ordinary staff, even the upper echelons of the company had started paying attention to the situation as it developed, too. In a luxurious office, 4th Division Director Musen had both his hands on his chin as he watched the changes on the leaderboard. A hint of glee twinkled in his eyes, while the assistant director beside him, Mamba, was rubbing his palms together excitedly. To think Research Institute 137 is actually hiding someone of such caliber. Aside from Zach, who has chosen to intern with us in Division 4, this newcomer Yin Fei is pretty outstanding as well. Congratulations, Director. You have gotten 2 capable members to your team. Mamba solemnly said. New novel chapters are published on fruitnoel.com. Musen sighed and shook his head. What do you know? The more outstanding Yin Fei and Zach perform, the less likely for Division 4 to hold on to them. Don't forget that those old men from Division 1 are quite eagle-eyed, too. There's no telling when a written order will come down. By then, we'll have no choice but to send them into their arms obediently. Mamba froze for a moment before muttering, a fresh graduate from Fig Star Academy being directly accepted into Division 1? I don't think that's a very likely scenario. Do you? After all, Division 1 is second only to the Science and Technology Arbitration Bureau. How could anyone without at least dozens of years of experience and study catch the eye of Division 1? Fig Corporation had 4 major scientific research divisions. Of course, Division 1 held the management role. Every staff viewed the acceptance into Research Division 1 as the glory of a lifetime, but only top talents had the chances to be part of it. Division 1 was qualified to interact with the true core technology of Fig Corporation and received great treatment. Though Mamba acknowledged the strength Yin Fei and Zach had demonstrated, he did not believe that the two would receive a transfer order from Division 1 so soon. Musen rubbed his temples and said, Division 1 has recently been making plenty of big moves, seemingly having been given an especially vital assignment. Just last month alone, 3 of our system specialists were transferred to Division 1. Zach was the first genius to have graduated from the Eternity branch in the last 15 decades. I won't be in the least bit surprised if he gets transferred to Division 1 after his internship, but I don't think that Yin Fei has that high of a chance. After all, his background is no good. Zach is a scholar of Eternity, while Yin Fei's a freak from Independent College, and his professor, Flynn, is even a freak among freaks. Plenty of people from Division 1 dislike him. All this will affect Yin Fei's future prospects. Though Independent College enjoyed some prestige, it was a faculty made up of a bunch of very unsociable retirees as professors. Few had any idea just what the recruitment criteria were for Independent College, and even fewer knew how the students were taught there. Out of the entire Fig Star Academy, it was acknowledged as the most abnormal and mysterious, isolated from the rest of the faculties. Different from the Eternity branch, which on average had 1 graduate every 100 years or so, Independent College practically had someone graduating every year, but all of them without fail had strange personalities, so people had begun calling Independent College the freak concentration camp. Mamba chuckled. Well, retaining one isn't a bad deal, either. After you, Director, properly nurture him, I'm sure that Yin Fei will be utterly gratitude, especially if, on the off chance, he makes it to Division 1. Unfortunately, Director Kalu of Research Institute 137 apparently has too little foresight, actually sending someone of similar caliber to Zack to the maintenance team. I say, why don't you, Director, take this matter into your hands and have Yin Fei be transferred to a proper research team? Doing the young man this favor would be a good chance to show our goodwill. In Fig Corporation, the influence Division 1 wielded was vast, which was why the directors of the other 3 divisions would secretly compete with their talent, hoping that more of their own would be able to join Division 1. This way, if anything were to happen in the future, they would naturally have more voice inside Division 1. Alas, who would have expected Musen to shake his head vigorously? What nonsense! Yin Fei and Zack are already clashing now. If I interfere and show concern for Yin Fei, Zack will end up hating me. Even if I want to make any move, I'll have to wait till a victor emerges between the two or after Zack joins Division 1. Fomenting a feud with a graduate from Eternity is hardly the smartest move. Mamba paled as he hurriedly nodded in agreement. Anyone capable of sitting on the treasured seat of director was hardly ever someone easy to get along with. Musen had just shown that he had considered this matter in greater depth than Mamba did. Suddenly, the intense fight on the leaderboard came to an abrupt end. After an hour passed, Xia Fei decisively stopped answering questions and swiftly logged off, almost as if he did not care to compete with Zack. How did this happen? What's Yin Fei up to? Did he admit defeat? Exclaimed the two in unison. Not just the Division 4 director, the entire Fig Corporation was also nonplussed and descended into disappointment. Everyone was hoping to see this dragon and tiger battle for dominance on the leaderboard, only for Yin Fei to give up on the fight with Zack and log out without warning. It must be mentioned that the disparity in points between Zack and Yin Fei was small. As long as Yin Fei continued persevering, he would surely have the chance to emerge victorious. However, this ending had been completely outside of anyone's expectations. Crash! The bone china teacup on the table shattered when Zack swept it away. His expression was fearsome as he shook all over from anger. As the only genius in 150 years, Zack knew then and there that it had just been wistful thinking on his part the entire time. This Yin Fei did not even give a hoot about him. His livid expression turned pale, and he seethed with rage. Never did he expect that a great genius like him would be disregarded by a lowly maintenance worker, a freak graduate from independent college. This was even more unacceptable than being defeated. Swoosh! Zack very quickly wrote out a line on his screen, "Coward. Continue if you've got the guts." Tap. This message, which had appeared directly on the side of the questions column, was open for all to see. It was very eye-catching, and over tens of thousands of staff opened to read it at once. Subsequently, they left their own comments below. The entire Fig Corporation was in turmoil. Quick, look! Zack has challenged Yin Fei of Research Institute 137. Heh. Looks like we've got a show in store for us. The two will definitely fight to the death tomorrow. Leader, why don't we halt our work tomorrow and continue after this fight between Zack and Yin Fei ends, or else everyone will surely be too preoccupied to perform their duties efficiently. A single stone caused thousands of ripples. The open challenge of Zack attracted even more eyes on the matter. Now, everyone was waiting expectantly for tomorrow's showdown to happen. There were even some who secretly took leave all so they could watch the two battle it out. On the second day, Fig Corporation's centralized questions column was filled with personnel at 8 a.m. sharp. From the 4 research division directors to ordinary employees, countless eyes stared at the screens of their microcomputers as an unusually tense atmosphere permeated the air. At 10 on the dot, in a timely fashion, Yin Fei logged on once more. He was sweeping through the questions on Section 5 just like the day before. His speed was actually even faster than yesterday. It was almost as if Yin Fei had carefully prepared for this fight. At the same time, Zack made his move like always, all to maintain the pride as the strongest genius that came from eternity in 15 decades. Everyone watched the two red dragons rise on that leaderboard, neither letting each other off as both relentlessly tackled questions after questions. The entire company watched, dumbfounded. In just an hour, Zack had actually earned 1.7 million points. That was higher than yesterday's 500,000. Yin Fei did not fall off, either, obtaining the shocking result of 1.54 million points. The record of most points earned in an hour in Fig Corporation had been broken by both Yin Fei and Zack. Everyone could feel their blood pumping watching the two compete, their ears turning red from all the excitement. Alas, who would have guessed that the moment the 1 hour mark was reached, Xia Fei would log out again. He basically left Zack awkwardly sitting there, feeling utterly ignored. There was no way Zack had experienced such a level of disdain before. He immediately posted a 1,000-word essay, cursing Xia Fei as craven for not daring to face him head-on. Those employees who were originally supporting Xia Fei slowly began to lean toward Zack. After all, there was no way Yin Fei did not read such a blatant issue of challenge, so unless it was because the person was afraid or some sort of foul trickery was involved, there would be no reason for anyone who called themselves a man not to accept this challenge. On the third day, Zack began his tirade early at 7 in the morning, clamoring for the coward Yin Fei to appear and for them to settle the score today no matter what. Unfortunately, no matter how much Zack yelled, barked, or cursed, Xia Fei did not respond even once. At 10:05 am, past the time when Yin Fei would punctually come online, the column remained as quiet as ever. The huge showdown everyone had been looking forward to did not happen, so all were in a particularly foul mood, feeling that Yin Fei was a coward who dared not to take up this challenge outright. At 10:10 am, just as the crowd began to disperse, with each one of them feeling disappointed, a shocking scene had suddenly occurred sans a warning and without so much as a fuss. "Quick, come look! Yin Fei has responded to Zack's challenge." "Oh! What did he say? Did he accept it?" Everyone gathered around a screen and watched. Yin Fei's response was as follows. "You insulted me the day before, and I ignored you. You insulted me again yesterday, and I still ignored you. For you to continue insulting me even today. You're dead meat."